Chapter 61. One had to know that the saber aura between saber users would subconsciously restrict each other. Especially for saber users who had comprehended the saber intent, there was only 1 in 10,000 of them. Invisibly, they would form a huge deterrent to ordinary saber users in terms of spirit and willpower. Deacon Lung was too complacent and was caught off guard. After teaching Deacon Lung a lesson, Xiao Han strode proudly towards Jing Shan's peak. At this moment the group of people finally caught up. The 3 managers rushed to Xiao Han's side with a horrified expression and looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. One of the managers said in a trembling voice, Xiao Han. You are indeed a natural-born saber user. It has only been a few months since you started cultivating the Tao of Saber and you have improved so much. You are able to suppress Deacon Lung with just saber aura alone. You should know that Deacon Lung is also an expert in using sabers. Although he is not as good as Hua Rong, who is half a step away from true Qi, he is still very powerful. I didn't expect him to be suppressed so miserably by you. A genius in the Tao of Saber cannot be measured by common sense. I can't see through you, I really can't see through you. Another manager said in a serious tone. Xiao Han, I estimate that in 3 to 5 years, you might be able to comprehend the saber intent that can destroy even ghosts and gods. Saber intent? Xiao Han smiled noncommittally and thought to himself, if I tell you that I have successfully comprehended the saber intent, I'm afraid you will all be scared out of your wits, right? The thousands of outer sect disciples who followed behind Xiao Han were now in awe of him, as if he was a celestial being. Not long after, the group of people arrived at the foot of a mountain that was covered in a lush forest and ravines. The peak of the mountain was shrouded in white clouds. Many houses, courtyards and training grounds were built halfway up the mountain. The atmosphere was solemn. At the foot of the mountain, there were more than 10 young men in outer disciples' robes patrolling with weapons in their hands. These young men were shocked when they saw thousands of people swarming towards them. However, they soon calmed down and even teased each other. I was wondering what it was. It turns out that it is a group of people from that peak, a bunch of trash. What are they trying to do by swarming here? I guess they want to observe the disciples of our peak cultivating the Tao of martial Tao. He had heard that senior brother Zhu Yu had led his troops to kill their way over several times, beating them up into a complete mess. The geniuses from their peak, Ling Fei Yu and Meng Ran, were so scared that they hid outside and did not dare to return, whereas the other did not dare to accept the challenge even when he returned. Yesterday, I heard from senior brother Zhu Yu that he's going to lead everyone over another day and completely beat their peak into submission, beating everyone until they kneel. Only then will it be satisfying. That peak should have been removed long ago. These host outer sect disciples actually began to ridicule them as if no one else was present. They were completely condescending. They treated Xiao Han's group as nothing. The 3 leaders were so angry that their eyes were about to split open. The 3 corpses jumped up and down violently, almost choking on their throats, unable to speak. The thousands of outer sect disciples behind him were also filled with righteous indignation. However, he did not have the confidence to retort. Suddenly, Xiao Han stepped out from the crowd and said with a sinister smile, "What are you bunch of trash barking for? What's so great about your peak? Jing Shan is the main character of your peak, right? I fought him before and he's just trash." "What? Presumptuous." More than 10 host outer sect disciples roared. When they looked closely, a few of them recognized Xiao Han and were shocked. "Xiao Han?" One of the host outer sect disciples frowned. "You finally appeared. You still don't know, right? Our senior brother Zhu Yu has been looking for you. Aren't you good at hiding? Not hiding anymore? Not being a turtle anymore? I hope that Zhu Yu isn't as weak as Jing Shan. Otherwise it'll be too boring." Xiao Han shrugged. "Alright, stop gossiping here. Scram back and report. I, Xiao Han, will challenge your peak alone. What geniuses do you have on this peak? Get the hell out here. Cripple them all." "Xiao Han. You dare to behave atrociously in our territory? You actually came to fight. You're completely courting death. Looks like all the people from your peak have come. Very good, very good. Today none of you will be able to return." The 10 or so hosts of the outer sanctum exchanged glances with each other and then retreated back to the mountain. They wanted to report this matter to their superiors. However, they were not afraid. After all, they had the home advantage. Moreover, this peak was ranked top 3 among the 10 peaks of the outer sect. It was overseen by 5 people who were all geniuses and arrogant. "Come up if you have the guts. Damn it, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Now you actually sent yourselves to us. You're like sheep in a tiger's mouth. There's only death for you. A few host outer sect disciples cursed and pointed at Xiao Han and strode up the mountain. Xiao Han stretched his body a few times. The battle intent in his chest rose up violently. He was the first to go up the stairs and waved his hand. Come, let's go up. Let's go. 3 leaders took the lead and thousands of people followed Xiao Han up the mountain. At the peak of this peak, White Jade Plaza, there were 3 sage-like elders. 2 of them had smiles on their faces. They were playing a game of Go. The black and white pieces were locked in a stalemate. The game was very intense. Another elder sat next to a 6-string zither. He had a calm smile on his face as he plucked the strings and played a tune. The tune was as loud as the clouds and was very cheerful. These 3 elders were the 3 leaders of this peak. They were all cultured people who wanted to take a break from their busy lives. More than 10 beautiful female disciples were boiling water and making tea, serving them attentively. In addition, there was a group of energetic outer sect disciples who were watching the chess and listening to the zither. They were very happy. At this moment, 3 leaders. An old and dignified outer sect disciple walked up the mountain and into White Jade Plaza. He cupped his fists and said, 3 leaders. 3 managers, Manager Situ, Manager Zhou, and Manager He, lead the thousands of troops from their respective peaks to kill their way up to our peak. Among them there's a madman called Xiao Han who threatened to, he threatened. Oh? Xiao Han? This person is a living target. After a fortuitous encounter, he became very arrogant. He once challenged Shui Jianfeng to his face. What did he say? The old man who was playing the zither stopped and asked with a smile. That Xiao Han. The experienced outer disciple clenched his teeth and said, he said that he's going to cripple all of the geniuses of our peak. This man is indeed very arrogant. The 2 old men who were playing against each other stopped at the same time. They held the chess pieces in their hands and froze in the air. The cloudy expression on their faces faded in an instant, replaced by a few traces of hostility. Ha ha ha. The old man who was playing the zither laughed wildly. Good. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Xiao Han. He came to our door and still dared to speak rudely. After a pause, he said to the 2 old men who were playing chess. Old Tian, Old Hua, they came to our door and wanted to turn the tables. What do you think? 3 leaders, the people from that peak are all trash. Ling Feiyu, Ming Ran, they were all defeated by me last year. As for that Xiao Han, he's completely arrogant. He made them all kneel before me. As a matter of fact, I've long wanted to challenge their peak. It's great that they came to me on their own accord. That Xiao Han once humiliated junior brother Jing Shan. I'll make him pay for it. A handsome young man with a halberd on his back stepped out from the crowd. He had a majestic aura as if he was the ruler of the world. He was Zhu Yu, who had a conflict with Xiao Han on Shui Jianfeng's peak. Jing Shan was also standing to the side. The last time he fought against Xiao Han, he was beaten to the point of vomiting 5 mouthfuls of blood. When he returned to the sect, he lied that he was comprehending martial arts in seclusion, and only recovered last month. Now that he heard that Xiao Han was here, his heart skipped a beat, but he did not dare to show it. He forced a smile and said, Good. Very good. I Jing Shan have been in seclusion for a few months and I've gained some enlightenment. The people from that peak are perfect for practice. Nice. Let's go and fight. I can't wait any longer. A coarse young man wearing animal skin with a crescent moon scimitar on his waist walked out with big steps. His eyes were like those of a demon god and his joints were thick. He looked majestic as if he could destroy people's fighting spirit with just a stare. He stuck out his rough tongue and licked his lips. It's been a long time since I've broken someone's bones and broken someone's limbs. Today so many people came. Nice. He squinted his eyes and his face was full of a perverted smile. Good. All disciples follow us. They have already come knocking on our door. Our peak is not a weakling. A manager who was playing chess suddenly stood up. This time let's go all out. We don't care if we kill or cripple them. Those who dare to violate the dignity of our peak deserve to die 10,000 times. Gong Sun Kong. The 3 masters shouted at the same time. I'm here. In a corner of the White Jade Square, a young man in white sat on the ground. His clothes were as white as snow, and he had an elegant demeanor. The aura around his body didn't seem very fierce, but when he opened and closed his eyes, there was a deep sharpness rolling in them. There was a kind of innate pride in his eyes. The young man in white suddenly stood up. The air suddenly exploded and scattered in all directions. The aura around the young man in white suddenly changed from a lofty mountain and flowing water to a heroic hero. He looked down on the world and no one dared to look at him directly. Roar, from all directions of the young man in white, the faint roar of a wild lion could be heard, which made people's hearts tremble. Good. Gong Sun Kong, you're the main character of our peak. You're a peerless genius and your wild lion great technique is unparalleled in the world. You should also go and let those trash admire your peerless demeanor. The three masters of this peak said in unison. Yes, master. The eyes of the young man in white, Gong Sun Kong, flashed with a strange light golden color. His fighting spirit instantly soared to the sky. Let's go. Move the chessboard over. While we play chess, we can also watch our elite disciples beat up the trash of that peak. The two masters who were playing chess smiled happily. Move my zither over as well. The master who was playing the zither was flushed. Halfway up this peak, in the arena area, Xiao Han and the others had arrived long ago. Under the arena, a large group of people stood, with the three masters standing at the very front. Not long after, the host's outer sect disciples also came over in groups of 3 to 5. They stood in another area under the arena, and all looked at Xiao Han and the others with mocking and disdainful eyes. Some even said in a shrill voice, "This group of trash, they actually overestimated themselves and came over to provoke us. It seems that it's time for that peak to be abolished. There's no need for it to exist anymore." "Xiao Han, what are you going to do?" The three masters asked Xiao Han in a low voice. Before Xiao Han could answer, a large group of people suddenly came down from the mountain. They were led by 3 old men with white hair and a youthful face, and their faces were full of pride. "Oh, Brother Situ, Brother Zhou, Brother He, I didn't expect you to be in such a good mood to bring your disciples to challenge." "Ah, interesting. The 3 of you have been mediocre your whole life. Now, you finally want to be high profile for once? Aha, what to do? Do you want to have a battle royale or let the disciples fight one by one?" One of the old men laughed mockingly. "Oh, there's no need for a battle royale and there's no need to fight one by one," Xiao Han said loudly. "This time I alone will challenge your peak." Chapter 62. In the entire history of Cloud Rain Sect's outer sect, there was no such thing. It could be said to be unprecedented. Xiao Han's arrogance, overbearing and condescension could no longer be described with words. On the host's peak, the 3 leaders and all the disciples were stunned. Then they roared in anger. Countless murderous gazes swept across Xiao Han. If looks could kill, Xiao Han's corpse would have turned cold by now. In fact, under the fury of the thunder and lightning, the people of this peak no longer retorted or scolded Xiao Han. All of them were ferocious and wanted to rush forward to kill Xiao Han. Dense and violent energy chi soared into the sky from the host camp, piercing through the sky, and the wind and clouds became gloomy. "Good, very good. Brother Situ, Brother Zhou, Brother He, I didn't expect you to train such a madman." One of the hosts was no longer in the mood to play chess or play the zither. His face was twisted and full of hostility. "I hope he'll still be so stubborn when he gets on the stage. Everyone has the right to punish this kind of lunatic. I hope the 3 of you won't plead for leniency on his behalf. He only had himself to blame for everything. Digging your own grave." The 3 leaders of Xiao Han's mountain peak saw the situation in front of them and knew that Xiao Han had completely enraged the host's people. The situation had developed to a point where it could not be resolved and they would not rest until one side was dead. The 3 of them could only cooperate with Xiao Han and continue stirring up trouble. "We are martial artists. Our lives and deaths are up to fate." Manager Situ's tone was indifferent. "All right. Good. Life and death in the hands of the heavens. Well said." The host's 3 managers said in a cold tone. At this moment, Xiao Han smiled lightly and strolled onto a battle ring. His entire person exuded a kind of otherworldly aura that didn't belong to the mortal world. The thousands of people on Xiao Han's peak all had their hearts in their throats as they stared unblinkingly at Xiao Han who was on the stage. They were all silently praying in their hearts. "Senior brother Xiao Han, I hope you can bring glory to our peak. Today I, Xiao Han, will sweep through this peak," Xiao Han said indifferently. The saber intent cut off all distracting thoughts in Xiao Chen's mind, extinguishing fear, anxiety, nervousness and other negative emotions. All that was left was the will to fight and the conviction to win. His aura pierced through the rainbow and swallowed the mountains and rivers. In this situation his saber intent actually condensed a little. Xiao Han stood tall on the stage like a deity plucking flowers, attracting the attention of many. The enraged host's troops were intimidated by this aura and quietened down a lot. Manager Situ, Manager Zhou, and Manager He exchanged glances with one another. They could see the deep astonishment in each other's eyes. This brat is accumulating his strength. One of the hosts had a gloomy expression. Who in our peak can fight him? Disciple Feng Pai Jun is willing to kill this madman. Protect our peak's prestige. A host's outer sanctum disciple leaped onto the arena. His movement technique was swift and graceful, leaving no traces behind. Xiaohan. Audacious madman. You're seeking death. This host from the outer sect was handsome, and his clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. His entire person gave off the feeling that he was riding the wind. At this moment, King Kong was glaring at Xiaohan. Although Pai Jun has just entered the blood transformation realm, his movement technique is unpredictable. He has comprehended a bit of the profound meaning of the wind. Formless and formless, traceless and traceless. Just based on his movement technique alone, he can be ranked in the top 3 of our peak. In time he will definitely become someone great. One of the hosts nodded slightly. On the arena. You are not qualified to challenge me. Get down. Xiaohan flicked his fingernails slightly. I'll kill you. Feng Pai Jun suddenly moved. The sound of the wind rose on the arena. He turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards Xiaohan at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. Oh! Xiaohan was as still as a mountain. With a flick of his right index finger, a wisp of saber chi mixed with electricity easily tore through the air at a speed faster than half the speed of sound. This wisp of saber chi was like a flash in the pan, disappearing in a flash. The next moment, the gust of wind stopped. Feng Pai Jun stopped 5 steps away from Xiaohan. His expression was strange. Suddenly, a faint line of blood suddenly appeared on Feng Pai Jun's left cheek. Blood spurted out. What? Your attack. It's actually faster than my movement skill. You. Feng Pai Jun was scared out of his wits. Get lost. Suddenly Xiaohan flicked his right index finger repeatedly. Puchi. 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 Flapper Army's figure retreated explosively, and with every step he took, a string of beads of blood sprayed out from his face. When he retreated to the edge of the arena, his face was densely covered in saber scars, and it was dripping with blood. It was a horrifying sight to behold. Impossible? How is this possible? My clear breeze art has reached the great completion stage. I can only see the breeze and not the person. No one can catch the trajectory of my movement skill. Impossible. Feng Pai Jun screamed. His body tilted and fell off the arena. Pai Jun. Pai Jun is known for his speed. But he couldn't even last one move. He couldn't even get close to Xiaohan. The faces of the 3 hosts turned pale. On the mountain where Xiaohan was at, thunderous applause broke out. The crowd was excited. Show me a few decent ones. Xiaohan looked around and looked down on the world. I'll say it again. I alone will fight all of you. You can attack me as a group. I will deal with all of you. Too arrogant. A tiger's roar suppressed the noise of the crowd. Then a 2-meter-tall giant jumped onto the arena with an earth-shattering momentum. The ground shook. The air exploded. Xiaohan. I will crush you to death. I will crush every single bone in your body. The giant man had a leopard's head and round eyes. He looked majestic and had the aura of a giant beast. Taizhuang. He is a senior disciple of our mountain. He was born with innate strength. His strength is close to 150 ding. He has the strength to move a mountain. He tore apart tigers and leopards. He once tore apart 18 bandits with his bare hands. He is the best among the 3 armies. He was ranked 23rd in the previous outer disciple ranking competition. If it wasn't for his tough martial skills, his ranking would have been higher. A host's eyes shone brightly. 1 man can defeat 10 men. Tai Zhuang's physical defense is impregnable. He is the best candidate to kill Xiaohan. Die for this, daddy. On the arena, Tai Zhuang took a step forward. His aura filled the air and the ground beneath his feet cracked. Rocks flew everywhere and dust and smoke filled the air. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. With every step Tai Zhuang took, his aura became more solid. Energy rushed out from his head and turned into a green mountain. The air became unusually heavy. Xiaohan did not move. You cannot be tough for long. You have a strong physical body. However, you have not comprehended the secret of combining toughness and gentleness. You are just a piece of trash. Suddenly Xiaohan's aura rose. A kind of domineering aura that could conquer the world swept out. Energy surged and turned into a royal robe on Xiaohan's body. The sun, moon, stars, mountains and rivers were all in it. A crown appeared on top of his head. The 5 emperors' imperial canopy rose up. The imperial power of a country is in my hands. Those who go against the way of the king will be killed. Xiao Han executed the yellow robe armor technique. In an instant, Xiao Han seemed to be infinitely tall. All living beings prostrated before him. On the contrary, Tai Zhuang's aura was pushed back by the yellow robe technique. In an instant he was completely defeated. You go down too. Xiao Han made a grabbing motion with his right hand. Wood chi surged in all directions. Wood rings rolled and the old tree bark split open. A wood dragon stump condensed from chi was formed in an instant. It was 8 feet long and had the strength of 100 cauldrons. Bam! The wooden dragon stump swept across. Tai Zhuang's aura was weakened and his defense was reduced. He flew out like a paper kite. He spat out blood and fell off the arena. There was dead silence below the arena. The 3 main deacons of Xiao Han's mountain were trembling with excitement. They had never thought that Xiao Han would be this powerful. Furthermore, he was using one trump card after another. Every trump card was ridiculously powerful, sweeping away everything in his path. All the outer disciples of Xiao Han's mountain were usually bullied. They had to swallow their anger or be injured by people from other mountains. They had never felt so liberated before. Now all of them saw Xiao Han as a god. They were willing to worship him. The disciples of the host mountain were silent. They looked at each other in dismay. It was only then that the 3 chiefs realized that Xiao Han's arrogant words were not without reason. This Xiao Han is only at the marrow refining realm, but he is already so powerful. If he starts to change his blood, won't he become a monster? Could it be that his mountain is going to rise and trample on our mountain because of this arrogant disciple Xiao Han? We must kill him in advance. Otherwise, it will be disadvantageous to our mountain. At this moment, Xiao. A total of 18 outer disciples of the host mountain rushed onto the arena. Each of them carried a saber on their back. Their aura was fierce and domineering. Their saber aura swept across the arena. Xiao Han, you really do have a shocking skill. It seems like you will rise to the top in this year's outer disciple ranking competition. However, you have humiliated our peak, we cannot tolerate it. The leading young man's saber aura was cold. His eyes were sharp, cutting through the air. The corner of his mouth twitched. Didn't you want us to attack you together? As you wish. Set up the formation. In an instant, the 18 saber artists rotated on the arena. They each stood in a mysterious position and surrounded Xiao Han. It turned out to be a profound array formation. Azure Sky Transforming Dragon Saber Formation. It is formed by the 18 most outstanding saber artists of our mountain. The saber aura overlapped and turned into a dragon. It will tear the sky and crack the earth, leaving no one alive. This time Xiao Han will die. One of the host mountain's leaders said. On the arena. Azure. Heavens. Transform. Dragon. Absolute. Kill. Saber. Formation. The 18 saber artists roared in unison. Each of their bodies emitted a saber aura that soared into the sky. The 18 saber auras twisted together and turned into a dragon-shaped saber aura. The entire arena was in a state of panic. This dragon-shaped saber aura was 30 feet long. It shook its head and tail and was about to devour Xiao Han. All of you scram? Xiao Han was in the formation and did not move. Suddenly, a giant saber aura rushed out of his body. This saber aura was like a peerless dragon. It was violent and unparalleled. Poof, 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 poof. The air exploded. The stone slabs of the arena were lifted by the violent saber aura and floated in the air. Xiao Han's saber aura was 50 feet long. The intent and saber aura it contained far surpassed the saber auras of the 18 saber artists. Boom! The dragon-shaped saber aura of the 18 saber artists was engulfed by Xiao Han's saber aura. The formation collapsed. Poof, 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 poof. The saber aura of the 18 saber artists was destroyed. All of them spat out blood and were sent flying in all directions. This defeat had destroyed their willpower and dulled their saber auras. They would never be able to comprehend saber intent for the rest of their lives. Your peak is full of trash. Xiao Han stood on the ground and looked at the world with disdain. The 3 leaders of the host peak felt their mouths go dry and they were horrified. Xiao Han's strength had far exceeded the limits of what they could bear. This person has an endless number of trump cards. Could it be that he really wants to defeat our peak? One of the leaders' teeth chattered. Then he shouted in a sharp voice. Gong Sun Kong. Liu. Jiu. Jingshan. Su Ding. All of you attack together. Kill this brat. As soon as he finished his words, 5 figures flashed into the arena. The leader was dressed in a snow-white robe. His pale golden eyes were filled with battle intent. There was a faint roar of a group of lions around him. This was the #1 genius of this peak, Gong Sun Kong. He cultivated the Mad Lion great art and was the king of all beasts. A casual attack could destroy 9 continents. This person was ranked 7th in the Outer Disciple ranking competition last year. He was not to be underestimated. Next was a coarse young man dressed in animal skin with a crescent moon scimitar hanging on his waist. His eyes were like a devil's and his joints were thick, making him look majestic. This person was rumored to have been raised by a ferocious tiger and had the nature of a tiger in his blood. He cultivated the White Tiger Mad Killer Blade. With one slash, the enemy would definitely be torn into pieces. Last year he was ranked 10th in the Outer Disciple ranking competition. Next was Zhu Yu, who had an intense verbal conflict with Xiao Han. With a heavenly halberd, he was the only one among the 5 mountains. Last year he was ranked 14th in the Outer Disciple ranking competition. Zheng Shan was defeated by Xiao Han. Last year he was ranked 17th in the Outer Disciple ranking competition. At this moment, Zheng Shan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He licked his lips and wanted to swarm up with the others to dismember Xiao Han and avenge his humiliation. The last person was Su Ding. He was short, but his eyes were filled with divine light and his aura was extraordinary. He cultivated the burning sky tactic, which allowed him to produce flames with his qi. It was also very powerful. Last year he was ranked 20th in the Outer Disciple ranking competition. These 5 people were the 5 geniuses of this peak. All of them were at the blood-changing realm. They were the 5 strongest figures. This time they actually ganged up on a marrow-refining realm martial artist. Furthermore, all of them looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. This kind of battle was extremely rare in the history of Cloud Rain sect. The host of this peak and the Outer Disciples felt that they had lost all face previously. Now that it was 5 against 1, they were all roaring in their hearts. Kill. Kill. Kill him. As for Xiao Han's peak, be it the host or the disciples, all of them were worried for Xiao Han. After all, the 5 geniuses of this peak had been famous for a long time. None of them were ordinary people. They were all ranked in the Outer Sect's 10 peaks. In a one-on-one battle, they had absolute confidence in Xiao Han. But 1 against 5, it was extremely dangerous. However, on the arena, Xiao Han's eyes finally showed excitement. Good. My mental state is starting to tense up again. My saber intent surged and my body's potential was greatly stimulated. My mental state is being honed. A battle of this level is what I need the most right now. It's the best choice for honing my mental state and will. Xiao Han licked his lips. 1 against 5 and he was actually not afraid. Instead, his battle intent rose to the peak. Alright Xiao Han. That's enough for you. Gong Sun Kong stood out from the crowd with his hands behind his back and an overbearing aura. To be honest, you're an outstanding genius. You're a demon-like genius. In this year's Outer Sect ranking competition, you're likely to be in the top 5. It's not impossible for you to be in the top 3. In a one-on-one battle, I, Gong Sun Kong, do not have the confidence to defeat you. However, you're too arrogant. If the heavens want you dead, they'll definitely make you arrogant. With the 5 of us working together, you have no chance of winning. To be honest, I, Gong Sun Kong, do not want to take advantage of your perilous state and win with numbers. However, I heard that this year's Outer Sect ranking competition has generous rewards. Forget it. I, Gong Sun Kong, am in need of some supreme-grade elixirs to break through to the true Qi realm. How can I allow someone like you to step on my head? I'll take this opportunity to get rid of you first. Xiao Han, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too sharp. Use your ultimate move, counterattack before your death. Let me see how great your potential is. As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Sun Kang's entire body surged with strength. A male lion appeared above his head, crawling on top of the clouds. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with lion roars. Li Hu held the curved blade in his hand. His aura that was as heavy as a mountain poured out, causing the air to become heavy. Zhu Yu waved the heavenly halberd in his hand, bringing with it a cold light that was as dark as water. It was hard to tell if it was real or fake. Zheng Shan's aura was like that of an eagle or a snake, unfathomable. Su Ding slightly raised both of his palms. His palms were red and surrounded by flames, burning the air like boiling water. The 5 great geniuses formed an encirclement around Xiao Han. Below the arena. The situation is not good. The bastards of this peak are indeed shameless. They're really swarming up to attack. I've never seen such a shameless thing on the arena. Let's stop them. Xiao Han is fighting 1 against 5 and is at a disadvantage. especially that Gong Sun Kong. His Mad Lion Great technique is also a shocking ultimate move. Its lethality is extremely terrifying. Wait. I feel that Xiao Han still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. On the arena. I said that I'll sweep all of you and I'll definitely sweep all of you. No matter how many of you come up, it's useless. Xiao Han's will was as firm as a rock. In the next moment, a dim light flashed in Xiao Han's right hand. A single blade was grasped by Xiao Han. With the blade in his hand, Xiao Han's entire aura surged. The peerless sharpness that could pierce through everything was completely revealed on Xiao Han's body. The arrogance, disdain, and dominance of a blade master were all displayed. A fierce blade aura seeped out from the single blade in Xiao Han's hand. The air in all directions let out a mournful sound. The aura of the blade around Xiao Han's body was rising steadily, as if there was no end to it. P.S. I stayed up until 3:20 in the morning to finish writing this. I'm already exhausted and dizzy. Sweat, I need everyone's encouragement for me to work so hard. Everyone please vote for me. Or click like. Chapter 63. As soon as he drew out his saber, the weather changed. With the saber in his hand, the peerless sharpness of a saber master was revealed. The saber aura rose steadily and instantly caused an uproar in the entire area. It was as if a monarch had descended from the heavens. Even the air was groveling and trembling, wanting to submit to him. Xiao Han's eyes did not have the slightest hint of fear in them. All the negative emotions were destroyed by the saber intent. The saber intent was shapeless and could destroy everything. Of course, Xiao Han did not reveal his saber intent this time. The saber intent was another of Xiao Han's trump cards. In an instant, within the saber aura that covered the entire sky, thunder, lightning, and torrential rain fell. The intent realm of the thunderclap extermination saber was suddenly strengthened. Xiao Han held the saber in his hand and stood still. His demeanor and aura were unparalleled. Xiao Han stood there quietly, gripping the hilt of his saber without moving. His eyes became as calm as water. There was no one, there was no me, there was no one. The world was as silent as ice. However, the cold and murderous aura of the saber enveloped the entire arena. Gong Sun Kong, Li Hu Zhuyu, Jingshan, and Su Ding. The killing aura created by the five of them seemed to be cut apart by Xiao Han's saber aura. They began to lose ground. 5 against 1, but they were actually losing. What? He's actually a peerless saber master. I can't believe he's so sharp. Gong Sun Kang's face was as solemn as water. He felt the greatest pressure he had ever felt since he started cultivating. Roar. He let out a soft roar and gathered all his strength to the limit. Numerous wild lions burst out from his body and roared at the sky, dominating the world. Below the arena, the 3 masters of Xiao Han's peak were choking with emotion and almost cried. They had been in charge of the outer sect for many years and had never nurtured any genius. The only ones they had seen were Ling Feiyu and Meng Ran. However, Xiao Han's rise had given them the glory that they had never had in their lives. Because of that, their life force had risen to the peak. As for the host's peak, thousands of outer sect disciples were panic-stricken and their hearts were in a mess. It was like a scene of disaster. The 3 masters of the host's peak were even more terrified. This saber force is too strong. It's almost at the limit of a mortal body realm saber user. It's just a fine line away from the legendary saber intent. Could it be that the heavens want our peak to perish? Xiao Han is too domineering. In the future he will be another Shui Jianfeng. Invincible in the outer sect. Now that our peak has a grudge against him, if he were to reach the true Qi stage one day, he would definitely raise our peak to the ground. Suddenly, one of the hosts sat down cross-legged and placed the 6-stringed zither on his knees. He gathered his energy and plucked the strings. In an instant, a sonorous and resonant zither sound rushed into the sky. The sound of the zither contained a strong killing intent and the aura of war. It was as if the yellow sands stretched for thousands of miles and blood was spilled on the battlefield. It was inspiring. Gong Sun Kong, Li Hu, Zhiyu, Jingshan, Su Ding. I will play a song for you to help you kill the enemy. The manager spat out a mantra as his hands quickly plucked the strings of the zither. Strings of impassioned notes rolled out. In an instant, Gong Sun Kong and the other 4 people on the arena seemed to have received some kind of invisible encouragement, and their declining momentum was reversed. Kill? Everyone use your ultimate skills. Kill this bastard. We can't let him continue to accumulate his saber force. Boom. Under the influence of the zither sound, the 5 experts from the peak were valiant. They exploded with the greatest potential in their lives and attacked Xiaohan brazenly. For a moment, Gong Sun Kong punched out with his fists. The energy was like a wild lion that could destroy the world and twisted the air into powder. Li Hu slashed out with his white tiger manslaughter saber. The shadows of tigers overlapped in all directions, and it was dark and dangerous. Zhu Yu's heavenly halberd drew a line, and his killing intent poured out from thousands of miles away. Jing Shan's eagle and snake attacked together, throwing and swallowing like a whale, toppling mountains and overturning seas. Su Ding's palms moved with the long river of flames, burning mountains and boiling seas. The 5 experts attacked Xiaohan with all their might, and they used their ultimate skills one after another. Bang, 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 bang. The limestone slabs on the arena floated up one by one, occupying all the space in the arena. Boom. The limestone slabs that Xiaohan was standing on were also blown up, causing Xiaohan to be in midair. Xiaohan was in the middle of the monstrous whirlpool of attacks. He was like a lonely boat in the raging sea, and he could be destroyed at any time. The hot-blooded musical notes circled around the arena, increasing the killing intent. Swoosh, 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 Xiaohan swung his saber. Rays of saber light shot out. In a breath, 230 rays of saber chi burst out. They were accompanied by thunder and lightning, and they cut through the air. At a terrifying speed that was more than half the speed of sound, they scattered in all directions. With the help of speed, the saber chi from Xiaohan's saber reached 65 cauldrons per slash, which was far stronger than the strength of a hand saber. For a moment, puff, 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 puff. The limestone slabs floating on the arena were crushed into powder by the saber chi, and they fell down like rain. The attacks of the 5 geniuses were dismembered by the saber chi like a butcher dismembering an ox. What a fast saber speed. In a breath, he can actually slash out hundreds of saber chi, and the speed of his saber is approaching the speed of sound. This guy is too scary. However, with the 5 of us attacking together, we can suppress him. Go. Tear him apart. Gong Sun Kong clawed with both of his hands, and the roar of a lion could be heard incessantly. He executed the wild lion great art, constantly tearing apart the saber chi from Xiaohan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Gong Sun Kong stomped on the limestone slabs that were floating in the air, and he was about to attack Xiaohan. Get down. Xiaohan didn't stop waving his saber. The saber chi was like a laser, and it made Gong Sun Kong unable to get close to him. Instead, he was forced back to the ground. The battle had entered a stalemate. This kid is brandishing his saber at high speed, constantly bursting out saber chi and attacking from afar. However, his physical body is only at the marrow refinement realm, and his foundation is too weak. I don't believe that he can hold on for long. After a while, the speed of his saber will definitely slow down, and at that time, it will be the time for him to die. Gong Sun Kong, Li Hu, Zhu Yu, Jing Shan, Su Ding, the 3 of you temporarily defend and attack to wear down this kid's spirit. A saber user, again and again, will weaken, and by the 3rd, he won't be able to defeat all of you in one go. If you continue to wear him down, he will definitely lose. Despicable. How dare you interfere from the side? Do you have any shame? The leaders of Xiaohan's peak were furious, and they all pointed their fingers and scolded. However, the battle had already entered a white-hot stage, and victory and defeat were on the line. The 3 leaders of the host peak didn't care about anything else, and they screamed and shouted, giving advice from the side. The leader who played the 6-string zither had reached the limit of his spirit, chi and spirit. The rhythm of his music was grand and magnificent. As a result, Gong Sun Kong and the others on the stage were indeed more defensive than offensive. They focused on wearing down Xiaohan's saber chi, and no longer took the initiative to attack Xiaohan. As for Xiaohan, swoosh, 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 the saber in Xiaohan's hand turned invisible, and the saber light interweaved like a net. Within a few breaths, it was unknown how many saber chi he had slashed out. But the strange thing was that these saber chi didn't attack from afar. It was as if Xiaohan was slashing at the air. Below the stage, what's going on? Xiaohan. Why can't Xiaohan slash out saber chi? Could it be that Xiaohan's strength is really declining? The 3 leaders of Xiaohan's peak were trembling with fear. The thousands of people on the peak were all shocked. As for the 3 leaders of the host peak, they finally let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, this kid's spirit is worn out. Fortunately, he is only at the marrow refining realm, and his foundation is too weak to support him for a long time. Otherwise, we really can't do anything to him. One of the leaders of the host peak raised his voice. Gong Sun Kong. You can fight back now. This kid is exhausted. At this moment, Xiao Han was indeed exhausted. His face instantly turned pale and his body swayed. Then his legs gave way and he fell from the sky. However, just as Xiao Han fell from the sky and before he could touch the ground, something terrible happened. A giant saber chi suddenly appeared where Xiao Han was standing. The saber chi was 30 meters long, and it almost covered half of the stage. The saber chi was violent like a tornado, like a peerless dragon, like a disaster. Boom! The giant saber chi cut through the air as if it was cutting through tofu. With the power to kill people and destroy ghosts, it crashed towards Gong Sun Kong and the others. Po, 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 po. Wherever the saber chi passed, the ground caved in, and the floating bluestone slabs shattered into dust. The entire stage collapsed. Explosion. Mushroom clouds rose everywhere. It turned out that Xiao Han had taken advantage of the opportunity when Gong Sun Kong and the others were only defending and not attacking to continuously slash out thousands of saber chi. He condensed them into a giant saber chi and slashed out explosively. However, Xiao Han's physical strength was indeed exhausted, and he could no longer fight. This saber chi was simply unstoppable, and its speed was infinitely close to the speed of sound. Pooh! The saber chi swept across and destroyed the stage. In less than a breath's time the battle was over. Gong Sun Kong, Li Hu Zhuyu Zheng Shan, and Su Ding were all crushed into bloody mist by the saber chi. Not even their bones were left. Total annihilation. The zither music that filled the entire stage stopped abruptly, as if it was cut by a sharp blade. Bang! The zither strings snapped. Pooh! The zither player's face was as white as paper, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was extremely weak. The surroundings were as quiet as a ghost town. In the original area of the stage, dust and smoke billowed, obscuring everyone's vision. Moreover, it gave off a feeling of destruction. Senior Martial Brother Xiao Han, a female outer court disciple from Xiao Han's peak, exclaimed. Senior Martial Brother Xiao Han. What? Could it be that Senior Martial Brother Xiao Han is also? The outer court disciples of this peak were all panic-stricken. As for the 3 outer court disciples of the host peak, they were also so nervous that they were suffocating. Perish together? One of the host peak's leaders licked his dry lips. The mad Xiao Han perished together with 5 of our peak's geniuses. This is good. Although our peak's 5 strongest geniuses were killed by that bastard Xiao Han, causing our peak's vitality to be greatly damaged, and we temporarily no longer have the foundation to compete with the other peaks for supremacy, it can still be considered as killing a super genius. Exchanging the lives of 5 ordinary geniuses for the life of a monstrous genius, Gong Sun Kong and the others died a worthy death. One of the host peak's leaders said with a trembling voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a silhouette broke through the dust and smoke and slowly walked out. His clothes were torn in many places, and he held a single saber in his hand. His eyes were as firm as a rock, and the corner of his mouth was drawn into a cynical and unruly smile. I, Xiao Han, have said that I will sweep through your peak, and I will not go back on my words. Whoever is not convinced, come at me together. Blast them into dregs. The next moment, Senior Martial Brother Xiao Han. 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 Thunderous cheers erupted from Xiao Han's camp. Thousands of outer court disciples had tears in their eyes. The 3 leaders even had tears flowing down their faces, and they were sobbing uncontrollably. After sweeping through that peak, Xiao Han was also exhausted, and all the saber chi in his body was almost used up. In the end, a few female disciples took the initiative to help him back to the side courtyard. After sleeping for a day and a night and taking some pills to strengthen his vitality and recover his vitality, he finally recovered completely. The 3rd day, the 3 leaders personally came to Xiao Han's side courtyard. Acho also packed his luggage and came to Xiao Han's side. In the garden. Xiao Han, you swept through a peak alone. This matter has already caused a complete uproar in the entire Cloud Rain sect's inner and outer sect. Right now, your limelight has probably already surpassed the number 1 person in the outer sect, Shui Jianfeng. And because of you, our peak's overall strength has risen to the top 3. Now, the basic monthly welfare of our peak's disciples has been increased from 100 true martial coins to 500 true martial coins. Ah! It's all thanks to you, Xiao Han. The 3 leaders beamed with joy, and their old hearts were greatly comforted. In fact, because of this bitter battle, this disciple has also been tempered mentally. Furthermore, I have also absorbed some of the elixir particles that were stuck to my bones. This disciple's marrow refinement technique has become more profound. Xiao Han smiled and said. Indeed, after this battle, Xiao Han's physical strength was exhausted. Unexpectedly, it accelerated the absorption of elixir particles in his bones. Right now, Xiao Han's physical strength had reached 110 cauldrons. Xiao Han, the only thing that's not perfect now is that you've practically completely exposed all your trump cards before the outer court rankings competition has even begun. I believe that people will definitely study your trump card in depth. One of the leaders frowned. Trump card. Xiao Han smiled casually. My trump card might not have been completely exposed. His expression was unfathomable. What? Xiao Han, you still have trump cards? The three leaders felt their blood run cold as they looked at Xiao Han as if they were looking at a monster. Xiao Han smiled non-committally and immediately stood up. Leaders, today I will be going down the mountain with senior brother Ah Chou. We will return to senior brother Ah Chou's family in the secular world to participate in the clan meeting. This trip will probably take a long time. By the time I return to the sect, the outer sect ranking competition will be imminent. I will also take this opportunity to relax my mind. If there's a chance, I will also train in the pugilistic world. Alright. Xiao Han, you can go down the mountain with Ah Chou. The three leaders nodded. Ah Chou's family is also considered a big family in the secular world. The disciples of the family are scattered in various sects of the Beacon Fire Empire to cultivate martial arts. Xiao Han, you can also take this opportunity to see the martial artists of other sections. Chapter 64. Now it was autumn at the foot of the mountain and the sky was tinged with yellow. The autumn air was refreshing along the way, fiery red maple leaves, golden paddy, emerald green pine and cypress, azure blue sky and cotton-like white clouds. It was truly autumn on the trees and sunset on the mountains. Xiao Han galloped on his horse and felt extremely carefree. This time when Xiao Han followed Ah Chou down the mountain, he indeed had the intention of emptying his mind, touring the mountains and rivers and observing the world. Of course, if there was a chance to gain experience in the Jianghu, Xiao Han would not let it go. As for Ah Chou, once he left the mountain he was extremely excited as if he had been holding it in for a long time. His eyebrows danced and his face beamed with joy. Moreover, his eyes could not help but overflow with intense yearning and longing. Xiao Han recalled that Ah Chou once told him that he had a fiancée waiting for him at home. Senior brother Ah Chou, now that you're back home, you can finally see your beloved wife. Congratulations, congratulations, ha. Xiao Han could not help but tease. Ah Chou was actually shy and said bitterly. Xiao Han, to tell you the truth, I really want to see Jiao Jiao every day and every night. Jiao Jiao? That's a good name. It sounds like a beauty's name. Xiao Han smiled. Jiao Jiao is as pretty as a flower and as beautiful as a fairy. That's right, Xiao Han, you can't compare to your two female friends from Medicine King Valley. Ah Chou said seriously. Medicine King Valley? Xiao Han's expression froze for a moment before he smiled faintly. Let's talk about this after I reach the true Qi realm. Sorry, Xiao Han. I didn't mean to mention this. Ah Chou quickly changed his words. Alright, Xiao Han, I haven't told you my real name. I'm called Xiao Yunfan. But in Cloud Rain Sect, everyone calls me Ah Chou. Xiao Han, you don't have to change it. I'm already used to it. Oh? Senior brother Ah Chou, your name is quite elegant. Xiao Han said seriously. Xiao Han, my clan is located in the Blazing Flame City, in the Beacon Fire Empire. It's tens of thousands of miles away from our Cloud Rain Sect. But we travel thousands of miles on our dragon horses. We can arrive in a few days. Ah Chou continued. While we're on our way, I'll tell you about the family situation. Gradually, Ah Chou's expression turned serious. Senior brother Ah Chou, please speak. I'm all ears. Xiao Han said seriously. Xiao Han, firstly, Scorch Blaze City is a city, not a small town. The population was in the millions, and the army of the Beacon Fire Empire was stationed there. It could be considered a major city in the Beacon Fire Empire. A strategic location. Whereas our Xiao clan is worthy of being the #1 clan in Scorch City. Prestigious families, aristocratic families and great clans. It's not exaggerated at all to say that Scorch City is controlled by our Xiao clan. Even the city lord has to act according to our family's old man's mood. Amazing. Xiao Han sighed. Senior brother Ah Chou, I really didn't expect that your clan is so powerful in the secular world. Xiao Han, I don't dare to say that you have overwhelming power. You should know that sects are still the dominant force in the world today. The large sects can stand up to the empire. Clans are not worth mentioning in front of the large sections. Ah Cho smiled. Xiao Han, speaking of which, our Xiao clan's current clan head is my grandfather. My grandfather has 8 sons and I'm the only son of my grandfather's 4th son. How do I put it? My mother only gave birth to me, my father's only son. As for the children of my father's concubines, they are born of concubines and will never have the qualifications to inherit the clan head. Xiao Han, do you understand what I'm saying? Xiao Han knocked his head and pondered for a while before speaking. Senior brother Ah Cho, I understand. Your Xiao family is a prestigious family that has flourished and flourished. You belong to the direct line of descent. You have the qualifications to inherit the clan head in the future. Is that what you mean? Yes. Ah Cho nodded deeply and said thoughtfully. However, Xiao Han, it's extremely difficult for me to inherit my grandfather's position. My grandfather has 8 sons and my father's line of descent is somewhat lacking. As his only son, my father has high expectations of me and spent a lot of effort to send me to the Cloud Rain sect to cultivate martial Dao. However, my aptitude and bone structure are really the worst. Relying on the elixirs you bought for me and the withered tree collection that you gave me, I barely managed to enter the marrow refinement realm. So, I feel ashamed just thinking about it. My uncle's eldest son, Xiao Yintian, entered the 8 Desolation Hall at a young age and is a genius. Now in the outer sect of the 8 Desolation Hall, he is one of the top 10 geniuses and has a bright future. He is the undisputed top talent of the Xiao clan and will inherit the position of clan head in the future. Second uncle's 3rd son, Xiao Yunfeng, is a peerless talent. It is said that in recent years he has risen like a comet in the Raging Flame sect. He is at the peak of the blood transformation realm and half a step into true Qi. He is an exceptional talent among the younger generation of the Raging Flame sect and has a high chance of successfully breaking through to the true Qi realm. Forget it, I won't talk about it anymore. These cousins are like mountains pressing on my head, making it hard for me to breathe. In fact, every time I attend the clan meeting, I cannot avoid being ridiculed and ridiculed. No one will pay attention to an insignificant person like me. Ah Cho laughed self-mockingly. In terms of talent, I have no talent. In terms of cultivation, I am barely at the marrow refinement realm. It is impossible for me to achieve the blood transformation realm. In terms of connections, I only have you, Xiao Han, as my friend and brother in the Cloud Rain sect. They're not like my cousins. Every time they come back to participate in the clan gathering, they're always calling their friends. They're all powerful and dazzling. Sigh Xiao Han, although I'm from a big clan, I feel very inferior and helpless. In fact, I have no ambition. Getting involved in the position of clan head will only disappoint my father's expectations. Next year, I will return to the clan and find a leisurely job. I will not compete with others and will not participate in the twists and turns of the clan. But luckily I still have Jiao Jiao. Once I think of being able to spend the rest of my life with her and let her bear my children, I feel that this life is enough. Ah, Xiao Han, I am sorry to tell you so many heavy things. Ah Cho shook his head and laughed. Senior brother Ah Cho, don't belittle yourself. Don't worry, I am not talented. But this time I will return to the Xiao clan with senior brother Ah Cho. I will definitely do my best and fight for your reputation. If those cousins of yours dare to mock you again, I will naturally have a way to deal with them. Xiao Han laughed and patted Ah Cho's shoulder to show encouragement. Yes, Xiao Han, your combat strength is terrifying. You can kill people above your level as easily as drinking water and eating. You have vaguely become a great genius in the outer sect of the Cloud Rain sect. You are outstanding and aloof. Befriending you will not lose to the connections my cousins have painstakingly built up. This time, my father will definitely be very happy. Ah Cho laughed loudly. Let's go, Xiao Han. Let's hurry back to Scorching Flame City. Let's go. The 2 WIRM horses galloped away. 3 days later, a city appeared in Xiao Han and Ah Cho's vision. The city was square and stretched for thousands of miles. It was like a crouching tiger and coiled dragon, giving off a strict atmosphere. There was a moat in front of the city gates. The moat was deep and wide. The city walls were tall and thick, giving off a majestic aura of one man holding the pass against 10,000 enemies. Outside the city, there was a continuous military camp with flags like the sea. The city walls were filled with soldiers with tough bodies and armor. They were ready to fight like dragons and tigers. What a city! Chapter 65. Indeed, the difference between a city and a town was too big, like the difference between heaven and earth. Even the Willow Town and Crouching Bull Town that Xiao Han had been to before were like a small, remote place compared to the blazing flame city in front of him. Let's go, senior brother Ah Cho. Let's go into the city and have a look. Xiaohan was also excited. The two of them rode side by side and their horses turned into two rays of flowing light. In the blink of an eye, they passed the suspension bridge on the moat and arrived at the city gate. The commoners who entered the city gave way to them and looked up curiously. Just as the guards were about to ask, one of the middle-aged leaders saw Ah Cho and immediately stopped him. Then he smiled and said, "Young Master Yun Fan, you're back? Ah, let's enter the city." These few days the young masters and ladies of the Shao clan all came back one after another. It's very lively. The Shao clan is flourishing and prosperous. Uncle Li, I'll treat you to a drink another day. Ah Cho cupped his fists at the leader of the guards and immediately led Xiaohan into the blazing flame city. Xiaohan's hearing was very good. He heard the whispers of the guards behind him. Uncle Li, who was that young master just now? TSK, his appearance is truly incomparably ugly. It's just that he's wearing the sex robes to raise his status, that's all. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. That's the direct descendant of the Shao clan, young Master Yun Fan. Back then, young Master Yun Fan was also a handsome man at the age of 20. However, I don't know what happened to him that caused him to become like this. However, young Master Yun Fan has a good heart since young. He doesn't have the playboy attitude of a young master from a wealthy clan. Instead, he's kind to others. He often uses his pocket money to buy wine, roast meat, and roast chicken to reward the guards. Don't talk bad about young Master Yun Fan in the future. Inside the blazing flame city. The first impression Xiaohan got when he entered the city was prosperity. Extremely prosperous. 8 streets and 9 roads. The widest street was more than 10 zhang wide. There was also a 10 li long street. There was an endless stream of horses and carriages, and pedestrians shuttled back and forth, forming a curtain and rubbing shoulders. There were tea houses, taverns, restaurants, butcher shops, and so on. In the store there were silk, satin, jewelry, spices, incense, paper horses, etc. Apart from that, there were also medical clinics, car repair, fortune-telling, shaving, plastic surgery, and all sorts of other professions. Big shops hung bright banners in front of their doors to attract business. There were pedestrians on the streets, merchants doing business, gentry looking at the scenery, officials riding horses, peddlers peddling their wares, families riding sedan chairs, monks carrying baskets on their backs, foreign tourists asking for directions, children listening to stories on the streets, sons and daughters of rich and powerful families drinking in restaurants, and disabled old people begging at the edge of the city. Men and women, young and old, scholars, farmers, merchants, all kinds of religions and all kinds of people. Of course, there were also brothel girls in the red light districts and willow alleys. In fact, there was no lack of martial artists and sect disciples walking around. TSK. Senior Brother Ah Cho, today I finally understand what is meant by a world of sensual pleasures, singing and dancing. Xiaohan sighed repeatedly. However, Xiaohan was a person who focused on martial Dao after all. He only had a pure attitude of admiration towards these worldly luxuries. He was not infatuated with them and yearned for them. Of course, it did not mean that every martial artist or sect disciple was like Xiaohan and did not have any greed towards worldly luxuries. It was mainly because Xiaohan had comprehended the formless saber intent. The saber intent could shatter all false thoughts, causing the heart of a saber user to be as firm as a boulder, unshakable, unfettered by worldly matters, and free from distracting thoughts. That's right, Xiaohan. This blazing flame city has a population of millions. There are markets and markets in the city. The markets are the residential areas and the markets are the business areas. The markets are separated. There are 2 markets, the East Market and the West Market. The East Market has 220 lines. There are buildings on all sides and all kinds of treasures are gathered there. Furthermore, there are new ponds in the city, allowing boats to enter the city. There are often more than 10,000 boats in the world filling up the river. Ah Cho also sighed. Then he smiled proudly. Xiaohan, let me tell you. At least half of the businesses in this blazing flame city belong to our Shao clan. Xiaohan's heart was slightly moved. For a person like Ah Cho who could not achieve much on the martial Dao, the most perfect ending in his life would be to return to his roots and return to this mirage-like flourishing secular world and live out the rest of his life happily. Xiaohan, in fact, the true martial continent still advocates martial strength. Everything you see is nothing in front of a true martial artist. Let's put it this way. If Blazing Flame City offends a true Qi realm expert, it would instantly turn into a scorched land. Life and death would be in their hands and there would be no room for resistance. Ah Cho sighed again. That's why I say to be like you, Xiao Han, to have the ambition and talent to be proud of is the way of the king. With your current strength, it would be easy for you to enjoy all the riches in the secular world and have fun every night. However, I believe that you will not be too attached to these things. Xiao Han did not deny it and smiled. The two rode their horses slowly and admired the scenery along the way. Suddenly Xiao Han stopped his horse. He saw that in the huge plaza at the center of the city, there were 8 large bronze pillars. The bronze pillars were inlaid with many gold and gems, looking magnificent. At the top of the 8 bronze pillars, there was a hexagonal mirror. This mirror was not ordinary. The 6 mirrors almost covered every corner of the city. True Qi was flowing on every surface of the mirror like flickering lights and passing shadows. At this moment, the true Qi was quietly floating, appearing very peaceful. This is? Demon Revealing Mirror? Xiao Han's mind flashed. Yes, Xiao Han, this is the Demon Revealing Mirror that protects our blazing flame city. The talisman of millions of people. Whenever a demon appears in the city, the mirror will produce a storm-like fluctuation and give a warning. Acho smiled and said. He paused and said. However, normal demon races would not come to such a large city to wreak havoc and eat away at the human race. The demon race is also intelligent. They mostly appear in small towns and villages. They are not easy to kill. They can hunt and eat humans without fear. This little brother understands. Xiao Han nodded. Instinctively, Xiao Han focused his mental energy on his heart, letting the strange thing there sense the surroundings. Fortunately, the strange thing in his heart knew its place and did not go berserk. This meant that there should be no demons hiding in this city. It was a paradise. Peaceful times. Let's go, Xiao Han. I'll take you back to the Xiao Manor now. Acho smiled. At this moment, a cute little girl held a Tonghulu in her hand, sucking on it as she ran to Xiao Han. Her black eyes flashed with innocence and curiosity. She sneaked a look at Xiao Han, then stared at Xiao Han's mount for a long time. She finally gathered her courage and looked up at Xiao Han. Big brother, is this a horse? Why is it different from my family's horse? Haha, little girl, this is a horse. Why isn't it? Xiao Han smiled. Seeing the sticky sugar residue at the corner of the little girl's mouth, Xiao Han felt a strange warmth. Xiao Manor. Xiao Han finally followed Acho to the giant family of Scorching Fire City, the Xiao family manor. The Xiao Manor was indeed majestic and huge. Not to mention that it occupied tens of thousands of acres. Just the stone lions, stone tigers, stone cheilants and stone pishio placed at the entrance were too many to count. After entering the manor, Xiao Han's eyes were even more dazzling. The courtyard was deep and extended in all directions like a labyrinth. There were rockery, ponds, lakes, lotus flowers, goldfish, bejeweled eaves, grand paths and lush trees. The mansion was quiet and spotless. The maids that Xiao Han saw along the way were all little beauties that looked like they were carved from jade. When he returned home, Acho finally straightened his back a little. His expression also revealed some majesty, unlike how he was in Cloud Rain sect where he was timid. The huge manor was also divided into the direct descendants area and the concubines area. It was orderly. Acho's home was in the direct descendants area. It was a grand manor with carved beams and painted pillars, displaying the wealth of a large family. The moment he entered the house, the servant girls, craftsmen, servants, manservants and old nannies all shouted in joy. Young Master Yunfan is back. Young Master Yunfan is back. Before long, a man and a woman, 2 middle-aged men, rushed out. The middle-aged man was dressed in embroidered clothes and looked elegant. Although his sideburns were slightly white, the faint scholarly aura between his brows was still very attractive. He was not an ordinary person either. He had cultivated martial arts before. However, Xiao Han could tell that the middle-aged man's realm was not deep. He was probably at the bone refinement realm and had not even reached the organs refinement realm. The middle-aged woman was petite and extremely beautiful. She was around 40 years old, but she still had her charm. A pearl necklace around her neck glowed gently, making her look elegant and dignified. Yunfan. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded at Acho, a deep doting look flashing across his eyes. On the other hand, his mother directly held Acho's hand and asked about his well-being. Child, was it hard for you to cultivate martial arts this year? I see that you have lost weight. Father, mother, it was not hard. I have improved a lot compared to last year. This year, I have already started refining my marrow. Acho said with a smile. What? Yunfan, you have started refining your marrow? The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he praised loudly. Good child. Good child. The child of my 4th Xiao is not useless. Then, the middle-aged man's face slightly darkened and he said in a low voice, "But I heard that the children of eldest brother and second brother have already started changing their blood. So, forget it, let's not talk about this today. The children have their own fortune." "Old master, comparisons are odious. Why do you have to compare our Yunfan with the children of the other branches? As long as our Yunfan lives a peaceful and happy life, we as parents will be satisfied." He glared at the middle-aged man with slight annoyance. "Moreover, our Yunfan is the most honest and loyal person. If he can't compete with the children of the other branches, he might as well not compete. After competing for so long, it's all for naught." This middle-aged man and woman were Ah Chao's biological parents. At this moment, Ah Chao hurriedly pulled Xiao Han over and introduced him to his parents. "Father, mother, this is a friend I made in Cloud Rain sect, Xiao Han. Xiao Han is my good brother. This year, thanks to brother Xiao Han's care, I have improved and broke through to the marrow refinement realm. Uncle, auntie, nice to meet you." Xiao Han hurriedly bowed. Ah Chao's parents scrutinized Xiao Han for a while. Ah Chao's mother smiled. "What a handsome young man. He looks like a talent. Good. Xiao Han, right? Don't stand on ceremony. Our Yunfan was not treated well in Cloud Rain sect all these years and did not make any friends. We are very happy that you are able to make friends with Yunfan. Nephew Xiao Han, you are very good. Don't stand on ceremony. Treat it as your own home." Ah Chao's father smiled amiably. There was no hint of hypocrisy in this smile. It was very sincere and made Xiao Han feel warmth in his heart. "Let's go to the main room and have a seat. Have a few sips of tea. I'll get the servants to prepare a banquet." Ah Chao's father smiled happily. Main room. The room was very spacious. Furniture carved from precious wood was placed everywhere, emitting a refreshing fragrance. The floor was covered with soft beast skin. Precious spices were still burning in the corner of the room. Ah Chao's parents sat at the top while Xiao Han and Ah Chao sat at the bottom. Soon, a few beautiful servant girls served fragrant tea and some exquisite pastries. Ah Chao drank a mouthful of tea and immediately said casually, "Father, mother, where's Jiao Jiao? Doesn't Jiao Jiao know that I'm home today? Why doesn't she come out to see me? I think about Jiao Jiao day and night. I miss her very much. I'm going to stop my studies in Cloud Rain sect next year and return home to marry Jiao Jiao." Ah Chao's eyes shone with a blissful expression. "Yunfan." Suddenly, Ah Chao's father's body stiffened. His scholarly eyes flashed with an obvious gloomy cloud and even anger. His hands that were holding the teacup trembled slightly. The tea almost spilled out. "Child, did you beg the leaders of Cloud Rain sect to treat the wound on your face?" Ah Chao's mother asked with a trembling voice. At this moment, her eyes were filled with tears and she looked extremely agitated. There was even a hint of resentment. Xiao Han observed from the side and felt that the matter was a little strange. Soon after, he put the teacup on the tea table next to him without batting an eyelid. "Father, mother, what happened to you guys? I see that your expressions are strange. Did something happen? Where's Jiao Jiao?" Ah Chao could also tell that something was wrong and quickly asked. "Yunfan, answer father and mother first. Did you beg the higher-ups of Cloud Rain sect to treat the wound on your face?" Ah Chao's father put down the teacup. "Father, mother, the scar on my face was caused by the corrosion of a deadly poison. It's hard to be treated with medicine. Even the famous doctors in the world are helpless. I have also begged the 3 leaders to treat the wound on my face. But, there's nothing I can do. The 3 managers told me that unless a true energy realm expert used a special type of true energy called the reincarnation divine fire, it would be impossible to burn away the poison scars on my face. But, I have a lowly status in Cloud Rain sect. It's impossible for me to beg a great expert of true chi realm to treat the wound on my face. Forget it, father, mother. Now that things have come to this, I don't have any hope of recovering my old appearance." Sigh. Ah Chao's parents let out a long sigh with melancholy and disappointment. "Father, mother, where's Jiao Jiao?" Ah Chao asked anxiously again. "All right, child." Ah Chao's mother's expression instantly turned cold. "Don't mention Feng Jiao Jiao anymore. Father and mother will arrange another marriage for you. Find a woman that's 1,000 times better than Feng Jiao Jiao." "No." Ah Chao's face was as pale as paper. "I only want Jiao Jiao." "Child?" Ah Chao's father's expression was sorrowful. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Your marriage with Feng Jiao Jiao is cancelled." After a pause, Ah Chao's father said with a trembling voice, Your sworn brother Jianghu has also returned from the Valley of Medicine Masters. Go and beg him to give you some pills on account of their past relationship. Suddenly, Ah Chao's mother flew into a rage. Don't go and beg Jianghu. This child, we have raised him for nothing. Back then, we shouldn't have taken pity on him and brought him back from the streets. This person is rebellious and repaid kindness with enmity. Old master, all these years, we have let a wolf into the house. Madam, calm down. Anger harms the liver. Why are you so anxious? Forget it, Jianghu was raised by us and we watched him grow up. He suffered when he was young. Now that he is blessed by the heavens to enter the Valley of Medicine Masters, it is also his good fortune. After all, he is our adopted son and we have always treated him like our own. Now that he has made a name for himself, we should be happy for him. Jianghu. Ah Chao's expression changed instantly and turned cold. Jianghu has entered the Valley of Medicine Masters. He is the first disciple in the history of the Shao family to enter the Valley of Medicine Masters. Is he back this year? Then I should go and congratulate him. However, there was no need for her to ask him for medicinal pills. I don't need any pills. Child, don't go and see Jianghu. Why would you go and see such an ungrateful ingrate? He has even stolen your fiancé. Do you still want to see him? Ah Chao's mother blurted out. Madam, you have misspoken. Ah Chao's father stamped his foot heavily. His expression was terrible and his whole body trembled. Don't mention this again, don't mention this again. What? Hearing this, Ah Chao stood up immediately. His whole body trembled violently and his soul left his body. Jianghu and Jiao Jiao, when Xiao Han heard this, he roughly understood some things. A wave of impatience and rage suddenly rose in his heart, but he forcefully suppressed it. Xiao Han stood up, patted Ah Chao's shoulder and said in a clear voice, Uncle Andy, what is going on? Please tell us. Ah Chao Shixiang has deep feelings for his fiancée Jiao Jiao. But now, from what you are saying, it seems that a person called Jianghu actually stole his love and stole Jiao Jiao. What is going on? Sigh. Ah Chao's father beat his chest and stamped his feet. Ah Chao stood stiffly like a wooden statue. Ah Chao's mother opened her mouth, looking very angry. After a moment of silence, Ah Chao's mother suddenly said, Nephew Xiao Han, you are not an outsider. Auntie will tell you everything about this matter. Auntie has not eaten or drunk these days. My heart is filled with anxiety. I always wanted to tell you everything about this matter. But your uncle kept persuading me and I endured it. Since you've asked, Auntie will tell you. Madam, you. Ah Chao's father wanted to stop her, but Ah Chao's mother had already quickly narrated. Xiao Han Jianghu is an orphan. One winter 18 years ago it was snowing heavily. Your uncle and I went to the temple to pray and came back. When we passed by a long street, we suddenly heard the cries of a baby. When we turned around the street, there was a dirty pile of rubbish. There was a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes. His whole body was covered with snow and water. He was on his last breath and was crying with all his might. He was about to die. So we carried this baby back. This baby was Jianghu. From then on, we treated Jianghu as our adopted son. We raised and taught him. To be honest, Jianghu was extremely intelligent since he was young. He was full of tricks. No matter what he learned, he was much faster than Yunfan. Moreover, he was very articulate and good at coaxing people. As time passed, Jianghu was like our biological son in the mansion, but Yunfan was not welcomed everywhere. Jianghu is our adopted son. We pitied him for being alone since he was young. Sometimes he was the one who bullied Yunfan, but we turned a blind eye and did not blame him at all. It caused Yunfan to suffer many grievances. Later on, Jianghu was very lucky. He was chosen by the experts of the Valley of Medicine Masters and became the first disciple of the Shao clan to enter the Valley of Medicine Masters to cultivate. Slowly, Jianghu became arrogant. Every time he came back, he would be arrogant. He even dared to mock Yunfan in front of him. This year, he was so cruel and unscrupulous. He ruined the marriage that Yunfan had arranged since he was young. Ah Chao's mother finished sobbing. Bastard. At this moment, Xiao Han was completely enraged. An orphan was picked up by uncle and auntie from the rubbish pile and raised. Not only did he not repay their kindness, he even took over the magpie's nest. This kind of person was blinded by greed and did not repay kindness. He deserved to die and should not be tolerated in this world. But soon Xiao Han calmed down a little and frowned. Uncle, auntie, senior brother Ah Chao and Feng Jiaojiao's marriage seemed to have been decided a long time ago. How could it be changed so easily? The Shao clan is a prestigious clan. This kind of thing can't be done without any basis, right? Nephew Xiaohan, now that Jiang Feng has entered the Valley of Medicine Masters, his status has increased. Nephew Xiaohan, you are also a disciple of a large sect. You should know that the disciples of the Valley of Medicine Masters are very popular. They are good at refining elixirs. Ah Chao's father sighed helplessly. Perhaps, a disciple from the Valley of Medicine Masters would not be too important in the eyes of the Cloud Rain sect. But to a noble clan like us, his importance goes without saying. It is no exaggeration to say that if the clan has a disciple of the Valley of Medicine Masters refining elixirs, the reputation of the entire clan will soar. It will easily increase the overall power of the clan. Even the clan can use elixirs to nurture some talents. The cancellation of the marriage between Yun Fan and Feng Jiaojiao was personally ordered by the old man. Now the entire clan values Jiang Fan very much and is willing to do anything to win him over. In other words, the clan leader is prepared to directly sacrifice senior brother Ah Cho. Xiaohan's face was ashen. We can only blame our Yun Fan. His talent, character and luck are all inferior to others. Therefore he cannot be valued and can only be abandoned. Ah Chao's father's face was as dispirited as ash. The old man said that the world changes and changes. No clan can guarantee eternal prosperity. However, maintaining the clearest mind at all times, knowing how to make choices, grasping some talents that must be grasped, and decisively abandoning mediocre talents, is the only way to ensure that the clan does not fall. At this moment, Godfather, Godmother, I am back. Ah! An arrogant voice came from afar. Jiang Feng. Ah Chao's parents' faces changed instantly. They were practically gritting their teeth. As for Ah Cho, his entire body trembled even more violently. His fists clenched and unclenched, loosened and tightened again. But he did not say a word. He was extremely quiet, giving off a terrifying feeling like the calm before the storm. Chapter 66. Jiang Feng had the heart of a tiger and a wolf, worse than a pig or a dog. He was an orphan who was adopted by Ah Chao's parents and was raised by them. Yet, he did not care about their relationship and forcefully broke up Ah Chao's engagement and took away Ah Chao's beloved fiancée. Let's not talk about the hatred of taking away his wife. After this incident, Ah Cho and his parents were completely disgraced and shamed for the rest of their lives. In the Shao clan, even in the entire Scorching Flame City, they were reduced to a laughing stock. Humiliation. A complete and utter humiliation. A humiliation that could not be washed away even with the water of 3 rivers and 5 lakes. The killing intent in Xiaohan's heart surged like a wild horse. His eyes glinted and his aura became sharper and sharper. He was like a ferocious tiger lying in the forest that saw its prey and was about to pounce on it. Senior brother Ah Cho, just say the word and I will cripple Jiang Feng for you. Slice him up or chop off his head. Otherwise, I will cripple his cultivation and turn him into a cripple. Senior brother Ah Cho, just nod your head and I will do it immediately. Xiaohan said coldly. Ah, nephew Xiaohan. Ah Chao's parents looked at the friend their son brought back with such a heavy killing intent. However, Ah Chao's father had cultivated the martial Dao and had seen some of the world. He could tell that Xiaohan was only at the marrow refining realm and had not started the blood transformation realm. A martial artist of this level was neither good nor bad. He might not be able to do whatever he wanted in the Shao clan, which was a huge clan in the secular world. Nephew Xiaohan, don't be rash. You must not make a move. This marriage was personally stopped by the old man. You must not go against it, you must not go against it. Ah Chao's father quickly tried to dissuade him. On one hand he did not dare to act rashly in the clan, on the other hand he was thinking for Xiaohan's sake. He could not let his son's good friend forcefully stand up for his son and bring trouble upon himself. If Xiaohan was at the realm of true Qi, he would be able to cover the sky with one hand and instantly control the Shao clan leader's thoughts. However, he was only at the marrow refining realm and did not have this ability. Xiaohan. Ah Cho, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Brother, listen to me. His eyes were filled with tears and his expression was filled with sorrow and despair. It was too horrible to look at. Xiaohan felt a pain in his heart. Senior brother Ah Cho, speak. Brother Xiaohan, you cannot make a move. Or else my parents will be. Moreover, today I have a few words that I want to question Jiang Feng face to face. Ah Chao's eyes flashed with determination. All right, senior brother Ah Cho, I won't fight today. Xiaohan nodded. In reality his words carried a double meaning. He only stated that he wouldn't fight today, but he didn't make any other promises. king of a tiger and walked and walked. Of the two. The Shao Han of Shao Emperor Shao and a Shao Cho who had walked, and king. The Shao in his face a Yang king of Feng the man Chas Tu Shao and had and was a Chas. Shao Han Shao. At this moment, his expression and demeanor had a feeling of being full of life. His gaze was arrogant as he looked at Ah Cho and his parents. Standing behind this young man was a black-robed man who appeared to be in his 20s. His aura was vigorous and it was obvious he was at the blood transformation realm. His forehead was full, his nose was straight, and the corners of his eyes and brows revealed a sense of superiority. Father, mother, I'm back. Adoptive father, adoptive mother, your child has returned. Brother Yunfan, you're back too? Brother Yunfan, we haven't seen each other for a year, right? I wonder how Brother Yunfan has been in Cloud Rain sect for the past year. Did you get bullied or ostracized? I wonder how Brother Yunfan has been in the Cloud Rain sect for the past year. Has he been bullied or ostracized? I wonder how you've been in Cloud Rain sect for the past year. Did you get bullied or ostracized? Why don't I greet them and ask them to take care of Brother Yunfan? Also, Big Brother Yunfan, I brought back some pills that I personally refined when I returned to the clan. Big Brother Yunfan, please come with me to collect a few later. The Xiao man was Jiang Feng. Although Jiang Feng's words seemed to be friendly and amiable, each and every one of his words sounded like he was doing charity. Furthermore, he swaggered, and the disdain and mockery in his eyes were unconcealed. The man in black standing behind Jiang Feng harumphed coldly. He was acting arrogant. Enough. Jiang Feng, don't call us father and mother. We're not fit to be your father and mother. You're an expert in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. You've soared to the sky and are now insufferably arrogant. What are you doing here? Ah Chao's mother couldn't hold it in and almost cursed it out loud. We've raised you for nothing for 18 years. We're done with you now. You can leave. Huh. Watch your words. The expression of the black-clothed man standing behind Jiang Feng suddenly changed as he sternly said, "You're just a nobody from a mundane family. How dare you yell at Brother Jiang Feng? How dare you? You don't know what's good for you." Ha 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 ha. Ah Chao's father laughed. Forget it. Master Jiang Feng, we've let you down. We've been rude. Jiang Feng frowned and said coldly, "Father, mother, Brother Yunfan, there's no need to be angry. This is Brother Luo Li, one of the more important people in the outer sect of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. We've been through life and death together. For this clan meeting, Brother Luo Li did me the honor and came back to support me. Brother Luo Li is an arrogant person. If I've offended you, I'm here to ask for forgiveness." Shao Han stood at the side, watching calmly and not saying a word. He had already used his saber intent to extinguish his anger and replaced it with coldness. He looked at Jiang Feng and Luo Li as if he was looking at two dead things. "All right, Jiang Feng, don't cry like a cat crying like a mouse." Suddenly, Ah Cho took a step forward and said coldly, "I have a few questions to ask you." "Brother Yunfan, please ask." Jiang Feng smiled. "Jiang Feng, if my parents didn't carry you back from the street, where would you be now?" Ah Cho asked woodenly. "I'd probably freeze to death or starve to death, or be abandoned in the wilderness without a corpse left." Jiang Feng said calmly. "Good, very good. How have my parents always treated you?" Ah Cho continued to ask. "Like my own child." "How have I, Shao Yunfan, treated you?" "Brother Yunfan is loyal and honest. You've tolerated me since I was young. You've always given in to me. Then why did you steal my fiancée? Why did you make my family fall into endless shame?" Ah Cho roared sternly. The muscles at the corner of Jiang Feng's eyes twitched madly. An extremely complicated expression flashed across his eyes. He squinted slightly and looked up at the sky. Then he said word by word. "Because of jealousy. I, Jiang Feng, am extremely talented. Since I was young, I've learned poetry, music, chess, calligraphy and painting faster and better than you, Brother Yunfan. Even in terms of martial arts, I, Jiang Feng, far surpass you. Brother Yunfan, I've only entered the Valley of Medicine Masters for 3 years, but my physical body cultivation has already reached the peak of the marrow refining realm. Brother Yunfan, you've only just entered the marrow refining realm after cultivating for 5 years in the Cloud Rain sect. With your bone structure, you won't be able to undergo blood transfusion in your entire life. You'll just be mediocre for the rest of your life. You and I, the winner is decided immediately. I, Jiang Feng, am superior to you in every aspect, but fate is unfair. I, Jiang Feng, am only an orphan. It's impossible for me to stand out in the Shao family. Brother Yunfan, you're a half-cripple. You were born as the legitimate grandson of the Xiao family. I Jiang Feng am not convinced. Fate is unfair. Fortunately, Jiang Feng's face suddenly revealed an extremely carefree expression. Fortunately, the heavens are watching over me and allowed me, Jiang Feng, to grasp an opportunity to change my fate and enter the Valley of Medicine Masters. Brother Yunfan, if I hadn't entered the Valley of Medicine Masters, I'm afraid you would have suppressed me for the rest of my life, right? A half-cripple like you wants to suppress me for the rest of my life just because your fate is better than mine? What a joke. Ridiculous. After a pause, Jiang Feng looked coldly at Ah Chao's parents. Adoptive father, adoptive mother, you've always protected me since I was young, but Brother Yunfan and I both like Jiao Jiao, but you still managed to matchmake Brother Yunfan and Jiao Jiao. What about me? I'm better than Brother Yunfan in every aspect. Why didn't you betroth Jiao to me? You even pretended to be nice to me. I also understand the principle of not being close to someone who's not close to you. But, haha, ever since Brother Yunfan's face was ruined, Jiao Jiao's heart changed? Let me ask you, in this world, which woman would be willing to spend the rest of her life with an ugly man? Just thinking about it makes me sick. Brother Yunfan, Jiao Jiao's reneging on the marriage is not entirely because of me. It's mostly because Brother Yunfan's face was ruined? Alright, Brother Yunfan, adoptive father, adoptive mother, tomorrow night is the clan meeting. At that time the old man will personally announce the marriage between Jiao Jiao and me. Jiang Feng laughed loudly and immediately left with Lori. Tomorrow night is the clan meeting? Xiao Han suddenly rubbed his nose. He seemed to be planning something in his mind. Not long after, Xiao Han nodded slightly. He had already made up his mind. Alright, we'll go all out tomorrow night. Let senior brother Ah Chou be in the limelight at the clan meeting. This Jiang Feng. At this moment, puff. Ah Chou's face suddenly turned pale. He looked up and spat out a mouthful of blood. His legs trembled and he was about to faint. Xiao Han hurriedly supported him. Ah Chou's parents cried to the heavens and the earth. Very quickly they invited a famous doctor to treat him. A few hours later, fourth master Madam Young Master Yunfan was just angry and spat out blood. It's not a big deal. Young Master Yunfan is a martial artist. His body is much stronger than ordinary people. He'll be fine after a good sleep. The famous doctor told Ah Chou's parents and left. At night, Ah Chou got up listlessly and accompanied Xiao Han for dinner. Ah Chou's parents accompanied him worriedly at the side. After dinner, Xiao Han accompanied Ah Chou for a stroll in the garden. Senior brother Ah Chou, are you alright? Xiao Han asked carefully. Ah Chou's face was pale and he forced a smile. I'm fine. Xiao Han, I spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm much better now. I'm not as anxious as before. Xiao Han, I've also thought it through. Jiang Feng is indeed despicable. But Jiao Jiao abandoned me just because my face was ruined. This kind of woman is not worthy to be with for a lifetime. Now the only thing that annoys me is, the entire clan now knows that my engagement with Jiao Jiao has fallen through. Instead, she threw herself into Jiang Feng's embrace. My face isn't a big deal. It's just that I've implicated my parents. Speaking of which, I'm really useless. The two of them walked to a pond and stopped. Xiao Han stared at the colorful goldfish in the pond with a thoughtful expression. A few breaths later, Xiao Han suddenly said, Senior brother Ah Chou, why don't our Cloud Rain sect's 10 outer peaks prohibit fighting on the arena and the disciples fight with their lives on the line? Why didn't the sect punish me when I killed all the geniuses of that peak? Ah Chou did not expect Xiao Han to suddenly change the topic and talk about the sect. However, Ah Chou thought for a moment and still answered. Xiao Han, I heard that there's a ferocious animal at the border of Beaconfire Empire known as Heavenly Mastiff. This Heavenly Mastiff is extremely violent. Legend has it that when a female Heavenly Mastiff gives birth to a litter of cubs, she will make the cubs kill each other and even eat each other. In the end, there's only the strongest, cold-blooded and most terrifying cub left. Xiao Han, to the sect, disciples of the physical body realm are like weeds. Only those in the true energy realm are qualified to be valued by the sect. I can boldly say that if all the disciples of the 10 outer peaks of Cloud Rain sect were to die in exchange for 1 or 2 true energy realm cultivators to stand out, the sect would definitely be happy to accept it. Among the 10 outer peaks of our generation, up till now, only Shui Jianfeng has the possibility of reaching the true energy realm. But it's also extremely difficult. Physical body realm, true energy realm, heaven and man are separated forever. Perhaps the sect hopes for us outer disciples to fight with our lives on the most primitive method and pick one or two of the strongest, cold-blooded and most terrifying ones, like the heavenly mastiff. Survival of the fittest. Xiao Han nodded. Senior brother Acho, this logic is also suitable for your family. Jiang Feng is just an orphan. How could he steal someone's love so brazenly and receive the clan leader's support? It's because he has value to the family. He's seen as a heavenly mastiff that's even stronger than you, senior brother Acho. And senior brother Acho, those cousins of yours, are treated as another group of heaven mastiffs that are stronger than you. Suddenly Xiao Han's eyes shone brightly. Senior brother Acho, do you want to be the strongest heavenly mastiff? What? Acho was shaken to the core and said with a trembling voice. Xiao Han. How do I become the strongest heavenly mastiff? Very simple. Xiao Han's right hand made a slash in the air. A blade chi slashed through the air and cut a bamboo 10 steps away into two. Cripple the other heavenly mastiffs. You're the strongest one. Acho looked at Xiao Han in horror and was speechless for a moment. Xiao Han patted Acho's shoulder. All right, senior brother Acho. Tomorrow night's clan meeting, I'll let the Xiao clan leader see who's the strongest heavenly mastiff. With me around, the other heavenly mastiffs will either submit to you or cripple them. There's no third possibility. The weak are prey to the strong. The law of the jungle is the game rule of this world. Brother Xiao Han. Acho's expression suddenly became extremely excited and murmured, I want to be the strongest heavenly mastiff. The second day. Night. Xiao clan residence. It was the largest mansion in the city. It was a clear night. The sky was blue and fragrant. The clear sky was dotted with stars that twinkled like diamonds. The wind blew gently and the shadows of the trees swayed. The largest residence of the Xiao clan was decorated with lanterns and oranges. There was a hubbub of voices. Gorgeous fireworks and firecrackers were set off at the entrance of the residence. The embers of the firecrackers were piled up like small hills. Tonight was the annual grand clan meeting of the Xiao clan. The current clan leader of the Xiao clan had 8 legitimate sons and countless illegitimate children. It could be said that the clan was flourishing to the extreme. At this moment, in the hall of the residence that was as spacious as a palace, there were hundreds of banquets. The guests were all seated and the atmosphere was lively. In the direct descendants area, besides the direct descendants of the Xiao clan, there were also countless Jianghu heroes and disciples of various sects in the Fire Beacon Empire. These people were all distinguished guests who were invited to help. And the concubines area was even more crowded. At a glance, it was densely packed with people. Xiao Han sat at a seat in the direct descendants area. This seat was relatively deserted. There were only Xiao Han, Acho and Acho's parents. Acho's father's influence in the Xiao clan was obviously weak. His wife only gave birth to Acho for him. Tonight, Acho's parents were dressed new. However, the smiles on their faces were more or less awkward and shabby. Xiao Han and Acho wore the outer sect robes of the Cloud Rain sect. Xiao Han looked around and also saw some martial experts sitting on the seats. Their auras were erratic and unfathomable. Among them there were a few half-step true chi experts. Xiao Han, look over there. That's the one in the yellow robe. Yes, that's the person. That's my uncle's eldest son, Xiao Yintian. He's currently cultivating in the 8-point hall. He's half-step true chi and has an indomitable spirit. He's no small matter. The people sitting beside him are all the outer sect experts of the 8-point hall. Come and give me face. Acho pulled Xiao Han's sleeve and introduced softly. Xiao Han looked over and saw a man in the yellow robe. He was in his 20s and had an outstanding aura. He sat upright like a mountain and was drinking wine with a wine cup. He carried a single blade on his back. His blade chi was restrained, but his eyes flashed with blade light from time to time. He was swift and decisive. This man was Xiao Yintian. There were a few other bladesmen sitting at the same table with Xiao Yintian. All of them were spirited and had strong auras. Their battle intent was surging. They were not easy to deal with. Also, Xiao Han, look over there. That's my second uncle's third son, Xiao Yunfeng. He's a famous genius in the Blazing Flame sect. It's said that he even killed a demon with his own hands. Powerful, very powerful. Xiao Han, that's my third uncle's eldest daughter, Xiao Yunrong. She's a great expert from the Mingjian Villa. She's half-step true chi and can cut a waterfall with one slash. Moreover, it's said that there are many people pursuing her. There's no lack of inner sect disciples from the Mingjian Villa. Acho secretly introduced some outstanding talents in the Xiao clan to Xiao Han. To be honest, compared to these people, Ah Cho was indeed overshadowed. It was impossible for him to be in the limelight, and he definitely had no competitive edge. And all right. Senior brother Ah Cho, I've remembered all these people. Xiaohan nodded. Xiaohan, later, are we really going to do it? Ah Cho stammered. Do it? Why not? Xiaohan used his hand to lightly knock on the table. Senior brother Ah Cho, if you don't do something, you'll definitely become a laughingstock tonight. Isn't that Jiang Feng going to be engaged to that Jiao Jiao tonight? Can you bear with it? All right, senior brother Ah Cho, leave everything to me. I know what I'm doing. Not long after, a gong sounded. Immediately after, a spirited old man with a ruddy face smiled and cupped his fists in all directions. He walked up to a row of armchairs at the front of the hall. This old man was also a martial artist. He was actually at the blood transformation realm. However, he was old and his physical body was deteriorating. He would never have the chance to contend for the true Qi realm in his lifetime. But between his brows, there was a dignified air of a leader who had been giving orders for a long time. When the old man appeared, everyone immediately cheered and applauded. The people of the Shao family all respectfully called him clan leader. This old man was the current clan leader of the Shao family, the old master, Ah Chao's grandfather. Behind the clan leader were some of the influential people of Scorching Flame City. The city lord of Scorching Flame City, a blood transformation realm martial artist, was also invited to participate in the clan meeting. Soon after, the old master began to speak. It was nothing more than some official words, such as encouraging the young talents of the Shao family, or thanking the disciples of the major sects for coming. Then the old master cleared his throat and said with a face full of joy, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have something to announce today. A joyous event. A great joyous event. Our Shao family has finally produced an enchantress who has been chosen by the Valley of Medicine Masters. Jiang Feng. My fourth son's adopted son entered the Valley of Medicine Masters 3 years ago. This is the first time that a disciple of the Shao family has been favored by the Valley of Medicine Masters. What a joyous event. And Jiang Feng has changed his name to Shao Jiang Feng, and has officially entered the Shao family. Great. Congratulations, old master." The city lord of Scorching Flame City took the opportunity to cup his fists and congratulate him. "Old master, the fact that a disciple of the Valley of Medicine Masters has appeared in the family is a great thing. In the future, the Shao family will have no shortage of elixirs, and we can even start a business of elixirs. Everyone will be envious." The crowd cheered thunderously. Ha ha ha. The old master was very pleased with himself. "There is one more thing. Today I will arrange a marriage for Jiang Feng. This is joy on top of joy. Double joy." As soon as he finished speaking, countless eyes in the banquet turned to look at Ah Cho at the same time. This was a gaze filled with ridicule, mockery, sarcasm, sympathy, pity. "I heard that Jiang Feng's fiancée is Feng Jiaojiao, who was originally Yunfan's fiancée. What did you hear?" This matter had long since spread throughout the residence. "Ah, Yunfan's face has been thrown to the ends of the earth. What a great humiliation. There's nothing we can do about it. Yunfan is too cowardly and he doesn't have any outstanding qualities. A few years ago he even ruined his face. If you were Feng Jiaojiao, would you be willing to marry such a good-for-nothing, ugly monster, or marry a talent from the Valley of Medicine Masters?" "If I were Yunfan, I would simply find a crack in the ground and hide in it." The indistinct sounds of discussion from all directions made Ah Cho feel as if he was sitting on pins and needles. His heart was filled with grief, and in the end he even deeply buried his head and let out a low whimper. Ah Cho's parents' faces were also ashen. "All right, senior brother Ah Cho, calm down, calm down. The show hasn't started yet, why are you so angry?" Xiaohan hurriedly comforted him. Just at this moment, another gong sounded. Under the focus of everyone's gazes, Jiang Feng, who was wearing a joyous red robe, walked into the hall with a beautiful young girl with snow-white skin. He was full of confidence and ambition. Today Jiang Feng was in high spirits, and the young girl beside him was both shy and excited. Her face was flushed red and she looked rather charming. Along the way, most of the Shao family disciples at the banquet stood up to congratulate Jiang Feng. After all, it was still beneficial for them to curry favor with a disciple of the Valley of Medicine Masters. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, returned their greetings with cupped fists. His life had reached its most glorious, most brilliant and most intense moment. Suddenly, Jiang Feng held the young girl's hand and walked to Xiaohan and Ah Chao's table. The entire hall immediately fell silent. Everyone's gaze turned to them. Most of them were eager to see the world in chaos. there were also a few who showed some sympathy and pity. Adoptive father, adoptive mother, thank you for your nurturing of Jiang Feng all these years. Now I, Jiang Feng, am learning in the Medicine King Valley, and I have married the beautiful Jiao Jiao as my wife. What more can I ask for in my life? All of these are inseparable from the many years of teachings from foster father and foster mother. Jiang Feng looked at Chao's parents with a faint smile and said words of gratitude, but his eyes were burning with a strange light of joy. That Jiao Jiao, on the other hand, lowered her head shyly, looking very embarrassed. Chao's mother's face was ashen. Just as she was about to get angry, she was held back by Chao's father. Chao's father smiled bitterly. Good Jiang Feng, you are very good. I wish you and Jiao Jiao a long life together. After a pause, Chao's father looked deeply at Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, you are very good too. Very good. Jiao Jiao bit her lower lip, wanting to say something, but in the end she did not say it. Brother Yun Fan. Jiang Feng smiled at Cho. Thank you for helping me. Ah. After saying that, he could not hold it in any longer and laughed loudly. Cho raised his eyes and looked at Jiao Jiao, his shoulders trembling. Jiao Jiao, I Xiao Yunfan have misjudged you. Jiao Jiao gritted her teeth and said. Brother Yunfan, you are a good person, but, forget it, Brother Yunfan, you look like this, Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao really can't. Brother Yunfan, I hope you can understand Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao is just an ordinary girl, her thoughts are also very ordinary. I believe that most ordinary girls in the world will make the same choice as Jiao Jiao. Brother Yunfan, don't hold a grudge against Jiao Jiao. You will definitely find a girl better than Jiao Jiao. Oh? Miss Jiao Jiao, you broke the engagement because Xiao Yunfan's face was ruined and he is not as handsome as Jiang Feng next to you, right? Suddenly Xiao Han raised his head and said loudly. The surroundings were so quiet that every word that Xiao Han said was clearly heard by everyone present. Jiao Jiao looked at Xiao Han, gritted her teeth and said in a low voice. Perhaps. You're wrong? Xiao Han shook his head. You're very wrong. Miss Jiao Jiao, this Jiang Feng next to you is much uglier than Xiao Yunfan. Jiao Jiao was stunned. Jiang Feng sneered. Friend, are you drunk? Don't talk nonsense here. The entire audience immediately burst into laughter. What a joke, Jiang Feng was uglier than Xiao Yunfan. Strictly speaking, Jiang Feng could not be considered as the most handsome, but his appearance was extraordinary. Compared to Cho, who had red spots and scars on his face, he was more than 10,000 times better. At this moment, Xiao Han's right hand continued to draw, and strands of silk-like saber qi broke through the air. In the next moment, 3 bloody words appeared on Jiang Feng's flawless face. Ugly monster. Every stroke of these 3 words was carved with saber qi. It was several inches deep into the skin, almost to the point that the bones could be seen. However, Xiao Han's saber qi was too fast, to the point that even after the words were carved, the blood on the wounds did not have time to splatter out, causing the 3 words ugly monster to be extremely eye-catching. It was clear at a glance. Everyone was shocked. For a moment, no one could react to it. Even Jiang Feng stood stiffly on the spot like a clay statue. Miss Jiao Jiao, now look, is Jiang Feng ugly or Xiao Yunfan ugly? Xiao Han said gently. Jiao Jiao turned to look at Jiang Feng. When she saw the 3 bloody words ugly monster on his face, she felt as if she had seen a ghost. She was completely speechless. Oh? Miss Jiao Jiao, do you still think Jiang Feng is better looking than Xiao Yunfan? You're really stubborn. Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. In the next moment, bang! Suddenly Xiao Han leaped up like a wild beast. His body tore through the air and the sound of thunder rumbled. He grabbed Jiang Feng's hair with his right hand and pulled it down. Then his right knee struck out at lightning speed. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Countless bones on Jiang Feng's face were broken. He didn't even have time to scream before he fainted. Xiao Han casually threw Jiang Feng away as if he was throwing away a piece of trash. Jiang Feng should be uglier than Xiao Yunfan now, right? Everyone was silent. Suddenly Xiao Han shouted fiercely. All of you listen up. Xiao Yunfan, senior brother Cho is my brother. Today if anyone dares to insult my brother again, I, Xiao Han, will break all the bones in his body. P.S. It's already 4 o'clock. I think everyone is lying in their warm beds and sleeping soundly. As for me, I'm still writing. This chapter has a total of 7,000 words. I hope everyone has a good time reading it. As for the demon god, it's nearing 300,000 words. Mentally, it's in a period of fatigue. I need everyone's encouragement. I also want to know how many people are reading the demon god. Chapter 67. The Shao clan meeting this time was filled with talented people, and they were all gathered in one place. Jiang Feng and Feng Jiaojiao's engagement ceremony was the highlight of the gathering. Jiang Feng's proud identity as a disciple of the Valley of Medicine Masters shrouded the Shao family in glory, indicating that the Shao family would prosper in the future. But in an instant he was crippled by Shao Han. Furthermore, after crippling him, Shao Han threatened Ah Cho in a stern voice, showing off for him. His face was domineering, as if the entire Shao family was nothing. Shao Han's domineering attitude, bold and decisive, swift and decisive, left everyone dumbfounded. The entire place was silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Ah Cho and his parents were stunned. Feng Jiaojiao's eyes bulged in shock. Before the smile on the clan elder's face faded, a sudden change occurred, causing his smile to freeze on his face, as if a fetus had died in the womb. His expression was strange and quiet. The city lord and the nobles of Scorching Flame City were stunned. All the direct descendants of the Shao family, including the guests of the Jianghu and the talents of the sects, were all stunned. The scene was eerily quiet. Shockingly, how dare you? How dare you cripple a disciple of the Valley of Medicine Masters? You're asking for death. The outer disciple of the Valley of Medicine Masters, Luo Li, who had followed Jiang Feng to the Shao family, immediately stood up and scolded Shao Han. He was filled with murderous intent. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll cripple you too. Shao Han's gaze was like that of a demon, his saber aura sweeping across the world. After the battle at Crouching Bull Mountain, the bloody battle at Demon Town, and the destruction of a mountain peak by himself, Shao Han's aura had been cultivated. His every move was domineering and breathtaking. Luo Li's face turned red. Under the pressure of Shao Han's aura, his anger and murderous intent retreated little by little. In an instant he seemed to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He did not know why, but when he was stared at by Shao Han, he softened. For a moment, his mind went blank and he could not say a word. Shao Han nodded in satisfaction. He thought to himself, it seemed that this Luo Li of the Valley of Medicine Masters had never roamed the Jianghu, and had never experienced the baptism of a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones. Immediately, he gave Ah Cho a meaningful glance. Senior brother Ah Cho. Ah Cho looked at Shao Han, clenched his teeth, stood up and took out a piece of Shen paper. Ah Cho swallowed a mouthful of saliva, calmed himself down, and then started reciting loudly against the Shen paper. Written by Shao Yunfan from the blazing flame city of the Beacon Fire Empire, a disciple of the Cloud Rain sect. He had been betrothed to Feng Jiaojiao as his wife since he was young. Who would have thought that Jiaojiao, this woman, had yet to marry into his family? Her conduct was erroneous. You flirt around, have an affair with my sworn brother, Jiang Feng, and break the engagement. Today I have severed all ties with Jiaojiao. I only wish for Jiaojiao to leave quickly and let her remarry. I have no objections. I hereby write this letter to end this relationship. Announce it to the world. After reading it, Ah Cho licked his lips, and a wave of relief and happiness rippled in his heart. He looked at Shao Han. This book was written by Shao Han last night and given to Ah Cho for him to recite in front of everyone at the clan meeting tonight. At this moment, Feng Jiaojiao's marriage annulment became Ah Cho's divorce. It was supposed to be Ah Cho's family that was humiliated, but it turned into Feng Jiaojiao being humiliated. The situation was suddenly reversed. Feng Jiaojiao's eyes darkened, and she fainted immediately. She was carried out of the hall in a flurry by the servants. At this moment, the entire hall was filled with discussions. On the row of armchairs at the top, the clan elder's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He was so furious that he was about to explode. Even though he was experienced and shrewd, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Jiang Feng was crippled, and the Shao family's great future instantly became an illusion. A void, a dream. This was intolerable. The city lord's eyes flickered as he said softly, "Old master, please calm down. I think this young man is also a friend of the Shao family, right? He seems to have been invited back by young Master Yunfan from the 4th Young Master's branch." A trace of cunning flashed across the depths of the city lord's eyes. At this moment he was actually afraid that the Shao family would be in chaos. After all, the Shao family's influence in Scorch City was too great, and it had already surpassed him, the city lord. When it came to major decisions in Scorch City, it was the Shao family that had the final say, not the city lord. Therefore the city lord was filled with resentment. The sudden change in the family meeting tonight was exactly what the city lord wanted, so he took the opportunity to fan the flames. But it's a pity that the Shao family only has one disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Masters in 1,000 years, and he's been crippled today. Young Master Yunfan's friend is really too reckless. At this moment, clap, 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 there was a round of applause. A young man in a green robe slowly walked out from the Shao family's lineup. The aura around him was scorching hot, and the air around him was tumbling. There was even a faint smell of sulfur coming from his body. His expression was overbearing, his gaze determined, and his killing intent was decisive. Xiao Yunfeng, the third son of Ah Chao's second uncle. He was shockingly talented, and he studied in the Blazing Flame sect, one of the top 5 sects in the Fenghua Empire. He was at the peak of the blood-changing realm and he was half a step into true qi. It was said that he had once killed a demon, and his strength was unparalleled. He was one of the top geniuses of the Shao family's current generation. Xiao Yunfeng stepped out from the crowd, clapping as he said, "Cousin Yunfan, looks like you've made up your mind to be in the limelight at this year's family meeting. In the past, you've always been alone, quietly returning from the Cloud Rain sect alone, and not saying a word at the family meeting. But this year you've invited a ruthless character. Obviously you've made your move after planning it out. Impressive, impressive. Crippling Jiang Feng in one move, and then breaking off the engagement. Such ruthless methods are unparalleled. What a deep scheme, what a ruthless method. Cousin Yunfan, I'm afraid you didn't do this, did you?" As he spoke, Xiao Yunfeng's eyes looked directly at Xiao Han with disdain and arrogance. "Oh, what are you trying to say?" Xiao Han smiled faintly, indicating for Ah Cho to keep quiet. "I'm a friend from the Cloud Rain sect. It's nothing much. Jiang Feng is indeed ambitious. An outsider who entered the Valley of the Medicine Masters by luck, and that's enough. Not only did he forcibly take my cousin Yunfan's fiancée, but he also humiliated my fourth uncle's family. A nobody like a dog, so it doesn't matter if he's crippled. It's understandable for a friend to stand up for cousin Yunfan. If I were a friend invited by cousin Yunfan, I would also cripple Jiang Feng in an instant, just like what you did," Xiao Yunfeng said confidently. "Oh." Xiao Han smiled playfully. "But..." Suddenly Xiao Yunfeng's expression changed abruptly, and his tone changed sharply. "Friend, aren't you being too overbearing? Do you think you can do whatever you want in the Shao family meeting? Do you think there's no one in the Shao family? You can cripple whoever you want? Even if Jiang Feng is to be crippled, it's not your turn to cripple him. Let's not talk about crippling Jiang Feng in public just based on your arrogance alone. I'd like to see what right you have to be arrogant, friend. I've roamed the pugilistic world and I've seen many arrogant people, but in the end, they all knelt at my feet, licked the soles of my shoes and cried for mercy." Ha 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 ha. The people from Xiao Yunfeng's camp immediately roared with laughter. The clan elder seized the opportunity to say in a low voice, "All right. Most of the direct descendants of the Shao family are learning in the major sects of the Beacon Fire Empire. We're considered a martial arts family and we've always made friends through martial arts. In the past family meetings, the disciples of various sects would often spar with each other while they were drunk. This time is no exception. My grandson Yunfeng have a taste of this young friend from the Cloud Rain sect's skills. Let's see what he has to cripple Jiang Feng in public during the Shao family meeting." The old master's words were filled with anger and hidden killing intent. He even gave Xiao Yunfeng a look, hinting for him to teach Xiao Han a lesson. It would be best if he could cripple Xiao Han as well to vent the hatred of Jiang Feng being crippled. "Friend, do you dare to fight me?" Xiao Yunfeng shouted fiercely, and his aura was unparalleled. "Hee hee." Xiao Han chuckled softly and mumbled to himself. "Back when I left the sect, the 3 masters told me that the Shao family meeting is actually equivalent to a small gathering of heroes. Many sect disciples would participate. Now that I've seen it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. It's quite boring for me to fight in the Cloud Rain sect. I have to fight with disciples from other sects to better test my combat strength. As the saying goes, stones from other mountains can be used to improve jade. You want to fight? That's exactly what I, Xiao Han, want." After a pause, Xiao Han lifted his head slightly and said, "You're from the Shao family. I won't take your life on account of senior brother Ah Cho. It's only about victory and defeat, not life and death." Wow. Xiao Han's words caused an uproar. Too arrogant. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yunfeng laughed out of extreme anger. Good. You're provoking me, provoking the Shao family, and even provoking the Blazing Flame sect." After saying that, he walked straight to a spacious empty space in the middle of the hall. This empty space was reserved by the Shao family for the disciples to spar with the experts of various sects over the years. It was equivalent to a small arena. In Xiao Yunfeng's camp, a cold young man suddenly said coldly, "Junior brother Yunfeng, remember the disciples of the Blazing Flame sect don't fight, but once they do they must show off. Don't ruin the reputation of the Blazing Flame sect." "Don't worry, senior brother Shiman. I'll make him bleed in 3 moves." Xiao Yunfeng cupped his hands and said. At this moment the entire clan gathering was at its climax. Whether it was the direct descendants, the concubines, or the Jianghu people from all over the world, the geniuses of the sects, their eyes lit up with excitement. Everyone knew that the highlight of the Xiao clan meeting in the past was the martial arts competition. This included the competition between the children of the Xiao family, as well as the competition between the friends of the sects invited by the children of the Xiao family. It was very exciting. It was something that could only be encountered by chance. Are they going to fight again? That's awesome. I look forward to fighting the most in every clan gathering. There's nothing else. It's rare for us to see fights between the disciples of the sections. But this time the smell of gunpowder seems to be thicker. Why do we care so much? We're just nobodies in the clan. It's fine as long as there's a good show to watch. There's no need to worry. However, the real highlight of this clan gathering is young Master Xiao Yuntian from 8 Wind Hall and Lady Xiao Yunrong from Mingjian Villa. Of course, we can't underestimate young Master Xiao Yunfeng from Blazing Flame sect either. Xiao family's main branch camp. With young Master Xiao Yuntian as the core. Xiao Yuntian was a swordsman from 8 Wind Hall. There was a sharp glint in his eyes as he opened and closed them. At the banquet, there were a few disciples from 8 Wind Hall who were invited and they conversed with each other. Senior brother Yuntian, that outer sect disciple of Cloud Rain sect is only at marrow refinement, but he provoked everyone in public. He really doesn't know how to spell the word death. Cloud Rain sect is one of the 5 major sects of Beacon Fire Empire. If they don't fight with their true energy, they're not a match for 8 Wind Hall. They're not on the same level. Even Mingjian Villa and Blazing Flame sect can suppress Cloud Rain sect. A young swordsman smiled. Xiao Yuntian narrowed his eyes. Among the outer sect disciples of Cloud Rain sect, only Shui Jianfeng can put up a fight. Shui Jianfeng is indeed powerful, I can't deny that. He had comprehended the 1 in a million sword will, which could destroy all negative emotions and shatter all nothingness. I lost to his sword intent when I fought with Shui Jianfeng previously. If I can comprehend saber intent, it'll be the death of Shui Jianfeng. The next time we meet, I won't let Shui Jianfeng's sword intent dominate me. Suddenly, a domineering saber gleam flashed in the depths of Xiao Yuntian's eyes. That saber gleam actually had a hint of saber intent. It was no small matter. A swordsman from 8 Wind Hall who was at the same table opened his eyes abruptly and the space around him flashed. Junior brother Yuntian, I can't believe you've touched the threshold of saber intent. However, you're still far from comprehending it. The saber intent is formless and I obtained it by chance. However, you've already touched the threshold. You're one of the few swordsmen in Beacon Fire Empire. Work hard. I might not be your match in a few years. Xiao family's 3rd household. The eldest daughter, Xiao Yunrong, was an outer sect disciple of Mingjian Villa. She was at half-step true energy and the sword chi around her was indistinct. As she breathed, the sound of the sword whistling could be heard occasionally. In terms of aura, this girl was much stronger than Shangguan who was killed by Xiao Han in Crouching Bull Mountain. Her hair was golden and slightly curled. It casually fell on her shoulders, revealing a sense of elegance amidst her laziness. Her eyes were like gems and her skin was like ivory. Her aura was so noble that no one dared to look at her. Xiao Yunrong's table was a group of disciples from Mingjian Villa. Each of them had an oppressive sword chi and were extremely arrogant. Senior sister Yunrong, do you want to spar with someone later? I think that among the people attending tonight's meeting, only the 2 groups from the 8 Desolate Hall and the Raging Flame sect are barely qualified for Senior Yunrong to draw her sword. The others are not worthy. A red-clothed young lady stuck out her tongue and said. Xiao Yunrong smiled. Don't look down on this outer sect disciple of Cloud Rain sect. I keep feeling that he has a very special aura. This aura is slightly interfering with my heart of the sword. Senior sister Yunrong, I heard that, last month you seemed to have comprehended sword intent. Is this true? The red-clothed girl mustered up her courage and asked. Ha. Xiao Yunrong smiled without saying anything. Suddenly, a white-clothed swordsman sitting next to Xiao Yunrong opened his eyes. Sword chi filled the air as if it was going to pierce through the sky. He had an arrogant aura as he said indifferently. 1/. Senior brother, by what did you say? The red-clothed girl frowned. I can kill that outer sect disciple of Cloud Rain sect with one slash. The white-clothed swordsman said arrogantly. Junior sister Yunrong, that brat is causing trouble in your clan meeting. Why don't I get rid of him for you? It's just one slash. Xiao Yunrong smiled elegantly. There's no need for senior brother Bai to do it. Furthermore, he's not causing trouble. Every year there will be a martial skill spar segment in the clan meeting. He's a friend invited by cousin Yunfan. Naturally he has to stand up for cousin Yunfan. That Jiang Feng is indeed too young and arrogant. He should be taught a lesson. Snatching someone's love with a knife, shameless. It doesn't matter if he's crippled. But that brat is too arrogant. The white-clothed swordsman said angrily. Perhaps, that's his personality? Xiao Yunrong smiled mysteriously. Then she murmured with an inaudible voice. He has the concept of saber on him. It's faintly affecting my sword intent. Could it be that he, junior sister Yunrong? This time I have specially accompanied you back to participate in the clan meeting. You should understand my good intentions. Junior martial sister, you have announced in the Mingjian Villa that anyone who can win against your sword in the mortal body realm will be qualified to compete with you. Junior martial sister, if I may be so bold, I would like to have a sword competition with you. Senior brother Bai, don't mention this again, Xiao Yunrong said indifferently. Suddenly, an extremely stunning sword light flashed across her eyes and pierced deeply into senior brother Bai's eyes. This. Senior brother Bai was in a daze. His body trembled as if he was ashamed of his inferiority. Junior sister Yunrong? I understand. Indeed, no one is worthy of you. You've already realized. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Senior brother Bai, I'm sorry? Xiao Yunrong said calmly. In the middle of the hall, Xiao Han had already walked over and stood opposite Xiao Yunfeng from afar. Hee. Xiao Yunfeng's right palm lowered slightly and a strong wind suddenly swept out. It was mixed with intense hot air. The heat wave swept across the sky and covered the earth. The air in the surrounding space was distorted, causing him to feel as if he was in a scorching chi field. It was so hot that it covered the sky and earth. He gave off the feeling of an active volcano. It was as if world-destroying lava could erupt at any time. It was extremely dangerous. Xiao Han, on the other hand, was as still as a mountain. He looked at Xiao Yunfeng with a smile. This guy's cultivation technique is indeed different from the cultivation technique of the Cloud Rain sect's outer sect disciples. Seriously speaking, his aura far surpasses that of Ling Feiyu and Zheng Shan. It's even on par with the #1 genius of Zheng Shan's peak, Gong Sun Kong. Interesting. Truly interesting. It's more interesting to come out and see the world and spar with the geniuses of other sects. A majestic battle intent rose from the bottom of Xiao Han's heart. Yun Fan, nephew Xiao Han, has become the target of public criticism for our family. We absolutely cannot let nephew Xiao Han suffer any mishaps. Yun Feng is one of the top geniuses in our Xiao clan. Otherwise, I'll go and plead with the old man to stop this match. Ah Chao's father said while trembling with fear. Father, don't look down on Xiao Han. That brother Xiao Han of mine seems to be only at the marrow refinement realm, but his combat strength is terrifying. He once single-handedly annihilated a peak that was ranked 3rd among the 10 peaks of our Cloud Rain sect's outer sect. He dominated the world and became a king. Ah Chao said proudly. He's that powerful? Ah Chao's parents were shocked. At the front of the hall, City Lord Mo, what do you think of me, Sun Yunfeng? Old Master Xiao's face was filled with pride. Yes. The blood transformation realm is almost at the half-step true chi realm. His chi can produce flames that can burn everything. He's indeed an expert of the blazing flame sect. The city lord nodded. That Cloud Rain sect's outer sect disciple is definitely not Yunfeng's match. Damn it. It was this brat who crippled Jiang Feng. I can't help but sigh. Although things have come to this young man must pay the price for everything he has done. Old Master Xiao blew his beard and glared. In the middle of the hall. If you're willing to kneel down and admit defeat now, I might let you off on account of cousin Yunfan. I'll only break one of your arms. How about it? Xiao Yunfeng said arrogantly. His hair curled up and steam rose, making him look like a flaming diamond. I've said it before. I don't want to kill anyone today. It's best to be lenient wherever possible. I have to say that you're very lucky, Xiao Han said seriously. Arrogant. Lose for me. Xiao Yunfeng's expression changed suddenly. He raised his right palm. His palm was like a ball of burning charcoal. Heat waves spewed out, burning the air like boiling water. Great sun-blazing palm. Suddenly Xiao Yunfeng struck out a huge palm made of qi. It was the size of a water tank and was completely red. Flames surged and could burn anything. Child's play. Break. Xiao Han let out a muffled roar. In the next moment, a violent gale swept across the sky, and the shadow of an emperor appeared out of thin air, causing Xiao Han's body to grow endlessly. The air around him lowered and the heavenly wind was faint. Auspicious clouds and auspicious air were all supported. He punched out. King's Descent. Bang! Xiao Han's punch shattered the huge palm made of hot qi. Some of the hot qi entered Xiao Han's body, but it was also wrapped up by the indestructible golden body and dissolved like silk being peeled from a cocoon. Moreover, after the indestructible golden body dissolved the hot qi that had invaded his body, it continuously nourished Xiao Han's bones. It made the pellets that had been stuck to Xiao Han's bones slightly faster, allowing them to penetrate into his bone marrow. In a flash, Xiao Han used the bone explosion technique. His muscles and bones rang and the air around him exploded. His whole body was already pouncing towards Xiao Yunfeng. How dare you! Xiao Yunfeng struck out with both of his palms. Hot qi surged from his palms, making the sound of a volcano exploding. His power shook the surroundings as he attacked Xiao Han. Xiao Han leapt into the air and punched out with his right fist. Like a meteor landing, the air exploded and large pieces of it were torn apart. This punch once again triggered the Emperor's power. King's Descent, looking down on the common people. The Emperor's power destroyed Xiao Yunfeng's fire like breaking bamboo. Advantage. In terms of the quality of his martial arts, Xiao Han had a slight advantage. Xiao Han's physical strength doubled. On the other hand, Xiao Yunfeng's strength was reduced by half. One weakened, the other strengthened. Bang! Their fists and palms collided. After receiving the support of the Emperor's power, Xiao Han's physical strength increased from 110 ding to almost 220 ding. As for Xiao Yunfeng, he was a blood-changing realm expert. He was blessed by the heavens and had a fortuitous encounter. His physical strength was 180 ding. After being reduced by half by the Emperor's power, he was only left with 120 ding. In terms of strength, Xiao Han had the absolute advantage. Xiao Han's punch not only destroyed the fire in the air, but also sent Xiao Yunfeng flying. Pooh! Xiao Yunfeng retreated dozens of steps and spat out a mouthful of blood before he steadied himself. His face was pale. Xiao Han patted the sparks on his robe on his chest and said calmly, "You lost. Damn it." Xiao Yunfeng bared his teeth. Although Xiao Yunfeng was only lightly injured, he still had the strength to fight. Moreover, he still had a trump card that he had yet to use. But in one exchange he was injured while Xiao Han was fine. Only a few small holes were burned in his clothes. The outcome of the battle had been decided. What? A blood-changing realm martial artist lost to a marrow-refining realm martial artist? Is this the legendary leapfrogging battle? The crowd was in an uproar. Xiao Yunfeng's raging flame sect disciples stood up and glared at Xiao Han. P.S. A 6,000-word chapter has been uploaded. For the sake of continuity, I will not split this chapter. I will upload it all at once. I hope everyone will feel comfortable reading it. I will not update until midnight today. I have stayed up all night. I'm a little dazed. I will try to adjust the time. I will update tomorrow during the day. If I can adjust the time, then I will update during the day. I really can't afford to be a 30-year-old uncle. Cry. Chapter 68. The third branch of the Xiao family. No way? Senior Sister Yunrong, that outer disciple of the Cloud Rain sect, was obviously hit as well. Why is he fine? The martial techniques of the Raging Flame sect are fierce and contain fire qi. When the fire qi enters one's body, it will burn their meridians and organs, cutting off their life force. It's not simple. The girl in red was shocked. A body tempering technique. Xiao Yunrong quickly evaluated. That young man must have cultivated a top-notch body tempering technique. Impervious to fire and water. Since ancient times, superior body tempering techniques have been regarded as secret martial arts manuals. They can only be found by luck. She looked at Xiao Han deeply, the curiosity in her eyes growing stronger. No matter what body tempering technique he cultivates, he will still die with one strike and explode his body with one strike. No body tempering technique can withstand the sharpness of Mingjian Villa sword qi, the white-clothed swordsman said proudly. Xiao Yunrong smiled without saying anything. The first branch of the Xiao family. A group of swordsmen from the 8-Point Palace looked at each other. Xiao Yunqian's battle-intent sword, and he was about to stand up. Junior brother Yuntian, wait. An experienced swordsman at the same table said indifferently. At the head of the hall. How is this possible? Yunfeng lost. Clan Master Xiao's face was filled with disbelief. The gap between the marrow refining realm and the blood transformation realm is like a chasm. How could he ignore it? Old Master, it seems that young Master Yunfan's friend is not a simple young man. But, he's now the target of everyone. Look, the other disciples of the Raging Flame sect are about to attack. The city lord said anxiously. At the center of the hall, Xiao Han stood like a mountain. As the strength of my body increases, the power of the Son of Heaven's fist also increases. But in terms of damage and penetration, my swordplay is still better. Xiao Han silently evaluated the various martial techniques he had mastered. You do have some tricks. Very good, you are qualified to be my opponent. A cold-looking young man from the Raging Flame sect walked over and confronted Xiao Han. Although his expression was cold, the aura around him was extremely hot. Just by standing there, he was like the sun in the sky. Senior brother Shimen, I. Xiao Yunfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a terrified expression. Junior brother Yunfeng, step back and heal your wounds first. When you return to the Raging Flame clan, you will be punished to face the wall for 3 months. Shimen Shuang waved her hand. He was bossy and extremely dignified. Little brother obeys. Xiao Yunfeng sighed helplessly. Before he retreated, he looked deeply at Xiao Han with boundless resentment. I didn't expect a genius like you to emerge from the outer sect of Cloud Rain sect. What's your name? He must not be a nobody, right? What's your ranking in the outer sect of the Cloud Rain sect? Shimen Shuang said in a condescending manner. Full of crap. Xiao Han sneered. You're not a member of the Xiao family, so I don't have to give you face. Spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Ah, you're courting death. Shimen Shuang was furious and her eyes were like torches. Just because you have a little ability, you're acting so arrogant and unruly. What a joke. Since you want me to spit out blood, I'll kill you. Suddenly, with Shimen Shuang as the center, within a radius of 30 feet, hot air rushed up to the sky. The air was boiling and the hot air was boiling. Countless spectators in the main hall retreated, sweating profusely. In the void, a stream of purple chi was guided down. It was like a rainbow, like an arch bridge, and it supported the hot air released by Shimen Shuang. The boiling air suddenly turned into a deep purple, which was inexplicably strange. Great Sun Purple Chi Manual. Go to hell. Boom. A palm of purple chi the size of half an acre tore through the void and slammed down on Xiao Han's head. Crack, 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 crack. The ground cracked, smoke and fire burned, and the heat wave filled the air, burning the mountains and boiling the seas. The next moment, bang. The palm of purple chi suddenly exploded into endless turbulence of purple chi, enveloping Xiao Han in an instant. Poof. In the area where Xiao Han was, the floor was directly overturned, forming a small mushroom cloud. Mixed with countless flowing gold blackstone, it rushed up to the sky. The violent hot air evaporated the air in the area completely, and white smoke swept across. Ah, arrogant? I will make you die without a corpse. You still dare to be arrogant in front of me? Shimen Shuang was complacent and couldn't help laughing. I, Shimen Shuang, will write the name of another genius of Cloud Rain sect on my book of achievements. Killing geniuses is my, Shimen Shuang's, greatest hobby in life. Ah. What? The palm of purple chi suddenly exploded. That's too dangerous, it's impossible to guard against it. Too powerful. Great Sun Purple Chi Manual, one of the 8 minor secret skills of Blazing Flame sect. The temperature of the purple chi is comparable to magma, and it can burn everything. However, in the midst of the crowd's gasps and the continuous discussion, in the thick smoke where Xiao Han was, dazzling saber light flashed continuously. A figure directly broke through the purple chi heat wave barrier and walked out with majestic steps. It was Xiao Han. At this moment, Xiao Han's body was actually spotless and clean, as if he wasn't corroded by the purple chi heat wave at all. Moreover, around Xiao Han's body, there were dense electric arcs of saber light, like flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water, stunning and almost illusory. Xiao, 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 xiao. Xiao Han's hand continued to slash, and in a few breaths' time, he had already formed a blade that was nearly 10 feet long in front of him. Lose for me. Hong, the energy saber sliced through the air. The air split into two like a stream of water, forming a vacuum with almost no resistance, causing the speed of the energy saber to increase rapidly. The torrent rushed toward Shimin Shuang like lightning. What? Shimin Shuang was horrified. All she saw was a terrifying saber aura instantly magnifying in her eyes, crushing toward her. Break! Shimin Shuang could not avoid it. She immediately lowered her waist into a horse stance and pushed out her palms. Purple chi was monstrous and the sound of surging tides broke out in the air. Puchi, the purple heat waves were constantly crushed by the saber aura, and Shimin Shuang was forced to retreat. Wherever he passed, his feet plowed two ravines and smoke and dust filled the air. The spectators scattered in all directions in fright. Shimin Shuang retreated a total of 35 steps. She had used almost all of her strength to destroy the saber energy. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, he looked up, a fist was magnified infinitely in his eyes again. The next moment, bang! Xiao Han punched Shimin Shuang's chest, throwing him backward. Just now, after Xiao Han slashed out a saber aura, he had already rushed toward Shimin Shuang. The saber aura arrived first and he followed closely behind. Therefore, just as Shimin Shuang managed to deal with the saber aura, Xiao Han's fist blasted toward Shimin Shuang. Shimin Shuang had already gone through a lot to destroy Xiao Han's saber aura. At this moment she could not resist Xiao Han's punches and kicks at close range. Bang! Shimin Shuang, who was in midair, was punched again. In a flash, bang! Xiao Han's right leg lashed out like lightning, breaking through the air and letting out a heart-wrenching scream. He kicked Shimin Shuang dozens of meters away like a sandbag, directly smashing through a wall of the hall and falling on the ground in the garden outside. She convulsed, twitched, and vomited blood. She wanted to get up but she could not. Useless. Xiao Han flicked his nails and said frivolously. Several disciples of the Raging Flame sect wanted to rush up and fight, but they did not dare to. They had to rush out to help Shimin Shuang. The entire place was silent. Xiao Han's expression was domineering. His gaze swept across the entire place. Anyone who met Xiao Han's gaze lowered their heads and kept quiet. Xiao family's third branch's camp. He indeed cultivates the saber Dao. The saber chi is not to be underestimated. Xiao Yunrong smiled and nodded. Senior Sister Yunrong, why is the young man from the Cloud Rain sect unharmed after Shimin Shuang's great son Purple Chi devoured him with it? Instead, he attacked and defeated Shimin Shuang? Could it be that his body refinement technique has already reached the state of being invulnerable and impervious to fire and water? The girl in red was moved. It's not a body refinement technique this time. Xiao Yunrong smiled faintly. It's the saber chi this time. Shimin Shuang's great son Purple Chi had just enveloped him, and the saber chi around him cut open the purple heat wave. He is unharmed. After saying that, Xiao Yunrong looked at Xiao Yuntian's table with a faint smile. Cousin Yuntian and the people from Eight Wind Palace must be very nervous now. This time, the white-robed swordsman did not dare to say anything about killing with one strike. Xiao family's first branch's camp. Swordsman. The people from Eight Wind Palace exclaimed in unison. This brat has many tricks up his sleeves. One moment he used a fist technique. The next moment he displayed a body refinement technique. Now he released saber chi. The battle intent in Xiao Yuntian's eyes grew increasingly violent. In Beacon Fire Empire, any swordsman who uses his saber in front of an Eight Wind Palace disciple is seen as a provocation. Junior brother Yuntian, you want to fight? The senior swordsman from Eight Wind Palace raised his head and looked at Xiao Yuntian. Senior brother, I have just touched the threshold of saber intent. I need to go through continuous battles to refine my saber aura so that I can solidify my saber intent as soon as possible. This young man from Cloud Rain sect is too overbearing. He has affected my saber heart. It would be inappropriate if I avoid the battle. The saber chi in Xiao Yuntian's eyes grew sharper and sharper as though it was about to shoot out and pierce through everything. The senior swordsman took a deep breath. Junior brother Yuntian, think about it carefully. Your opponent is also a swordsman. If you lose this battle, the saber intent you just touched will be completely destroyed. In the future, you won't be able to covet the supreme saber intent. Think twice. Senior brother, I have made up my mind. Watch me defeat this swordsman with my own hands. In Beacon Fire Empire, any swordsman is unorthodox in the eyes of Eight Wind Palace. He is not worthy of using a saber. Xiao Yuntian strode forward. At the front of the hall. I, Sun Yuntian, am going to fight. The clan leader, Old Master Xiao, was excited. I, Sun Yuntian, am even stronger than Yunfeng in terms of combat strength. Once I make a move, I will definitely kill my opponent. In the middle of the hall, Xiao Yuntian was already standing in front of Xiao Han. Xiao Han swept his gaze across and felt that Xiao Yuntian was like an unsheathed treasured saber, radiating brilliance. A slight touch would cause one to be injured. Furthermore, his eyes were as firm as a rock and his confidence was undying. Xiao Han vaguely felt that his saber intent was trembling, transmitting a desire for battle. This swordsman before me is quite strong to be able to trigger my saber intent. Looks like he is also a transcendent swordsman who is comprehending saber intent. Xiao Han temporarily suppressed his saber intent and smiled at Xiao Yuntian. You're also a swordsman? Xiao Yuntian said indifferently. You can say that. Xiao Han did not deny it. Draw your saber. Xiao Yuntian's entire body was sharp and sharp. His words were harsh and sharp. Invisible saber chi rushed out from his body and easily minced the air around him. If I draw my saber, I will definitely kill, Xiao Han said very seriously. You are from the Xiao clan, Xiao Yuntian, right? Senior brother Acho mentioned you to me just now. Today I am a guest of the Xiao clan and do not wish to harm the Xiao clan's disciples. If I draw my saber, I will not. I do not wish to kill you. Ha 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 ha. Ah. Xiao Yuntian roared towards the sky. Arrogant. You are really arrogant. However, the more arrogant you are, the easier it is to die. Saber intent is merciless. I will not be merciful to you just because you are cousin Yunfan's friend. If I draw my saber, you will also die. As soon as he finished speaking, the single saber on Xiao Yuntian's back jumped up as if it was alive. Xiao Yuntian grabbed it with his right hand. His entire aura suddenly rose and rose steadily. The sharpness and coldness of a swordsman permeated the entire place. Chapter 69. This caused the atmosphere in the hall to soar. This was a duel between two swordsmen. In the world of martial arts, the most orthodox weapons were the saber and the sword. However, it was extremely difficult to train these two weapons to a high level and to a high level. 1 in 10,000. Only saber and sword, these two types of weapons, could allow a martial artist to comprehend the saber intent and sword intent that they yearned for even in their dreams, allowing them to kill those above their level as if they were nothing. Therefore, a duel between two swordsmen, a duel between two swordsmen, and a duel between two swordsmen were considered the most exciting duels in the martial Dao. Xiao Yuntian was an outstanding swordsman in the outer sect of the Eight Void Hall. There was no need to doubt his battle strength. Anyone who paid attention to him could tell that he had touched the threshold of the blade intent by looking at his aura and gaze. Although Xiao Han had yet to draw his saber, the sharp aura had already pierced through his body. Earlier, Xiao Han had used the shapeless saber aura to break Shimen Shuang's Great Sun Purple Chi technique. This proved that he was not an ordinary person. The two experts had yet to fight, yet the entire hall was suffused with saber chi and violent battle intent, causing many of the guests present to feel suffocated to the point of being unable to breathe. All of them moved their chairs out of the hall and watched the battle from afar. Since you're so arrogant, pay the price for your ignorance and stupidity. You're just digging your own grave. Xiao Yuntian held his saber with both hands and a sharp saber aura surged out. All of a sudden the saber aura turned bronze. It was as if it had a substance. The bronze saber aura carried a strong ancient aura. It had a heavy sense of history and vicissitudes that could destroy anything. In an instant the entire hall was dyed bronze. It was inexplicably strange. The quality of this saber aura is unusual. It's a few levels higher than ordinary saber aura. Xiao Han thought to himself. No wonder the three managers told me that the strongest saber technique in the Beacon Fire Empire was an 8-point palace when I was choosing the saber manual. The Xiao family's third branch. Bronze saber aura? Xiao Yunrong frowned slightly. A hint of admiration flashed through her noble eyes. I can't believe cousin Yuntian managed to cultivate the bronze saber aura in just a year. Junior sister Yunrong, this cousin of yours is quite a talent. The Eight Void Hall was founded on the blade and had countless ancient blade manuals. Among them, the blade chi cultivated by the disciples of the Eight Void Hall was the most unique. Pig iron saber chi, bronze saber chi, silver saber chi, gold saber chi, and finally wooden saber chi. These were the secret techniques of the Eight Desolate Palace, the ultimate skills. It was said that the bronze blade chi was the limit that a blade user of the mortal body realm could reach. In order to cultivate the silver blade chi, one must have true chi as the foundation. The bronze saber chi could split gold and break jade, crush mountains, cut off rivers, and destroy both ghosts and gods. Moreover, I saw a terrifying sign of saber intent appearing in your cousin's eyes. That lad from Cloud Rain sect would definitely lose. Regardless of whether he pulls out his saber or not, he will still die, the white-clothed swordsman evaluated. It's still unknown who will win, Xiao Yunrong said mysteriously. Touching the threshold of saber intent is not equivalent to comprehending saber intent. Many saber users have successfully touched the threshold of saber intent, but they have never been able to comprehend saber intent. Comprehending saber intent and sword intent might seem like a matter of thought, but they are separated forever. In the hall. Die. My saber Dao forsakes all fancy things and uses brute force to destroy everything. Anyone who is hit by my saber chi will definitely explode and die from being torn into pieces. Xiao Yuntian smiled cruelly. His entire body was burning with saber aura. Suddenly, he held his saber with both hands and slashed fiercely. A series of afterimages flashed by, showing off his saber speed. It was so fast that ordinary people could not catch it with their naked eyes. Mountain-breaking saber. Whoosh 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 whoosh, streaks of bronze saber chi swarmed out and exploded towards Xiao Han. The air rumbled and exploded, causing the ground to collapse continuously. Great! The power of each ray of bronze saber chi has reached 100 cauldrons. Indeed domineering. However, he can only slash out 50 rays of saber chi in a single breath. His saber speed is far from mine. Xiao Han evaluated in a split second and swung his hand saber continuously. Bang, 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 bang. Rays of saber chi slashed out and collided with the bronze saber chi in the air. Then they exploded like fireworks. It was splendid and spectacular. The clash between the two saber men rapidly entered a white-hot stage. Xiao Yunqian's bronze saber chi was as heavy as a mountain, crushing everything. Xiao Han's saber chi was light as a feather, like a flash in the pan, extremely fast. The two of them were actually on par. Neck and neck. That's all you're capable of. If you don't draw your saber, only death awaits you. Xiao Yunqian's body burned with bronze saber chi flames. He was like a demonic god as he wielded his saber and walked towards Xiao Han step by step. With every step he took, his aura rose by a notch as though there was no end to it. Buzz, 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 dense bronze saber chi surged out from Xiao Yunqian's body and floated in the air like dragons and snakes, dominating the wilderness. Poof, 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 poof. Xiao Yunqian's aura was getting wilder and wilder. Everywhere his footsteps passed, the ground would crack and explode, forming deep pits one after another as dust billowed. He's definitely going to draw his saber. Otherwise he'll definitely die. Not only that, Xiao Yunqian's saber force was incomparably brutal as it continued to rise. It could be said that Xiao Yuntian had already controlled the rhythm of the battle. At that moment, even if that youth from Cloud Rain sect draws his saber, it's too late. He can't turn the tables. At that moment, under the pressure of Xiao Yunqian's saber force, Xiao Han actually calmed down. His spirit and aura were as calm as an ancient well and deep as a lake. An undetectable smile flickered across his lips. Good. That's great. Under such pressure, the marrow refinement medicinal pellets on the surface of his bones seeped into his bones like a tidal wave. That felt great. Right now, his entire body was comfortable and refreshed while the quality of his physical body was being consolidated and raised. Indeed, only with pressure can one improve. Under the pressure of the torrential saber force, Xiao Han's heart was as calm as water and he was detached from it. The next moment, let's end this. All of a sudden, the void trembled and a phantom image of the Emperor tore through the air. The Emperor's aura had appeared out of nowhere. The force in Xiao Han's body surged out and formed a layer of bright yellow air current on the surface of his body. The air current twisted and turned into an Emperor's robe. The stars, sun, moon, mountains and rivers were all within it. An Emperor's crown appeared on his head and the canopy of the 5 Emperors rose, bringing peace to the mountains and dominating the world. In a single breath, Xiao Han's aura rose continuously. He stood tall and gradually revealed the appearance of an emperor, prostrating in all directions. The Emperor's aura was augmented by the saber force. Another trump card of Xiao Han's. Back then, the reason why Xiao Han chose to cultivate the Tao of the saber was because the Emperor's aura could fuse with the saber force and increase his aura tremendously. Right now, the Emperor's aura tore through the air, causing Xiao Han's saber force to reach an extremely dense and suppressive level. A large stretch of space froze completely. The bronze saber chi that was swimming around seemed to have been frozen and could not move at all. As for the aura that Xiao Yuntian had accumulated, it was like a punctured balloon that was constantly deflating and flowing out. What? Xiao Yuntian was panic-stricken. A huge flaw appeared in his indestructible saber heart. Fear, nervousness, anxiety, hesitation, defeat. Countless negative emotions took the opportunity to enter his body. Puchi. Something seemed to be broken in Xiao Yuntian's eyes. My saber intent has been crushed. The saber intent that I was comprehending has been crushed. I can't even catch a trace of it. Ah. Xiao Yuntian let out a sorrowful cry. Puchi. 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 The bronze saber chi in this space crumbled and turned into nothingness. Lose. Xiao Han sent Xiao Yuntian flying with a saber chi in his hand. Puchi. Xiao Yuntian spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. There were traces of blood at the corner of his eyes. Senior brother Yuntian. A group of 8 Wind Hall disciples quickly rushed forward and supported Xiao Yuntian. The veteran saber artist fell silent for a moment and looked deeply at Xiao Han before saying, Junior brother Yuntian, you've lost. Your saber force has been completely suppressed and the saber intent that you've just touched has been completely destroyed. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to make any progress in the Tao of the saber in the future. Senior brother, please take action and kill that arrogant disciple of Cloud Rain sect. Take revenge for senior brother Yuntan. The group of 8 Wind Hall saber artists were excited as they barked continuously. His aura is too strong. He has the domineering aura of a ruler, a minister, and an assistant. I'm not his match. I'll definitely die once he draws his saber. The veteran saber artist's eyes twitched a few times as he said gloomily, Report this matter to the sect and let the sect handle it. Apart from Shui Jianfeng, another shocking prodigy has emerged in the outer sect of Cloud Rain sect. His skill has shocked everyone and he's completely famous now. After defeating Xiao Yuntian, Xiao Han withdrew his aura and stood upright. His aura was like that of a deity that could make people submit to him. The entire place was dead silent. No one dared to step forward to challenge him. On the armchair at the front of the hall, clan leader Old Master Xiao's body trembled. He couldn't control himself. Yuntian was also defeated. I didn't expect Yun Feng and Yuntian to be defeated one after another. Will our Xiao clan be dominated by this young man in the end? Our Xiao clan is the #1 clan in Scorching Flame City. We have many descendants and talents, but we can't even defeat a young man in the marrow refinement realm. Old Master Xiao's body turned cold as all his hopes turned to dust. In the camp of the Xiao clan's 3rd branch, Xiao Yunrong stood up. Senior sister Yunrong, are you going to fight? The red-clothed girl asked excitedly. This young man makes me want to fight. Furthermore, I can't ignore the clan's honor. Xiao Yunrong smiled indifferently. The white-clothed swordsman was intoxicated by Xiao Yunrong's peerless beauty. He couldn't help but blurt out, Junior sister Yunrong, let me fight for you. Senior brother Bai, you're not his match. Xiao Yunrong said softly. Then she strolled into the middle of the hall and faced Xiao Han. Greetings, friend from Cloud Rain sect. I'm Yunfan's cousin, Xiao Yunrong. Xiao Yunrong smiled politely at Xiao Han. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. He felt that the girl in front of him not only had an extraordinary beauty, but she also had an aura of the sun and moon, the moon and the rivers flowing in the sky. What made Xiao Han even more shocked was that Xiao Yunrong's aura caused Xiao Han's saber intent to heat up and become restless. It seemed to be greatly affected and interfered with. The saber intent was formless. The only thing that could interfere with the saber intent was something that was also formless. Friend, I'm from Mingjian Villa. Let's have a spar today. Xiao Yunrong smiled elegantly. A dim light flashed in her right hand and a long sword appeared in her hand. It was just an ordinary 4-foot green sword. However, in Xiao Yunrong's hand, it actually shone with a peerless sharpness. A kind of ethereal aura that seemed to be able to sever the power of heaven and earth and penetrate through all nothingness possessed Xiao Yunrong. With the sword in her hand, Xiao Yunrong actually had a kind of otherworldly feeling. She was as outstanding as an immortal descending to the mortal world. An expert from Mingjian Villa. She has the ability to sever the power of nothingness. Sword intent. Could it be that she has comprehended the sword intent that all swordsmen dream of? For the first time, Xiao Han felt a sense of danger as if he was facing a formidable enemy. It turns out that the most powerful person in the entire Xiao family is neither Xiao Yunfeng nor Xiao Yuntian. It's this gentle and noble girl in front of me, Xiao Yunrong. But it's nothing. No matter what she has comprehended, she will only be defeated by me, Xiao Han. Xiao Han instantly cut off all distracting thoughts. his invincible battle intent rose up. Similarly, a dim light flashed in Xiao Han's right hand and a single saber appeared in his hand. With the saber in his hand, Xiao Han's eyes were like lightning. He was like a devil that could see through people's hearts and was unparalleled. He finally drew his saber. It was a duel between a swordsman and a swordsman. The whole place suddenly became quiet, but the undercurrent was surging and people's hearts were surging. On the armchair at the head of the hall. Old Master, it seems that among the young people of the Xiao family in this generation, Miss Xiao Yunrong is the most powerful and well-hidden one. The city governor sighed. Before, young Master Xiao Yuntian gave me the feeling that he was fierce and fierce. However, if he was too strong he would break easily, which made him less beautiful. Miss Xiao Yunrong, on the other hand, has an unfathomable temperament like a deep pool. I think Miss Xiao Yunrong will win this battle. Yunrong. The old master was uneasy. I don't know if Yunrong can defeat that crazy boy. My friend, this time it's only about victory and defeat, not life and death. Moreover, Yunrong has a presumptuous request. Xiao Yunrong spoke with fervor and assurance. It seemed that she was not fighting against Xiao Han on the battlefield. Instead, it was like two old friends chatting about daily life. Her temperament was very aloof. Oh? Xiao Han frowned slightly. My friend, if Yunrong can defeat him by a stroke of luck, can you teach me that body-refining skill? Xiao Yunrong said with a smile. Oh? Coveting my immortal golden body? Xiao Han sneered in his heart and blurted out. It's impossible for you to defeat me. Ah. Of course, if you become my woman, my skill will be your skill. Ah. My friend, you misspoke. Xiao Yunrong's face blushed slightly and the corners of her mouth curled up in anger. Ah. Enough with the idle chatter, lose for me. With a saber in his hand, Xiao Han's confidence reached an unprecedented height. Suddenly, with the support of the Emperor's force, the saber in his hand burst out with a buzzing sound. The wind howled and the cranes panicked. In the eyes of the crowd, Xiao Han's figure seemed to be constantly increasing, like a god. Xiao Yunrong did not dare to be negligent. The sword chi around her began to surge crazily. The sword chi was like a rainbow, and the wind and rain from all directions surged together. Both of their vitality and force reached their peak. Boom. After the support of the Emperor's force, Xiao Han slashed out with his saber. The saber light was dreamy and unpredictable. It had an otherworldly beauty, but it contained a ferocious might that could kill gods and Buddhas who stood in its way. Seeing the might of Xiao Han's saber in his hand, the group of sabermen from 8-Point Palace trembled in fear. Great Maha-Demon subduing sword art. Xiao Yunrong's long sword trembled and a breathtaking sword chi shot out. The sword chi was the size of a door and contained the power to suppress a mountain. It looked as light as a feather, but it could easily crush a mountain and cut off a river. Moreover, this sword technique's understanding towards lightness and heaviness was extremely profound. Poof! The saber chi and the sword chi collided in the air and directly exploded. The air was overflowing. Bang! 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 In an instant, the hall was filled with saber light and sword shadows. Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong were actually evenly matched. One saber and one sword, they were evenly matched. This woman is powerful. She must have had a great fortuitous encounter. In terms of speed and strength, she is not inferior to me at all. Moreover, this is under the premise that I have the support of the Emperor's force. Powerful. Too powerful. This woman is probably at the same level as Shui Jianfeng. Xiao Han's mind was racing. Alright, my friend. This is the end. Your saber Dao has indeed reached the limit of the physical body realm. But, it's over. You should be proud to be able to force me to use this move. Xiao Yunrong suddenly withdrew her sword and looked down, as if she was an old monk in meditation. The next moment, buzz? Buzz. The air trembled, solidified, distorted, shockingly. A few wisps of void chi turned into the shape of a sword and gushed out a terrible sharp chi that could tear the void. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All the martial artists in the hall who carried their swords in their sheaths let out a whimper and kept jumping. Streaks of sword chi came from all directions and blended into Xiao Yunrong's chi power mysteriously. Oh my god. Sword intent. The 1 in 10,000 sword intent that all swordsmen yearn for even in their dreams. Once the sword intent is out, all swords will bow their heads. The whole hall was in chaos. All the swordsmen's will was affected and couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship Xiao Yunrong. Miss Yunrong is going to win. Sword intent. She actually comprehended the sword intent. A world-shocking talent. Another world-shocking talent from Mingjian Villa. Reaching the true energy realm is just around the corner. The city lord roared. He used his hand to hold the hilt of the long sword at his waist to prevent it from being affected by the sword intent and jumped out of its sheath. Ha ha! Yunrong actually comprehended the sword intent. The Xiao family's honor. The Xiao family's honor. Old Master Xiao cried. At this moment, do you think that you can suppress me just because you comprehended the sword intent? I've said it before, you can only lose in my hands. Xiao Han's figure flickered as a peerless saber chi burst out from his body all of a sudden. Like an evil dragon, it tore the air into pieces. A kind of power that could shatter the void shot out from Xiao Han's eyes. A few wisps of void chi turned into blade chi and circled around Xiao Han's body at a speed faster than the speed of sound. It continuously cut through the air and created a vacuum. My blade. My blade. The blades on the backs of the top swordsmen from Ba Huang Palace seemed to have been bestowed with some kind of life force. The invisible blade chi was forcefully absorbed by Xiao Han like a sponge absorbing water. Blade. Blade intent. He comprehended the blade intent. The senior swordsman from Ba Huang Palace looked at Xiao Han in a daze. His knees were trembling and he was about to kneel down. After a breath's time, the senior swordsman looked left and right and saw that his junior brothers were all kneeling down in Xiao Han's direction. Their wills had been taken away and they had to bow to their subjects. All the swordsmen knelt down on the ground. At the same time, under the invasion of Xiao Yunrong's sword intent, the marrow-refining medicine that was stuck on the surface of Xiao Han's bones surged into his bone marrow at a speed that was many times faster than usual. The quality of his body was increasing. The next moment, puff, 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 puff. Xiao Han's heart throbbed. Dense cocoons of light burst out from Xiao Han's heart. Each cocoon of light burst open with all kinds of patterns. Emperor's Divine Fist Third Form. Imperial Expedition, Indestructible Golden Body 21st to 30th Form. 7 Fragment Blade Technique First Form. Jade Breaking Technique. Chapter 70. Xiao Yunrong had displayed the sword spirit that every swordsman dreamed of, which was 1 in a million, and it had already shocked everyone present. However, no one had expected that Xiao Han would not let Xiao Yunrong have her way. Instead, a sword spirit that could destroy everything rushed out of his body. The saber intent was merciless while the sword intent was unparalleled. The scene was breathtaking. There were countless swordsmen and sabersmen in Beacon Fire Empire. However, those who could successfully comprehend the saber intent and sword intent were extremely rare. But today the clash between Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong was a fierce battle between saber intent and sword intent. It was rare even in the outer sect ranking competition or the inner sect competition. At this moment the hall was filled with saber light and sword intent. The saber intent and sword intent that could destroy the world could be released at any time. The guests' robes fluttered even though there was no wind. Their hair and beards fluttered in fear. All of them crawled out of the hall as if they were walking on thin ice, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Soon the spacious hall was empty except for Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong. Xiao Yunrong stood proudly with her sword in her hand. Xiao Han walked with his saber, dominating the world. Friend, I didn't expect you to have comprehended the saber intent. Another outstanding figure in Cloud Rain Sect's outer sect besides Shui Jianfeng. You're rarely matched under the true Qi realm. Xiao Yunrong was moved. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly Xiao Han laughed hysterically. His aura grew stronger and stronger. His confidence and dominance surged like a tide and soared into the sky. Oh? Xiao Yunrong frowned slightly. Friend, why are you laughing? Although you have the saber intent that can destroy everything, Yunrong has an unparalleled sword intent as well. We're evenly matched. Yunrong can't say that she can defeat you for sure, but you can't defeat Yunrong either. If there's a winner, I'm afraid it's going to be a mutual destruction. What a good, on par with each other. Xiao Han's domineering expression rose. I'm only at the marrow refinement realm now. I haven't perfected my body yet and I still have potential. As for you, you've already started blood transformation. Your body has reached a bottleneck. Unless you break through to the true Qi realm, you won't be able to improve anymore. You're telling me we're neck and neck? If I were to enter the blood transformation realm, killing you would be as easy as picking up grass. Heir? Xiao Yunrong was speechless at his words. Yes, Xiao Han was several years younger than Xiao Yunrong, and his realm was much lower than Xiao Yunrong's. The duel between Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong was a cross-level challenge. It seemed to be a tie, but in fact Xiao Han had already defeated Xiao Yunrong. This was obvious and there was no need to argue. Friend, no matter what happens in the future, today we are tied. The saber heart of a bladesman had always been firm and sharp, sweeping through everything. A bladesman who comprehended saber intent would win every battle with an irresistible force, never admitting defeat. But the truth was that his friend could not defeat Yunrong. Did he really have to fight to the death? A lose-lose situation? Xiao Yunrong shook her head slightly. I can't defeat you? I said it before, you will lose without a doubt. Xiao Han said sternly. The next moment Xiao Han made a strange move. Xiao Han didn't attack Xiao Yunrong at all. He suddenly sat cross-legged, and his eyes seemed empty, as if he was thinking, but not thinking, as if he had suddenly entered a profound state of comprehension. What does this mean? What is he comprehending? Xiao Yunrong was confused. Forget it. We are evenly matched. There is no need to continue this fight. Seeing Xiao Han's aura became more and more ethereal, and his breath was like grass and stone, unfathomable, Xiao Yunrong had the idea of retreating. Unexpectedly, as soon as she thought of this, before she could withdraw, Xiao Yunrong felt that the saber intent was peeping at her. It seemed that once she made a move, the peerless saber intent that could break the void would give her a fatal blow. What trick is he playing at? Xiao Yunrong frowned deeply, but she couldn't suddenly attack Xiao Han. Xiao Han's aura was mellow, and he was protected by the saber intent. He was impregnable. Once she attacked him rashly, she would definitely suffer a backlash. She was in a dilemma. Forget it. Let's see what tricks he wants to play. I have the sword intent to protect my body, so I don't need to be afraid of him. Xiao Yunrong shook her head and smiled. She simply imitated Xiao Han, sat cross-legged, and quietly nurtured the sword intent. The scene suddenly became strange, absurd, and bizarre. Neither of the two geniuses took the initiative to attack. They both chose to sit cross-legged and became quiet. This caused the onlookers who stuck their heads out of the hall to scratch their heads in confusion. Thousands of people surrounded the hall and watched anxiously. They didn't leave, nor did they dare to step into the hall. Senior brother, what are they doing? A young saber wielder from the 8-point hall asked the senior wielder. A young man has actually comprehended the blade intent of the Emperor of Blades. His talent is extraordinary and shocking. This kind of person would be favored and won over by our 8 desolate hall. The senior bladesman's voice trembled as he spoke with a frown after a long while. Don't ask me, I don't know either. I am far from their level, so I don't dare to speculate. Perhaps this is a unique way of competing between geniuses who have comprehended the saber intent and the sword intent. The only thing I can tell is that the two of them can't do anything to each other. If they continued to fight, it would only result in mutual destruction and mutual destruction. There is no other possibility. In the hall. At this moment, densely packed cocoons of light surrounded Xiao Han, flickering like shadows. It was a marvelous sight. The 21st to 30th movement of the indestructible golden body exploded from the cocoon of light. After learning these 10 follow-up movements, my physical body's ability to resist attacks will increase once again. Under the true Qi realm, I might even be invulnerable to all weapons and evils. Xiao Han focused on studying the supreme martial art cocoon of light that had shot out from his heart. The first form of the 7-fragment blade technique has finally revealed itself. I have the chance to learn it. Jade breaking technique? What kind of move is this? Xiao Han began to study the first form of the 7-fragment blade technique, jade breaking technique. After a while, oh, I understand now. Jade breaking technique allows me to casually slash out a saber aura. The saber aura can shatter at will like a rain of flowers, sweeping away an army and creating a river of blood. Furthermore, the enemy can't defend against the sudden explosion of the saber aura. If they are caught off guard, they might be turned into dust by the saber aura fragments. Powerful. Too powerful. Xiao Han understood the profoundness of this jade-breaking technique, and was ecstatic. However, he couldn't cultivate this profound and sharp saber move in a short period of time. Xiao Han began to study the Son of Heaven's Divine Fist. The third form of the Son of Heaven's Divine Fist. Imperial Expedition. The third form of the Son of Heaven's Divine Fist, Imperial Expedition, is actually a movement technique. Xiao Han was stunned. It should be known that among the martial arts that Xiao Han had mastered, there were fist arts, saber arts, passive defense body refining techniques, and the Withered Tree collection. However, he had never learned a movement technique. This imperial expedition is to instantly reach the limit of momentum and speed at the same time. It is so powerful that the surrounding air crawls. Moreover, it is not an agile movement technique, nor is it a movement technique that borrows strength. Instead, it is a domineering movement technique, using the great momentum of the Son of Heaven, forcefully shattering the air. In a breath's time, it will crush the enemy and kill them in an instant. Good movement technique. After learning this movement technique, my combat strength will more than double. Moreover, I have learned the first 2 moves of the Son of Heaven's Divine Fist, Sovereign's Descent and Emperor's Robe. My understanding of the great momentum of the Son of Heaven is becoming more and more perfect. Learning the Imperial Expedition will be a matter of course. It will be twice the result with half the effort. I'll immediately comprehend this movement technique. Xiao Han began to silently visualize the diagram, incantation, and momentum of the Imperial Expedition that had burst out from the cocoon of light. Gradually, the air above Xiao Han's head began to fluctuate and slightly split in 2 directions like a river. It was a marvelous sight. Xiao Yunrong looked up and her heart was slightly moved. What is he doing? Could it be that he is learning some kind of martial arts technique? But it is impossible. How could he be sharpening his spear at the last minute? If he can learn the ultimate move that can defeat me in this situation, the word genius is not enough to describe him. He is simply a heaven-defying monster. Impossible. As long as I keep my sword hard and continue to grind with him, he will give up sooner or later. 2 hours later, outside the hall. None of the audience was willing to leave. They were all staring at Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong's every move in the silent hall without blinking. City Lord Imo, this is strange. Yunrong and that youngster have been sitting cross-legged for a few hours without moving at all. They are as steady as a mountain. Are they fighting? Or are they competing with patience? Xiao Clan's old master Xiao had a doubtful expression. This is too strange. Old master, I don't know about other things, but I can vaguely feel that the aura of that youngster from Cloud Rain sect is getting stronger and stronger. Miss Yunrong, I am afraid. I hope I am wrong. The city lord had a solemn expression. Yunfan, that friend of yours, actually comprehended the saber intent that can only be encountered by chance. He is truly a genius. Father and mother are proud of you for being able to make such a friend. It is a glory for you. Ah Chao's father had a smile on his face. Yunfan, no matter what, you have gained the limelight in this clan meeting and surpassed the first and second branches. However, Yunrong's strong rise has also exceeded the entire Xiao clan's expectations. Father, mother, I didn't know that Xiao Han had already comprehended the saber intent. He has only cultivated the saber Dao for less than half a year. This is unbelievable. Previously, when Xiao Han challenged Shui Jianfeng, I thought he was just doing it out of pride. Now, it seems that he is indeed qualified to compete for this generation's #1 in Cloud Rain Sect's outer sect. Ah Cho looked excited. #1 in Cloud Rain Sect's outer sect? This child, this is too strong. Ah Chao's mother was dazzled. In the hall. 6 hours had already passed. At this moment, Xiao Han's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Above Xiao Han's head, the air was rolling and rolling like waves, bursting out with the sound of tides. It was like a surging turbid wave separating to the left and right. His aura is getting stronger and stronger. I can't let him continue like this. Xiao Yunrong's sword heart trembled slightly, and an ominous premonition welled up in her heart. Enough, friend. Don't be deliberately mystifying. Yunrong is going to leave the hall now. Xiao Yunrong was prepared to fight against Xiao Han's saber, intent to escape immediately. At this moment, Xiao Han finally opened his eyes. In his pitch-black eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashed past. His domineering intent swept across, swallowing the mountains and rivers. Xiao Han stood up. His back was straight, with the aura of reaching the sky. You've lost. Xiao Han smiled faintly and his wild confidence spread out. Friend, don't be so full of yourself. With your current battle strength, you can't defeat Yunrong no matter what. Xiao Yunrong said with slight anger. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Can you be a little gentlemanly? Stubborn? If I say I want you to lose, you lose. Suddenly Xiao Han roared violently, and all the bones in his body exploded together. With a bone explosion style, the candlelight in the hall swayed and the wind howled. At the next moment, boom! A domineering aura swept out from Xiao Han's body violently. The air in all directions suddenly crept apart, rolled and retreated in all directions. Xiao Han's entire body turned into a mighty afterimage, forcefully crushing the air and pressing towards Xiao Yunrong. His momentum was like a lightning strike, disdainful of the world and unrestrained. At the same time, a carriage pulled by a true dragon appeared above Xiao Han's head. It was the peerless phantom of an emperor on a journey. What? Xiao Yunrong's beautiful face turned pale. The air in all directions was strangely divided into two. The rolling air brought her a sense of powerlessness, as if she was facing the attack of thousands of troops alone. Swoosh! In a flash, a wisp of air turned into the shape of a sword, and directly cut towards Xiao Han at a speed faster than the speed of sound. However, boom! This wisp of sword essence forcibly cut the place where Xiao Han stood, and a gully of 15 zhang long and several feet wide appeared. Dust and smoke billowed. But Xiao Han had already crushed the air, and with a speed faster than this wisp of sword essence, he forcibly swept to the front of Xiao Yunrong. Between life and death, when Xiao Yunrong was about to release the second wisp of sword essence, she felt a coldness on her neck. The coldness entered her body, and she had a terrible feeling as if her body was being cut by the saber qi. Your sword essence is still a little too slow. You've lost. Xiao Han held the saber in his right hand, and the edge of the saber was already on Xiao Yunrong's neck. Xiao Yunrong's entire body's hair stood on end. She knew that she had indeed lost. Even if she possessed the sword essence that surpassed the speed of sound, shapeless and formless, and could cut through nothingness at this moment, she had still lost. There was no room for a comeback. Xiao Han, who possessed saber essence, could kill Xiao Yunrong with one slash before the sword essence could protect him. I've lost. Xiao Yunrong said with a bitter smile. Friend, you are indeed a heaven-defying genius. Yunrong is not your match. It can even be said that under the true Qi realm, it is already very difficult to find an opponent who can defeat you. Suddenly Xiao Yunrong looked deeply at Xiao Han, and an undetectable hint of charm flashed across her eyes as she said in a soft voice. Yunrong has lost. Friend, can you put away your saber? Friend, don't be so overbearing towards Yunrong, okay? She is a girl after all. Can you be a little gentlemanly? Outside the hall. Miss Yunrong has lost? How is this possible? Miss Yunrong is a peerless beauty who has comprehended the sword essence. How did she lose in an instant? That brat sneak attacked Miss Yunrong. It's not a sneak attack, it's just that his movement technique is too fast. Moreover, his movement technique is tyrannical and can cut through the air, ignoring all obstructions. It's like 10,000 galloping horses, unparalleled. Miss Yunrong's defeat is not unjust. She just lost in the hands of someone stronger than her. A few Mingjian Villa disciples. How is this possible? Yunrong is one of the top existences in our Mingjian Villa's outer sect. How could she lose in the hands of a brat who is still wet behind the ears? The white-clothed swordsman's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Senior brother Bai, it seems like senior sister Yunrong admitted defeat herself. The red-clothed girl said with a sharp voice. It can't be? Senior sister Yunrong once made a vow that she will marry any man who can defeat her in the physical body realm. This time, there will be a good show to watch. Damn it. The white-clothed swordsman was flustered and exasperated. A group of people from 8 Desolate Palace. The veteran swordsman closed his eyes slightly. Powerful, too powerful. This person is invincible in the physical body realm. Alright, let's return to 8 Desolate Palace. Participating in the Shao clan's meeting this time has also brought us great benefits. We have learned that there is always someone better than us. Go back and cultivate properly. Don't be arrogant in the future. Otherwise you won't even know how you died. Senior brother, this can't be true, right? Sharpening your spear at the last minute can defeat an expert who has comprehended the sword essence. Isn't this too surreal? Chapter 71. After sheathing his saber, Xiao Han's domineering aura faded away like a tide. His sunny face revealed an almost harmless smile. Thank you for letting me win. Xiao Yunrong was stunned by Xiao Han's completely different temperament and immediately muttered. You were so fierce just now, but now you are so polite. However, sheathing your saber and restraining your sharpness. You are indeed a saber master. After sheathing his saber, Xiao Han turned around and walked out of the hall, ready to find Ah Cho. Hey wait, you seem to be called Xiao Han, right? Xiao Yunrong also sheathed her sword, caught up from behind and walked side by side with Xiao Han. Wisps of refreshing fragrance came from Xiao Yunrong. Xiao Han glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and saw that Xiao Yunrong had a curvaceous figure. Her eyebrows and eyes gave off a kind of mature charm and style. Her golden curly hair gave her a different kind of exotic charm. She could also be considered as a stunner. Xiao Han was young and was naturally a little restless. However, he quickly got rid of the distracting thoughts and nodded. "You can call me Xiao Han." After saying that, Xiao Han said goodbye to Xiao Yunrong and rushed out of the hall. Quite arrogant. Xiao Yunrong was slightly annoyed. It should be known that in Mingjian Villa, she was peerless and as beautiful as a fairy. In addition, her sword skills were high, so she was pursued by countless young talents. It was really like a moon surrounded by stars. She was always the one who spoke bluntly to others. It was impossible for others to give her face. However, at this moment, Xiao Han didn't want to give her face. This made her feel like a hot face stuck to a cold butt. Invincible in the physical body realm. But this is only within the territory of Beacon Fire Empire. What is there to be arrogant about? Moreover, there is a saying in the martial Tao. Under True Qi realm all are ants. Xiao Yunrong said to Xiao Han's back. Of course I know that under True Qi realm all are ants. Xiao Han unexpectedly turned around and smiled. But one day I will strive for the True Qi realm. Xiao Han's eyes revealed a strong confidence, determination, and a trace of domineering aura, deeply injected into Xiao Yunrong's beautiful eyes, making her suddenly speechless. Outside the hall. This Yunrong has already been defeated. The Xiao clan's old master Xiao had a horrified expression on his face. He seemed to have lost his composure. Now, what should I do with this young man? The city lord sighed and laughed involuntarily. Old man, you should feel lucky. Huh. Old Master Xiao was stunned. Old Master, this young man is a friend of the Xiao family and a fellow disciple that young Master Yun Fan invited back to help. If he's an enemy of the Xiao family, you'll be in big trouble. The city governor sighed and jealousy surged in his heart. He thought to himself, the Xiao family has really made a fortune this time. They have Xiao Yunrong who has comprehended the sword intent. Now they have a young sabersman who is even more talented than Xiao Yunrong. Compared with Xiao Yunrong and that young sabersman, martial artists like Xiao Yunfeng and Xiao Yuntian are just two idiots. Ah, that's right. It was a great fortune to be a friend and not an enemy. So what if they lost Jiang Feng? Our Xiao family being able to make friends with this kind of peerless sabersman who has comprehended the saber intent is a great thing. After being enlightened by the city lord, old Master Xiao was instantly enlightened. He walked towards Acho with a smile. Xiao Han, you're really getting stronger and stronger. Acho and his family surrounded Xiao Han. Hey, senior brother Acho, how am I strong? Those who are below the True Qi realm are all ants. Xiao Han said modestly. Nephew Xiao Han, let's not talk about the True Qi realm first. That's too far away. Just based on the physical body realm, you're already ridiculously strong. Moreover, I've heard people say that martial artists who have comprehended the sword intent and saber intent are more confident than ordinary martial artists in breaking through to the True Qi realm. Of course, the profoundness is not something someone like me can pry into. All in all, nephew Xiao Han, I'm optimistic that you'll be able to break through to the True Qi realm. Achao's father said joyfully. The gazes that came from all directions were filled with jealousy and envy towards Achao's family. The people from the other families were all thinking in their hearts. Why is the mediocre Xiao Yunfan able to make such a heaven-defying friend? Why isn't this youngster my friend? Ah! Fourth brother. Yunfan's grandson. The clan leader, old Master Xiao, walked over with a flushed face. Yunfan, you're great. You've improved a lot compared to last year. You're actually able to make friends with a benefactor. Not bad, not bad. I've always said that this child, Yunfan, has always been loyal and kind and is quite fortunate. Old Master Xiao praised Acho while looking at Xiao Han with a nervous and cautious gaze. Young hero. Hello. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. Hello, old master. Old Master Xiao looked at Xiao Han's appearance and saw that he wasn't arrogant at all and didn't put on any airs. His heart that was hanging in the air finally relaxed. Young hero is amazingly talented. Genius, truly a genius. Old master is overpraising me? In addition, I had no choice but to cripple the Jiang Feng. He's too arrogant and has the ambition of a wolf. I hope old master won't be offended. Xiao Han said with a faint smile. Young hero, you don't have to take it to heart. Jiang Feng is indeed a bit too much and doesn't know what's good for him. Fourth brother has raised him for a long time, but he's actually rebellious. Moreover, Jiang Feng is an outsider after all. He doesn't have the blood of our Shao clan. If he's crippled, then so be it. Old Master Shao said with a smile. Xiao Han and Ah Cho exchanged glances and laughed. It seemed that this old Master Shao was really a shrewd person and knew how to make a choice. It was obvious that because of Xiao Han, Ah Cho's position in the Shao clan had already risen. Young hero, if there's nothing urgent, can you stay in my Shao clan for a while? My Shao clan will definitely treat you as a distinguished guest. Old Master Shao said tentatively. Yes. Xiao Han nodded thoughtfully. I'll do as you say. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble Old Master. This scorching flame city is really bustling. I also want to play for a few more days. In fact, Xiao Han wanted to use this period of time to completely master the next 10 moves of the indestructible golden body and the first move of the 7-fragment saber technique, the jade breaking style. He also wanted to consolidate the movement martial skill of the Son of Heaven's divine fist, the Imperial Chariot. Good. Young hero, don't worry. There are many fun places in Scorching Flame City and countless delicacies among the people. This old man will let Yun Fan accompany you to play around. I'll definitely let young hero have a great time. Old Master Shao was overjoyed. On the other side, Mingjian Villa's disciples were led by Xiao Yunrong. Senior Sister Yunrong, just now you? The red-clothed young girl stammered. I lost. Xiao Yunrong said with relief. He's indeed stronger than me. I'm sincerely convinced that I lost to him. Xiao Yunrong paused for a moment. A wisp of light flashed in her eyes as she said with a faint smile. Moreover, when I fought against a genius of this level, the collision of my sword intent and his saber intent benefited me greatly. My sword intent actually condensed a little. It can be considered as a blessing in disguise. Alright, Junior Sister Yunrong. Since the Shao clan meeting has ended, then let's quickly return to the sect. The outer court's ranking competition is about to begin. We must make the best use of our time to cultivate. Junior Sister Yunrong, in this year's outer court ranking competition, you're very likely to be the champion. The white-clothed swordsman said hurriedly. Xiao Yunrong inadvertently looked towards Xiao Han and Ah Cho and said indifferently. Senior brother by junior brothers and junior sisters, all of you return to Mingjian Villa first. I intend to stay for a few days to properly digest and consolidate the experience of today's battle. Junior Sister Yunrong, in the past, after you participated in the Shao clan meeting, you would return to Mingjian Villa on the same day. Why do you insist on staying this time? The white-clothed swordsman said hurriedly. Senior brother Bai, it's rare for Senior Sister Yunrong to return home. Why do you urge her to go back? The red-clothed young girl glanced at Xiao Yunrong with a faint smile and said, All right. Let's go back first. At night, Xiao Han followed Ah Cho and his family back to the mansion. Xiao Han was settled in a quiet and elegant courtyard. Xiao Han, do you really intend to stay in our Shao clan for a while? Ah Cho and Xiao Han sat on a stone bench in the courtyard. Yes, senior brother Ah Cho. Anyway, there's still more than a month before the outer court ranking competition. I'm not in a hurry to return to the sect. I'll just relax in the secular world for a few days. Of course, I can't just focus on playing. I also need to go into seclusion to comprehend martial skills. Xiao Han smiled and said, Damn Xiao Han, you really don't forget to cultivate at all times. Ah Cho laughed involuntarily. Of course, in the outer court ranking competition, I also have a lot of pressure to completely crush Shui Jianfeng with an absolute advantage. Xiao Han said truthfully. Moreover, my ultimate goal is to break through to the true Qi realm. This is even more difficult. Xiao Han, you have lofty ambitions. I can't compare to you. However, after this clan meeting, my spirit seems to have undergone some transformation and I also desire to become stronger. Of course, I can't be as monstrous as you. I can only tailor my clothes and do it step by step. Ah Cho's eyes also flashed with determination. Alright, Xiao Han, when you go into seclusion to cultivate, I will also continue to comprehend the Withered Tree treasure record. This year's outer court ranking competition, I will also go all out. In the sect, everyone looks down on me, Ah Cho. This time, I will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The two chatted for a while before Ah Cho left. Xiao Han boiled water and soaked himself in a hot bath before lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. The second day, Xiao Han finished his lunch and sat cross-legged beside the pond in the courtyard. Leaves rustled in the courtyard. Pieces of withered leaves fell into the pond. When the wind blew, the entire pond was wrinkled. The leaves swayed on the surface of the water. The edges of the leaves continuously cut the water surface. It actually faintly revealed a sharpness similar to the edge of a blade. It was extremely artistic. Let's start cultivating. Xiao Han spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Suddenly, densely packed light cocoons gushed out from his heart. 5 days later. Xiao Han stood in the courtyard with his eyes slightly closed. In the next moment, Xiao Han opened his eyes. A ray of lightning like radiance flashed across Xiao Han's eyes. Deep within his eyes, Saber Aura flourished. Saber Intent was born and extinguished, continuously condensing. It was as if it wanted to shoot out from Xiao Han's eyes and kill everything. Bo, 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 bo. Pieces of leaves flew above Xiao Han's head. Before they fell, they were cut by the formless Saber Aura. Every leaf was cut into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, 8 into 16. Finally, they were cut into powder. Xiao Han raised his right hand and formed a saber with his hand. Xiao, a saber aura left his hand and shot towards a fake mountain 20 steps away. Unexpectedly, just as this sharp saber aura was about to touch the fake mountain, it suddenly exploded. Pooh! A saber aura exploded and split into a sky full of light rain. It swirled around and enveloped the fake mountain. Traces of broken jade appeared in the air. In a flash, bang! The fake mountain that was 10 feet tall was actually turned into powder by the saber rain. When the wind blew, it rustled and scattered. Xiao Han sheathed his saber. This broken jade style is indeed extraordinary. It simply can break everything with irresistible force. Xiao Han smiled with satisfaction. At the same time, boom, 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 inside Xiao Han's body, abundant heat flow was rushing and rolling. That heat flow seemed to be pouring out of Xiao Han's body. Moreover, under the washing of this monstrous heat flow, Xiao Han's internal organs, bones, muscles and tendons glowed with the violent vitality of a wild beast. It grew and multiplied without end. I have also practiced the next 10 moves of the indestructible golden body. The heat flow in my body has almost doubled. Now, ordinary martial artists of the physical body realm can't kill me at all, unless they directly attack my head. Xiao Han was very confident. Broken jade style, indestructible golden body, and personally leading the army. A trace of confidence flashed across the corner of Xiao Han's mouth. Now, if I want to defeat Xiao Yunrong, I almost don't need to be in a stalemate. Once I start fighting, I will be swift and decisive. I will crush her instantly. Shui Jianfeng. Xiao Han's eyes slightly narrowed. Outer sect ranking competition, I will be waiting for you. At this moment, Ah Chao's voice sounded outside. Xiao Han. Xiao Han withdrew his aura and smiled. Senior brother Ah Chou, come in. The door opened. Ah Chou smiled and walked in. Xiao Han, you have been in seclusion for a few days. Do you have any interest in going out for a walk? You haven't come to Scorching Flame City yet. Have some fun. Hee hee. Xiao Han stretched his body. Alright, senior brother Ah Chou, bring me out to play. These few days, I have been practicing diligently and my mind is also very tired. I also need to relax. The two of them left the side courtyard one after another and shuttled through the maze-like Xiao family mansion. Xiao Han, let's go. Cousin Yunrong is waiting for us outside. Ah Chou smiled. Xiao Yunrong? Xiao Han was stunned. She is going too? Yes, yes. Cousin Yunrong is going out to play with us. Ah Chou rubbed his hands. Xiao Han, I am basking in your light. You should know that Cousin Yunrong is an outstanding person in our Xiao family. She usually doesn't even talk to me, much less go out to play with me. This time, she must have taken the initiative to invite us because of you. What? Or she took the initiative to invite us out to play. Xiao Han was speechless. Why, Xiao Han, you don't want to play with Cousin Yunrong? Ah Chou asked curiously. Not really. Forget it. Let's go. Let's go out to play. Xiao Han shrugged indifferently. Alright, senior brother Ah Chou, bring me to eat the most famous snacks in Scorching Flame City later. P.S. Stay Up Late presents a chapter. This week's strong push was equivalent to the last round of sprint before it was published. Success or failure depended on this. After working hard for more than a month, the last sprint, everyone help me. Recommendation votes. Please cast your precious recommendation votes. Chapter 72. The sun was bright and the sky was cloudless. Xiao Yunrong was already waiting at the gate. Today Xiao Yunrong tied up her loose golden hair in a freehand manner. Her figure was slender, and her waist was straight. She walked gracefully and elegantly. She only wore a simple white dress made of coarse cloth, but she had a kind of healthy and beautiful beauty that was incomparable to that of luxurious clothes. She looked valiant and heroic. Xiao Han, cousin Yun Fan, Xiao Yunrong greeted with a smile. Oh, Lady Yunrong, Xiao Han was startled. He had to admit that Xiao Yunrong was indeed peerless. Xiao Han and Ah Cho walked up one after another. Xiao Han, we are all martial artists. We don't care about formalities. You can remove the word lady. Just call me Yunrong. Xiao Yunrong's lips curled into a smile. As they spoke, the three had already walked out of the Xiao residence and strolled on the main road of the scorching flame city. All right, Lady Yunrong. Yunrong, the Xiao clan meeting has ended. I didn't expect you to still stay in the residence. I thought you were going to return to Mingjian Villa, Xiao Han said casually. Yunrong left home at a young age and joined Mingjian Villa to cultivate martial arts. I rarely spend time with my family and miss them more during festivals. I want to return home this time to spend more time with my parents, Xiao Yunrong said straightforwardly. Hey. Many martial artists of major sects are obsessed with martial arts and have nothing else in their hearts. They gradually neglect their family and hometown. I didn't expect Yunrong to not forget her roots. That's rare, Xiao Han said with a smile. Xiao Yunrong's beautiful eyes wandered and looked at the endless flow of people and peddlers on the streets. She sighed. Yunrong was born and grew up in the scorching flame city. Naturally, I won't forget this beautiful hometown. Let's go, Xiao Han. There's a small shop in front. The shop owner makes steamed buns with thin skin and fresh meat. It's one of Yunrong's favorite snacks when she was young. I'll take you there to have a taste. All right. Xiao Han was overjoyed. Xiao Han had been staying in the Cloud Rain sect for all these years. He was first a live target and then he had a fortuitous encounter and became a martial artist. In general, life in the mountains was very boring. Sometimes, it was so monotonous that it made him hysterical. Now that he was in this bustling city, he felt extremely fresh and familiar. He was completely relaxed. His state of mind was actually sublimated. Big brother, can you buy some pancakes for Xiaoyin? Xiaoyin hasn't eaten for a few days. Suddenly, a little beggar came out from the alley and timidly stood in front of Xiao Han. It was a little girl around 7 or 8 years old. Her face was black and she was skinny. Her clothes were ragged, and she looked at Xiao Han with a pitiful and humble expression. Xiaoyin, don't mess around. A middle-aged female beggar hurriedly caught up to the little girl and held her in her arms. She shrank back and begged for mercy. I'm just a child who doesn't know any better and offended you. Ah, it's okay, little Een is very cute. Xiao Han grinned and immediately took out a large amount of gold, silver, jade, and precious stones from his storage ring and stuffed them into the middle-aged female beggar's hands. Go buy some food and clothes for little Een. Thank you, big brother. Big brother is really a good person. The little fellow clapped her hands. The middle-aged beggar looked at the jewelry in her hand and was stunned. Seeing Xiao Han's every move, Xiao Yunrong could not help blurting out as a strange light flashed across her beautiful eyes. Xiao Han, you are really kind-hearted. It's really rare for a disciple from a big family to pity poor mortals like you. Ha, big family? Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. Xiao Han, you should have a strong background in the secular world, right? Otherwise, it's impossible for you to achieve what you have today. Martial artists need to rely on abundant materials to build a good foundation from a young age. Xiao Yunrong said matter-of-factly. Wrong. I'm just a live target. How am I a disciple from a big family? Yunrong, you think too highly of me. Xiao Han smiled brightly and entered a steamed bun shop in a flash. Live target? Xiao Yunrong was stunned. She immediately stomped her feet and clenched her teeth. Xiao Han, you are always not serious with your words. What live target? You're lying again. Cousin Yunrong, Xiao Han did not lie to you. He was really a live target of our Cloud Rain sect in the past. He was beaten every day and struggled to survive in the midst of death. Ah Cho said seriously at the side. Xiao Yunrong was dumbfounded. For the entire morning, Xiao Han was brought by the two hosts, Ah Cho and Xiao Yunrong, to tour around the scorching flame city. They tasted all kinds of famous snacks and ate heartily. They even visited some historical sites. In the evening, Ah Cho and Xiao Yunrong brought Xiao Han to the most unique restaurant in the city, the Moon Embracing Restaurant, to taste the delicacies. The three of them sat at a table by the window on the second floor. Xiaohan, what do you think of the scorching flame city after playing for a day? Ah Cho asked with a smile. Very good. I like it here. Xiaohan praised sincerely. Alright, Xiaohan, I heard from cousin Yunfan that you were indeed a live target for a long time in Cloud Rain sect. You were beaten up by the new disciples. Is that true? Xiao Yunrong stared at Xiaohan with wide eyes. It's an old story. Let's not talk about it in detail. Xiaohan evaded. Xiao Yunrong did not give up. Just when she was about to pester him at this moment, there was a commotion on the long street below the restaurant. A group of people ran past in fear and shouted. Oh no! Something happened. Something happened to the scorching flame city. Something happened to the Xiao clan. Something big happened to the Xiao clan. Something big happened to the Xiao clan. Soon, another group of people ran across the street in a disorderly manner, screaming in fear. There's a demon in the Xiao clan. It's a disaster. A disaster is imminent. A disaster is imminent. The entire scorching flame city is probably going to suffer. Demon? Xiao Yunrong suddenly stood up. Her face was filled with shock and worry. There hasn't been a demon in the scorching flame city for hundreds of years. The city is guarded by the demon revealing mirror and the army of the Beacon Fire Empire. There are even some rogue cultivator gangs rooted in the scorching flame city. It's impossible for ordinary demons to invade. Let's go back to the Xiao clan first. Xiaohan and Ah Cho stood up immediately. The three of them quickly went down the stairs and used their movement skills to return to the Xiao clan's residence. Xiao residence. At this moment, the periphery of the Xiao residence was already filled with people. Hundreds of burly men held torches and lit up the night sky. The onlookers were all terrified and trembling with fear. Xiaohan, Xiao Yunrong, and Ah Cho hurriedly separated the crowd and arrived at the entrance of the residence in an instant. At the entrance of the residence, all the higher-ups of the Xiao clan, led by Old Master Xiao, were gathered together. Their faces were dark and their eyes were filled with fear. Ah Cho and his parents were also among them. The city lord of Scorching Flame City had also arrived personally. Young swordsman Xiaohan Yunrong Yunfan, you're back. Old Master Xiao saw Xiaohan and the others, and a glimmer of hope flashed across his dim old eyes as he hurriedly greeted them. Xiaohan and the others went forward to welcome them. Grandfather, what's going on? Xiao Yunrong was still considered calm and had a demeanor that was not afraid in the face of danger. She was indeed an elite disciple cultivated by Mingjian Villa. Xiaohan stood quietly at the side. His mind sank into his heart, and the strange thing in his heart immediately throbbed and sensed the surroundings. At the same time, the tattoo of the demon god's palm on Xiaohan's left arm also produced a mysterious sense that expanded in all directions. Although Xiaohan was not at the true Qi realm and did not have any treasures like the demon-revealing mirror, he was blessed by nature and could accurately sense the nearby demons. However, after sensing for a while, the strange thing that was hibernating in his heart and the demon god's palm tattoo on his left arm were as still as a deep lake. He did not find any traces or aura of the demon race. It seemed like the demons who had harmed the Xiao family had feasted to their heart's content and fled far away. They had already escaped from this area. Xiaohan licked his lips and looked at Old Master Xiao. Yunrong, our Xiao clan is in trouble with the demon race. Old Master Xiao said with dark lips. 2 hours ago, there was a scream in the 7th branch's residence. The people of the 5th branch, 6th branch and 8th branch rushed over to take a look. Dead, a total of 37 people died. The 3 concubines of the 7th branch, together with the gardener, servant girls and children, a total of 37 people, all died, all of them had a big hole in their heads. Their brains had been sucked dry. It was done by the legendary demon race. 37 people died at the same time? Xiao Yunrong was astonished. Yunrong, my branch, this time it's really a calamity, it's a disaster. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man stood up with a face as pale as a sheet of paper. He was still in a state of shock as he sobbed. He was also supporting a beautiful woman. That beautiful woman was already paralyzed with fear and couldn't even speak. 7th uncle, was there anything unusual at the time of the incident? Or was there any sign? Xiao Yunrong frowned deeply. No, there was no sign or abnormality at all. Everything was as usual. The tall and sturdy middle-aged man said while trembling. In the blink of an eye, all of them were gone, all of them, 37 of them, their brains were all sucked dry, it was a tragic sight. He was already in a state of incoherence. Xiao Yunrong didn't ask any more questions. She turned her right hand and a demon-revealing mirror appeared in her slender hand. The true qi on the surface of the mirror slowly rolled but didn't cause any ripples. "Miss Yunrong, there's no need to take out the demon-revealing mirror," City Lord suddenly said. In his eyes, there was no longer the dignity and calmness that he usually had when he was in charge of the entire city. After a pause, he said in a low voice, "Old Master, Miss Yunrong, young hero Xiao Han, let's talk in private." "Okay." Xiao Han was the first to nod and agree. In an elegant attic in the Xiao clan's residence, the red candles were burning. Xiao Han, Xiao Yunrong, Ah Cho, Old Master Xiao and City Lord Mo of Scorching Flame City were sitting in an upper room. "Everyone, the matter is a little serious." City Lord Mo drank a mouthful of hot tea to calm himself down and immediately said word by word. "Judging from the corpses of the victims, it must have been done by the demon clan. There's no need to doubt this. However, if it was an ordinary demon clan with the foundation and power of our Scorching Flame City, it's enough to exterminate them. We don't even need to ask for help from the Empire and the major sections." However, the demon-revealing mirror in the city has always been calm and didn't send out any warning. Even at the critical moment when the 37 people of the Xiao clan were killed, the demon-revealing mirror still didn't show any abnormalities. After a pause, City Lord Mo took another big mouthful of tea. "Old Master, you also know that the demon-revealing mirror of our Scorching Flame City was personally refined by a total of 7 true Qi realm experts from the 8 Desolate Palace, Mingjian Villa and Raging Flame Sect. It covers the entire city. No matter if it's rogue demons, demon soldiers or even demon generals. As long as they appear in the Scorching Flame City, they will be instantly detected by the demon-revealing mirror. But this time, the demon-revealing mirror actually failed. In other words, the demon clan that caused trouble in the Xiao clan could easily hide from the demon-revealing mirror's detection and eat people in the Scorching Flame City as if there was no one there. Their realm might have surpassed the demon general realm of the demon clan." Xiao Han blurted out. At the next moment, above the demon general is the demon emperor. Xiao Han, Xiao Yunrong and Ah Cho spoke at the same time. At the same time, the bright moon outside the window was covered by a large patch of dark clouds. The earth was pitch black, a gust of chilly wind blew into the room, causing the red candles to sway. Their expressions were all gloomy and uncertain. The atmosphere was extremely stiff. P.S. Asking for recommendation votes and recommend 2 good books. Chapter 73. After hearing this conclusion, Old Master Xiao's body went limp and fell to the ground. He trembled like a chick and his eyes were cloudy. Ah Cho went over and helped him up. City Lord Mo's face was also ashen and he almost fainted. Xiao Han also felt a headache coming on. However, he had experienced the battle in Demon Town. The strange thing that was dormant in his heart blocked the demonic qi so he wouldn't collapse when facing the demon race. Although the Demon King was the strongest existence in the demon race and could shatter mountains and rivers with a single thought, Xiao Han's saber heart was sharp and his saber intent could even cut off all distracting thoughts and negative emotions. Therefore, Xiao Han quickly calmed down and thought for a while before he frowned and said to Xiao Yunrong, "It might be the Demon King, but we can't rule out other possibilities. For example, a demon general of the demon race consumed some kind of pill that could perfectly block his demonic qi and prevent it from being seen through by the demon-revealing mirror." Xiao Han thought of what happened in Lu Town. At that time, a demon general disguised himself as the mayor of Lu Town and successfully deceived the demon-revealing mirror in Huarong's hand. "Xiao Han, you also know about the biggest traitor of the human race, the alchemist, Darling Yen?" Xiao Yunrong nodded slightly. "Yes, as the most shameful traitor in the history of our human race, Darling Yen did help some high-level demon race concoct pills. Some of the pills had the effect of blocking demonic qi. I know of a pill called Demon Restraining Pill. When a demon race consumes it, it can almost make their demonic qi disappear without a trace. It's extremely crafty." "No, shouldn't be the demon general?" City Lord Mo said while trembling. "Devouring 37 people in an instant, ordinary demon generals wouldn't be so savage. And they shouldn't have such a huge appetite. Moreover, if they consumed a pill like the Demon Restraining Pill, wouldn't it be better to hide it and slowly eat people? Why be so unscrupulous? The demon generals are afraid that we will ask for help from the Empire and the major sects to invite a true Qi realm expert to subdue the demon. City Lord Mo's words made Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong nod involuntarily. Yunrong, I know the strength of a demon general is equivalent to an ordinary true Qi realm expert of our human race. What about a demon king? Xiao Han suddenly asked. Once a demon king appears, the mountains and rivers will collapse. Only the martial artists in the advanced true Qi realm of the human clan have the means to contend with and kill the demon emperor, Xiao Yunrong answered. Jinqi realm experts are also divided into different levels. There was a difference between the upper and lower stages. However, Yunrong was not too clear about the crux of the matter. She had only heard about it from some of the people in charge of Mingjian Villa. I only know a little. Right at this moment, a sharp howl charged out from a certain area outside the Shao clan estate, and it tore through the tranquil night sky like a sharp blade. It circled around for a long time and it was heartbreaking to hear. What is this? Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong stood up at the same time and looked out of the window. Could it be another demon? City Lord Mo and Old Master Xiao felt their hearts palpitate as they shivered. Ah Chao's face also turned pale. Yunrong, you stay here to protect the Old Master and City Governor Mo. I'll go out and have a look. Xiao Han nodded to Xiao Yunrong and immediately rushed out like a gust of wind. Xiao Han, be careful. Xiao Yunrong shouted. The night wind rustled. A chill swept over them. Xiao Han used his body movement and rushed out wildly. After a short while, Xiao Han arrived at the place where the scream occurred. It was an old mansion complex. At this time, the smell of blood was overwhelming and it made people want to vomit. Some people near the old mansion raised torches, and there were a large number of frightened passers-by, but they all curled up their bodies and looked from a distance, not daring to get too close to the old mansion. Xiao Han took a deep breath, pushed open the mottled copper door of the old mansion and stepped in. The ground was full of corpses. The inside of the mansion was full of corpses with big holes in their heads, and their brains were all sucked out. In the garden, in the courtyard, in the wing room, in the main room, there were corpses everywhere. Maidservants, servants, manservants, old men, masters, mistresses, children. This old mansion belonged to a big family in Scorching Fire City. There were more than 100 people in it, but now they were all eaten by the demon clan and suffered a terrible tragedy. Soon, the guards of Scorching Fire City entered the old mansion. Xiao Han left. After counting, there were a total of 129 people who lost their lives in this old residence. It was a tragic sight. The corpses were carefully carried out by the guards. Xiao Han subconsciously touched the position of his heart. However, the strange thing hibernating in Xiao Han's heart was still as calm as an ancient well, and did not find any trace of the demon clan. The demon god's palm tattoo on his left arm was also normal. This is too cruel. In one night, the brains of nearly 200 people in the Xiao clan in this old mansion were all sucked out, but the strange thing hibernating in my heart did not react at all. Xiao Han was speechless. I have encountered the demon clan several times. Whether it was the mayor of Lu Town or the senior brother Mo of the Medicine King Valley, they were all well hidden, but they were all seen through by the strange thing hibernating in my heart. It can be said that the strange thing in my heart is very sensitive to the demon clan. Moreover, I have refined the demon god's palm, so I am very sensitive to demon qi. But this time it was unexpectedly calm. The only explanation is that the demon clan sucked out the brains of hundreds of people in a flash, and then ran away as fast as lightning, leaving no trace. Powerful, too powerful. It is not an ordinary demon clan. Xiao Han pondered for a moment and gritted his teeth. He borrowed a tall horse from the guards and galloped in the scorching flame city. At the same time, the strange thing hibernating in his heart and the demon god's palm tattoo on his left arm slightly opened, sensing the existence of the demon qi in the surroundings. However, things did not go as he wished. He galloped madly until the next morning and almost made a big circle in the scorching flame city. In the end, he could not find even a trace of demon qi. Xiao Han was full of doubts and finally rode back to the Xiao mansion. At this moment, the sky had just brightened, but the entire Xiao mansion was already shrouded in a gloomy fog. A large number of guards were patrolling the mansion with sharp blades in their hands. All the masters and servants of the Xiao clan felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. They were anxious and suffocating. Some of them were even discussing in a low voice about escaping the scorching flame city. The meeting hall of the Xiao mansion. When Xiao Han stepped into the meeting hall, an oppressive and fearful aura rushed towards him. Old Master Xiao, the heads of the various branches, City Lord Mo, and a few guards of the Scorching Flame City gathered together. City Lord Imo, both you and I have big family businesses in the Scorching Flame City. We can't just leave as we wish. What should we do now? Quickly send a distress signal to the Empire and the various large sects. Right now we are in grave danger. Life and death are hanging by a thread. It's extremely urgent. We need a true Qi realm expert to personally come to the Scorching Flame City. Only then can we be saved from this crisis. In short, no matter what price we have to pay, our Shao clan is willing to bear it. As long as a true Qi realm expert appears to subdue the demon, we will not hesitate even if we have to spend all our family assets. When Xiao Han entered the meeting hall, he heard Old Master Xiao's pleading voice. Xiao Han, you didn't return for an entire night. You scared us to death. When Ah Cho saw Xiao Han, he hurriedly rushed over with a face full of worry. Xiao Yunrong also stood up and looked at Xiao Han. It's nothing. Last night, I rode my horse around the Scorching Flame City but did not find any traces of the demon race. This matter is very troublesome. Xiao Han walked into the meeting hall. It's useless. Young hero Xiao Han, the Scorching Flame City has the demon-revealing mirror and is heavily guarded. However, the Shao Mansion and the Old Song Mansion have been taken advantage of by the demon race. The demon-revealing mirror is like an empty shell. Now we can only place our hopes on a true Qi realm expert. City Lord Imo said bitterly. Young hero Xiao Han, I have already made the necessary arrangements. At noon, 100 steel horsemen will leave the city and ask for help from all the major forces. If there are no accidents, within 3 days, a true Qi realm expert will enter the Scorching Flame City. Don't worry, old master. The Empire will not ignore this kind of matter. City Lord Imo reluctantly comforted Old Master Xiao. Grandfather, Yunrong has already used a special method to ask for help from Mingjian Villa. I believe that in a few days our Mingjian Villa's true Qi realm expert will rush over. Xiao Yunrong also spoke. Now that things have come to this, we can only place our hopes on a true Qi realm expert. Xiao Han shrugged his shoulders a little helplessly. Yeah. Young hero Xiao Han, before a true Qi realm expert arrives at the Scorching Flame City, can you stay behind in the Xiao clan and protect our safety? Old Master Xiao begged Xiao Han. Yun Feng, Yun Tian and the others have already returned to their respective sections. Now the Xiao clan only has young hero Xiao Han, Yunrong and Yun Fan, these 3 experts. Grandfather, don't worry. Yunrong will stay behind in the Xiao clan until the day I die. Xiao Yunrong said resolutely. Xiao Han looked at Ah Cho and said, Old Master, I will stay until the day a true Qi realm expert comes to subdue the demon. Old Master can be at ease. Hearing this, Old Master Xiao calmed down and let out a sigh of relief. At this time, not only the Xiao clan but the entire Scorching Flame City was in a state of extreme panic and despair. Although the city guards had already spread the news that a true Qi realm expert would descend on the Scorching Flame City to subdue the demon in an attempt to calm the hearts of the people, fear still radiated through the Scorching Flame City like a plague. At noon, the Scorching Flame City's by clan's ancient residence was tragically annihilated. A total of 238 people died in an instant. Their heads were pierced and their brains were sucked dry. When Xiao Han, Xiao Yunrong and the others rushed to the Bai clan's ancient residence, the demon had long since fled without leaving a trace. Damn it! Xiao Han cursed sullenly. The tragedy of the Bai clan's ancient residence intensified the collapse of the hearts of the people in Scorching Flame City. From the afternoon onwards, there were people in the city who packed up their belongings and dragged their families as they fled Scorching Flame City. In the evening, Xiao Han, Xiao Yunrong, Ah Cho, Old Master Xiao, and the various heads of the Xiao clan stood silently at the east gate of Scorching Flame City as they watched a large group of refugees swarm out of the city. The city guards were already unable to control the situation. I really didn't expect that Scorching Flame City, which has flourished for 1,000 years and is filled with music every night, would be nearly destroyed overnight because of a demon. Xiao Han smiled helplessly and bitterly. Xiao Han, the demon is the natural enemy of our human race. When I was at Mingjian Villa, I once heard that countless flourishing cities were filled with corpses because of the demon's scourge. In the history of the Jianghu continent, there are countless cases of the demon massacring cities. There were even some countries that had their mountains and rivers destroyed because of the demon, disappearing in the long river of history. I hope that Scorching Flame City can escape this calamity, Xiao Yunrong said with a sorrowful expression. At this moment, dong, 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 dong. From the east gate of Scorching Flame City, A sound that sounded like mountains collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. It shook the entire scorching flame city, as if the city was in danger of collapsing in an instant. What's this? Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong quickly exchanged glances. In the next moment, there's a giant beast, an ancient giant beast. The refugees who had originally escaped from the east gate of scorching flame city suddenly rushed back like a tide. Their faces were filled with terror as they rolled and crawled as if they had been chased back by something terrifying. Go out and take a look, Xiao Yunrong said to Xiao Han with a slightly trembling voice. Unexpectedly, as soon as her voice fell, bang! With a deafening sound, the east gate of scorching flame city suddenly exploded. The city gate collapsed and the city wall was broken into pieces of giant rocks, scattering in all directions. Bang! 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 The flying giant rocks smashed randomly, smashing some of the streets and houses in the city into a mess. It was a complete mess. Countless civilians were smashed into minced meat and died a violent death. A large number of soldiers guarding the city gate were either dead or injured. Cries of distress could be heard everywhere. The sudden disaster caused scorching flame city to sink into extreme panic and helplessness. At this moment, dong, 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 dong. Finally, a colossal being strode forward and entered scorching flame city from the eastern gate. It was a giant bear savage beast. It was at least 10 zhang tall and filled with ferocity. The eyes of the bear, which were the size of a water tank, burst out with an ancient aura that was brutal and lofty. The giant bear was covered with black fur. Every single hair was as sharp as a sword. It even emitted a kind of golden hepta-chi, which cut the air with a chi-chi-chi sound. Every time it took a step, a deep pit would be trampled on the ground and cracks could be seen everywhere. This. Xiao Han stared at the giant bear and his whole body tensed up. A 10 zhang tall giant bear. Other than Xiao Yunrong and Ah Cho who were barely able to hold on, the rest of the Xiao clan members who were standing near Xiao Han were so scared that they prostrated themselves. However, what made Xiao Han feel even more incredulous was that there was actually a human standing on the palm of the giant bear. It was a black-haired middle-aged man with an extremely rough appearance. He was nearly 2 meters tall and had a head of messy black hair that reached his shoulders. Moreover, his hair was extremely thick and long to his waist. As it fluttered in the wind, he looked like a demon god. In his eyes, there was a divine light that was brewing the destructive light of the 3 calamities and 9 disasters. His body was surrounded by divine clouds and mist. His eyes shot out a golden light that casually swept across scorching flame city, bringing about a terrifying pressure like a mountain. In an instant, everyone in scorching flame city knelt down and prostrated themselves while trembling like ants. Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong simultaneously shrunk their bodies and leaned against a wall. Their breathing was rapid and they forced themselves not to kneel down. Ah Cho half squatted and his body trembled as he said with a trembling voice. Xiao Han, is at the True Qi realm, is a great expert of the True Qi realm. I didn't expect that a great expert of the True Qi realm would rush to scorching flame city right after the request for reinforcements was sent out today. But, this guy, is too arrogant. He casually broke through the city walls and mistakenly killed civilians. Xiao Han sighed. Isn't a True Qi realm expert too overbearing? Treating human lives as worthless grass. Xiao Han, a True Qi realm expert, has a different level of life from us. We can't use our eyes to judge them. Everyone below the True Qi realm is an ant. Not to mention ordinary people, even you and I would kill them if we slightly angered them. However, the True Qi realm experts of the various sects still have some manners. It is unlikely that they would be like this person who disregards human lives. Furthermore, the request for reinforcements that City Lord Mo and I sent out will need at least 3 days before the Empire and the various sects will receive it and send out True Qi realm experts. This person. I'm afraid he isn't a True Qi realm expert from the Empire, nor is he a True Qi realm expert from the Mingjian Villa. What is his background? That True Qi realm expert rode on the giant bear, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. After entering the city, he didn't say a single word. He raised his eyes and looked towards the horizon as if he was waiting for someone. In the entire scorching flame city, no one dared to speak. The entire city was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. A short moment later, a beast roar came from the west gate, causing people's hearts to go soft and their eardrums to feel as if they were going to burst. In the next moment, boom, a giant gray flood dragon appeared out of nowhere. It tore through the air from the west gate and pierced through the vast sky. This giant flood dragon was over a dozen zhang long. Its entire body was covered in dazzling scales and emitted the aura of an ancient civilization. The flood dragon's eyes were filled with ruthlessness and ruthlessness. The flood dragon's claws emitted a peerless sharpness that possessed the terrifying strength to shatter a mountain. This flood dragon had a pair of wings on its back. As it flew across the sky, it cast a terrifying silhouette over the scorching flame city. On the head of the flood dragon stood a man dressed in feathered robes. He was around 20 years old and wore a golden crown on his head. His eyes were filled with arrogance and his entire body was shrouded in a divine radiance, making him look like a god. Her smooth and fair face and beautiful lips exuded a sense of nobility and elegance. However, as his eyes opened and closed, they occasionally emitted a peerless ferocity. It was as if the gaze of an ancient ferocious bird could shatter mountains and rivers with its glare. Another true Qi realm expert. Furthermore, this true Qi realm expert rode on the flood dragon. It seemed that he was even more imposing than the one who rode on the giant bear. True Qi realm is indeed too strong. Even if I cultivate my fleshly body to the extreme, I would still die in an instant against a true Qi realm expert. Even with my saber intent, I wouldn't be able to withstand 1 or 2 attacks. Those under true Qi realm are all ants. These words do make a lot of sense. True Qi realm and fleshly body realm are 2 completely different levels of life and shouldn't be compared. At this moment, Xiao Han had a deeper understanding of the terror of the true Qi realm. In the depths of his heart, an uncontrollable desire welled up. He wanted to reach the true Qi realm, wield power over life and death, and shake the mountains and rivers with his name. The true Qi realm expert flew above scorching flame city and similarly didn't say a word. He only slightly nodded towards the true Qi realm expert standing on the palm of the giant bear. Soon, from the north gate of scorching flame city, a purple-robed old man leisurely walked through the air with his hands behind his back. He stepped on the air as if he was walking on flat ground and leisurely strolled into scorching flame city. With every step he took, the air in the sky seemed to freeze, leaving behind footprints. He didn't drive the bear or the flood dragon. However, his aura wasn't any weaker than the 2 true Qi realm experts. He was like a shining star with the sun and moon illuminating the sky. His entire body was wrapped in divine light and purple qi that spanned dozens of mu, giving off a feeling of purple qi coming from the east. Every strand of purple qi was incomparably domineering and as heavy as a mountain. As he walked alone, he emitted a might that looked down on the heavens and earth. The 3rd true Qi realm expert had arrived. Following the arrival of the 3 true Qi realm experts, the strange thing that was hibernating in Xiao Han's heart and the tattoo of the demon monarch's palm on his left arm were deeply hidden, as if they had shrunk into a speck of dust, undetectable. All right. Everyone is here. Suddenly, the true Qi realm expert standing on the bear's palm let out a thunderous voice. He casually said a sentence, but the volume of his voice covered the entire city, shaking the roof tiles of the city and causing all the livestock to lose control of their bowels. All the people kneeling in the city had their heads buried deep, not daring to raise them. It was as if there was a mountain pressing on their necks, and the slightest movement would cause their necks to break. I can smell the lingering scent of demonic qi. The true Qi realm expert standing on the head of the flood dragon closed his eyes deeply and breathed in enjoyment. Such a strong lingering scent of demonic qi. It's the scent of the northern profound demon monarch. However, it seems that he has indeed been severely injured. His demonic qi is almost gone. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and 2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes, directly blasting a mansion on the ground into ruins. His eyes were filled with excitement. The northern profound demon monarch can bring great benefits to the 3 of us. If we kill him, we can exchange for enough secret treasures. It's not impossible for us to obtain a ranking on the demon hero ranking. However, Shimietian Murong Xiao, this old man has already used the purple cloud true qi to sweep through the entire city, but there was actually no trace of the northern profound demon monarch. A centipede dies but it doesn't fall down. Even if he is severely injured and chased all the way here, he can still conceal his demonic qi very well, not letting us discover him. The old man wrapped in purple qi said with a frown. A demon monarch is indeed a demon monarch. It's not that easy to kill him. Old man Qinyang, there's no doubt that this city is filled with the remaining demonic qi of the northern profound demon monarch. He must be hiding in this city. Perhaps he has already disguised himself as one of the mortals in this city. Interesting. The eyes of the feather-robed True Chi realm cultivator standing on the head of the flood dragon sparkled. Then, since we can't find him using True Chi, let's use our old method. Alright. The eyes of the True Chi realm cultivator of the driving bear True Chi realm were filled with murderous intent, making him look like a peerless, ferocious man. Move faster. I'll start from this side. The two of you will take care of the other two sides. Kill everyone in the city until we find the northern profound demon monarch. His thunderous voice spread to every corner of the city. Everyone, as long as they did not have hearing problems, could clearly hear the words of the driving bear True Chi realm cultivator. They wanted to massacre the entire city. In order to find the demon race hiding in the scorching flame city, they wanted to massacre everyone in the city. Horror, terror, despair, shock. The entire city collapsed. 3 supreme True Chi realm cultivators wanted to massacre the entire city. This was an extremely inconceivable thing. Alright, let's start the massacre. The northern profound demon monarch is trapped in this city and his demonic energy is almost depleted. This is the best opportunity to kill him. We must kill him today. If we lose this opportunity, we will regret it for the rest of our lives. The old man with purple aura said casually. These 3 True Chi realm experts seemed to treat the massacre of the entire city as a trivial matter. They spoke with fervor and assurance, easily making a decision. They did not even ask the living beings in the scorching flame city if they were willing to accept the fate of being massacred. It was as if the millions of people in the scorching flame city had lost the ability to control their own lives. They could not even decide whether they wanted to live or not, treating human lives as worthless. Most of the living beings in the scorching flame city had already fainted. However, no one stood up to resist. In the face of the ferocious aura of the 3 True Chi realm cultivators, the mortals did not have the courage to resist. In order to kill the demon race, they want to massacre the entire city. This is too cruel, too cruel. Killing people is like blowing dust. However, I, Xiao Han, do not want to die here. So what if you're at the True Chi realm? Don't even think about taking my life. My fate is decided by man, not by the heavens. No one can dictate my fate. Between life and death, Xiao Han's saber intent continued to kill the fear and despair in his mind, giving birth to the will to struggle and resist. Xiao Yunrong's face was pale, but her eyes were empty. She seemed to be activating her sword intent to destroy all the negative emotions that were surging in her mind. No, impossible. City Lord Imo finally stood up with difficulty under the fear of death and shouted at the top of his lungs. Even a True Chi realm cultivator cannot massacre a city so easily. This is a heartless act. The Empire will not allow it either. Who allowed you to speak? A mere mortal body realm cultivator dares to shout at us? The Empire? The Empire is nothing. Go to hell. The True Chi realm expert on the giant bear's palm flicked his finger and a wisp of sharp True Chi pierced through the air, shattering the air. With a pew sound, City Lord Mo's body exploded like a broken tile. His bones scattered all over the ground. He died without a complete corpse. Hence accept your fate. The True Chi realm expert on the flood dragon's head casually waved his right hand and a black token flew out. The black token expanded with the wind and instantly became 1 zhang tall and a few feet wide. It crashed down and embedded itself into the ground of the city, causing cracks to form in all directions. This black token was covered with inscriptions and seal characters. There were also ancient diagrams that seemed to depict the endless battles between the human race and the demon race. On the black token, 3 ancient words were engraved. Evil Hero Token Pu. Suddenly Xiao Yunrong's sword heart was lost and her sword intent was in disorder. A mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Her face was as pale as paper and her eyes finally revealed a monstrous fear and despair. She spoke in a voice that sounded like she was talking in her sleep. Evil Hero. They are evil heroes. Once the Evil Hero token is issued, life and death are in their hands, the mountains and rivers will turn into ashes and all living beings can be destroyed. After saying that, Xiao Yunrong fell to the ground with a face full of despair. P.S. Stayed up until almost 3 o'clock. Chapter 74. At this moment, Xiao Yunrong's breathing was weak. Her back was leaning against the wall as she sat paralyzed. Her face was as pale as paper and her entire body was like a dying sun. She looked at Xiao Han with powerless and hopeless eyes. Her lips opened and closed, but no words came out. I would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. The purple aura elder's body glowed brightly. Strands of purple aura pierced through the heavens and earth. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Roar. The giant bear and the gray flood dragon in the sky roared at the same time. Their roars dominated the wilderness and shattered the mountains and rivers, causing the clouds to move. A terrifying massacre was about to begin. The entire scorching flame city would become barren and all life would be exterminated. From now on, it would be erased from the Beacon Fire Empire. Wait. With his life hanging by a thread, Xiao Han took a step forward. The Nihility Saber intent continuously slashed away all kinds of negative emotions and the enormous pressure brought by the three true Qi realm experts. The indestructible golden body in his body suddenly surged like 10,000 galloping horses, bringing life and hope to his stiff body. The three true Qi realm experts looked at Xiao Han at the same time. In an instant, Xiao Han felt as if his heart was being seen through. His bodily functions and the condition of his body were all seen through. However, the strange thing hibernating in his heart and the demon monarch's palm tattoo on his left arm seemed to have evaporated. It was extremely still and narrowly escaped the inspection of the three true Qi realm experts. Facing the gazes of the three true Qi realm experts alone, Xiao Han felt as if he was being suppressed by a group of mountains, almost unable to breathe. If not for the indestructible golden body in his body, Xiao Han would have been unable to bear the pressure and prostrated. Compared to senior brother Fong, these three true Qi realm experts' auras are even more domineering. They are like primordial beasts that want to eat people the moment they open their mouths. Senior brother Fong, on the other hand, is more reserved and does not easily release his aura. These three people's domineering auras seem to be released at any time, while senior brother Fong's domineering aura is in his bones. In a flash, various thoughts flashed through Xiao Han's mind. The purple aura elder looked at Xiao Han with a hint of surprise in his eyes and said slowly, "This little guy is not bad. He is still refining his marrow, but his body has already condensed to such a degree. He does not lose to an ordinary blood transformation realm expert. Furthermore, every inch of his flesh and blood is filled with vitality due to his mystical technique. This is quite interesting." The true Qi realm cultivator standing on the giant bear's palm had his black hair dancing in the wind. He was as still as a rock and he was a man of few words. "It is a little interesting. It's just a slightly stronger ant," the feather-robed true Qi realm cultivator on the gray dragon's head said with disdain and coldness. "Little guy, which sect are you from?" The elder with purple aura was slightly interested in Xiao Han. "Cloud Rain sect." Xiao Han licked his lips and replied. The three Jinqi realm experts exchanged glances. There was a hint of fear in the eyes of the old man with purple gas. The true energy realm cultivator standing on the giant bear's palm had an expression that was like a rock. No one could tell whether he was sad or happy. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the true energy realm expert on the gray WRM's head, and he seemed to be unbridled as he spoke indifferently. "So what if it's Cloud Rain sect?" A mere physical body realm cultivator, no matter how enchanting he was still an ant. "Can we start now?" These three Jinqi realm experts were in control of life and death. They treated massacring the city as if it was a treat to a meal. This aroused the resistance and unwillingness in Xiao Han's heart. He had great fortuitous encounters, and he had managed to survive in desperate situations multiple times. His bearing was not to be underestimated. He immediately shouted, "Why are you guys so cruel? Just because your cultivation is slightly higher, you treat human lives like grass and kill as you please? Massacring the city? Aren't you guys afraid of being punished by the Empire and the major sects for such an atrocious act? This blazing flame city is a strategic location of the Beacon Fire Empire. The #1 clan in the city, the Shao clan, and their disciples have all joined the 8-Point Palace. Mingjian Villa, Cloud Rain sect, Blazing Flame sect. Do you guys not care about the consequences of massacring the city?" As he spoke, the image of the cute little girl who was eating candied fruits with sugar residue on the corner of her mouth and the skinny little beggar Xiao Yin suddenly appeared in Xiao Han's mind. For a moment, Xiao Han's voice became louder and louder. "There are many innocent lives in this blazing flame city. There are women and children who do not know the martial way at all. You guys are great experts of the true energy realm. In order to kill the demon race, you guys mercilessly exterminate these innocent lives? You guys have cultivated the martial way and reached the true energy realm just to kill as you please?" The curtain of night gradually descended. The entire blazing flame city was deathly silent like a ghost town, causing Xiao Han's words to resound in all directions. It actually had a kind of fervent and resolute feeling to it. Ah, how naive. The true energy realm expert on the giant bear's palm suddenly burst into wild laughter. Little ant, are you teaching us a lesson? Impudent. Kneel before this seat. Suddenly, the expression of the feather-robed true energy realm cultivator standing on the head of the gray dragon suddenly changed. His gaze swept toward Xiao Han. Boom. This gaze seemed to cut through the void. Everywhere it passed, the surroundings became distorted and dangerous. When this gaze landed on Xiao Han's body, Xiao Han felt as if he had been isolated from the entire world, as if he had fallen into a desolate, withered, and lifeless island. All the meridians and bones in his body felt as if they were about to burn and explode into powder. The true energy realm was too terrifying. A single gaze seemed to be able to kill. Suddenly, Xiao Han's knees softened and he was about to kneel down. At this moment, the indestructible golden body within his body unexpectedly absorbed this gaze that could devour mountains and rivers, transforming into strands of warm current that nourished Xiao Han, preventing him from kneeling down and suffering humiliation. At the same time, the marrow-refining medicinal pellets that adhered to the surface of Xiao Han's bones, at a speed that was many times faster than usual, crazily seeped into his bones and fused with his marrow. Under the terrifying pressure of a true energy realm expert, Xiao Han's life force potential was stimulated like never before. That deep sense of danger and the despair of life and death instead allowed Xiao Han to absorb the medicinal power at an unparalleled speed, strengthening the quality of his fleshly body. Crack, 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 crack. All the bones in Xiao Han's body cracked and his body trembled, but in the end he did not kneel down. The feather-robed true energy realm expert was slightly taken aback. Soon after, the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer, and his gaze swept across Xiao Han again. Forcing yourself to endure? Kneel down before me. Xiao Han's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he let out a roar like a trapped beast. His saber intent filled the insides of his body, and the gaze that was used to kill the true energy realm expert, the indestructible golden body's heat flowed like a raging river. Bang, 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 bang. The space around Xiao Han exploded continuously, but in the end, Xiao Han did not kneel down. His knees trembling a few times, Xiao Han straightened his back. Even under the pressure of a true energy realm expert, Xiao Han's fighting spirit and dignity were still not extinguished. Boom. At this moment, the bone marrow in Xiao Han's body emitted a loud roar. Every single one of the 206 bones in his body had perfectly absorbed the marrow-refining medicinal pellets that adhered to their surface. If Xiao Han had the ability to look within himself at this moment, he would discover that his bone marrow had turned into a golden color, flawless and untainted. He had reached the pinnacle of the fleshly body realm, the marrow-refining realm. Xiao Han's strength had skyrocketed to 170 ding. Enough. Murong Xiao, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Stop playing like a cat toying with a mouse. The true energy realm expert standing on the giant bear's palm roared in dissatisfaction. The eyelids of the true energy realm expert, Murong Xiao, twitched slightly. In the next moment, the gray dragon moved its giant claw, and a small part of the space was shattered. That peerless ferocious might burst forth and was about to grab Xiao Han. The strength of the fierce dragon's claw could easily shatter mountains. Even if Xiao Han had tempered his body to the peak of the marrow-refining realm, and even had the indestructible golden body, it was still impossible for him to survive. Die. Murong Xiao declared. I, Xiao Han, refuse to accept this. I, Xiao Han, cannot die here. Xiao Han unwillingly roared in his heart. He was about to take out his saber, release his saber intent, and fight to the death. At this moment, even if he had to summon the Demon Emperor's palm, Xiao Han would not hesitate. However, at this moment, Xiao, in the dusky sky, a meteor-like sword light flashed past. A peerless sharpness that caused one's heart to palpitate and tremble swept across the sky above Scorching Flame City. An almost invincible voice tore through the heaven and earth, penetrating through the sky. Murong Xiao, if you have the guts, try and touch him. An untraceable sword light descended once again, tearing through the sky. This sword light seemed to have the feeling of tearing through the sky and cutting through everything. With a slight movement, the spatial barrier would be shattered. In the next moment, a young man in linen clothes, carrying a sword on his back, tied up his hair, and wearing an indifferent expression walked into Scorching Flame City. He did not summon a bear, nor did he summon a dragon. His temperament was even very simple. However, everywhere he passed by, the air would roll and scatter. With every step he took, a sword chi lotus would bloom in the sky. Not long after, the entire sky was densely covered with sword chi lotuses. Thousands of sword chi lotuses lit up the night sky, and it was dazzling. And every sword lotus possessed the power to destroy the world. The sword chi was sharp, and the sword howled across the world, peerless and unparalleled. It's Fong Ling. When my flower blooms, 100 flowers will be killed, and the entire city will be filled with sword lotuses. The most terrifying sword cultivator in the history of Cloud Rain sect, the peerless villain on the demon hero ranking. The old man's face instantly turned pale. Senior Brother Fong. Xiao Han shouted towards the sky. The person who came was Senior Brother Fong, whom Xiao Han had met before. The true Qi realm expert of Cloud Rain sect. That's right, Xiao Han, right? Senior Brother Fong said indifferently. In such a short period of time, you turned from a live target to a near-invincible figure in the flesh-body realm. You're very good. You're unyielding even when facing the pressure of 3 true Qi realm experts. Perhaps you'll grow into a ruthless character in the future. After finishing his words, Senior Brother Fong's eyes were like a sword, revealing its sharpness as he said to Murong Xiao, who was standing on the gray dragon. Murong Xiao, this young man is under my protection. Try and touch him if you have the guts. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.